right-hand side. Everybody from the dragstersforsale.com team looking on anxiously here in the opening round of elimination. JB's the winner. Chase's ran 25,000 too quick out of the gate by Beverly, and a 43 on a 41 by JB at 207 miles an hour. Beverly was quick on this end with a red light and runs 30 on a 31 on the other end of the racetrack. As the old expression goes, two wrongs don't make a right. So Beverly's day is done. Here's Karma Hopper and Tim Papp. Tim, your winner over in St. Louis a year ago. Oakley Motorsports, powered machine for the collision shop owner out of Charleston, Illinois. Bottle fed, 708 cubic inch big Chevrolet for Papp. He'll be dialed in the right lane at a 633. Karma out of Walton, Kentucky, the UPS supervisor, 655 cubic inch. Chrysler there on the Budweiser lane. Karma dialed in 646. Beautiful race car there on the Bud side for the UPS supervisor. But we came to a drag race, not a car show. So while it looks good, get to run the number. Get the driver cut a light. That's what it's all about. You lift your left foot up, you put your right foot down. The front end comes up and the rear wheels go round and round. Whoa, Karma, hang on. Karma rattling the tires a little bit, car rocking and rolling. Drifting a little out of the groove towards the center stripe. Papp 58 on his 633. Karma gets there 13 seconds later. That was a little bit of an Excedrin-ish launch, if you will. Maybe Bear, Anderson, Tylenol, Aleve. Take your choice. For Karma on that one, a bit much. Do we have any Rambler fans in the audience? One guy. Oh, there's two. How about a twin turbocharged 481 cubic inch AMC powered machine? Allan O'Brien there on the left-hand side, the Budweiser lane. Yaha. All Kelvinator all the time. O'Brien going to be dialed in at the 620, BJ Sexton. Ohio-based runner's going to be his competition here in the right lane. 500 cubic inch blown, romping, stomping, big block Chevrolet for BJ. He came out of that water box just annihilated. Mickey's on the rear of that car. Brian there on the left side, the Racetech chassis machine. Twin turbo. And I do believe a small bottle on behind just for giggles. .481 cubic inch AMC, dialed in 620. They're locked, loaded. One's red, one's green. Must be Christmas time. Allan O'Brien gets the freebie. Ooh, and a big puff out of that AMC motor down there just at the finish line stripe. 626, 191 miles an hour. BJ lights the red bulb by 3 thousandths of a second here in the Jegs lane. So is that AMC returnable for round number 2? Get the guys at the top end of the racetrack, check things out. And the word comes out that the car was dry down at the other end of the racetrack. So we're looking good there. Andrew Johnson and his undercover chassis machine on the right-hand side. Robert Vance Houston, boss man of the trucking company out of North Carolina. Another Race Tech chassis car there in the left lane. .659, he goes bang, pulls it out of the groove. Houston Motors through 670, shutting it off after the bang, and he coasts across at 167 miles an hour. So we go 0 for 2 for on that pair. Andrew got down there just about 450, 500 feet. You could hear that 632 Chevrolet relieving itself and probably ventilating itself a little bit down there, just at the half-track mark. We'll send the crew out from the top end of the racetrack. Give him a little bit of an assist. Let Ellison and Jeff Mandel now sit and wait patiently. Those of you got D3 TV dialed in back in the pit area. New link just went up, so you should be back up and running. So they back Lynn Ellison and Jeff Mandel up, and we're on hold here for just a moment while we check the racetrack out. Get our errant race car rolling towards the other end of the racetrack. Remind our Brodix and Steve Schmidt, top sportsman competitors, you should be in the staging lanes. Pretty much paired up, ready to go for round one of elimination, and the call's gone out for Comp Eliminator as well to fall in right behind. Again, I want to welcome everybody listening in on D3 TV. Over 15,000 listeners via the interweb yesterday, d3tv.com. NHRA D3TV.com. Over 15,000 yesterday. We know we're reaching out to the far reaches of southern Australia. We had a couple of racers from down under checking in. I believe we had one point in Europe that checked in yesterday as well. All parts of the United States, Canada. I'm sure there's probably a few Puerto Ricans listening in because, well, that's a hotbed of drag racing activity as well. And via the wonders of modern technology, we have people driving down the road heading for the U.S. Nationals, listening to D3 TV as they cruise along the highways and the byways. Let's see, Gary should be maybe just outside Columbia, Missouri by right about now. And then you've got them boys out of Texas that should be cruising along the highway somewhere, but Lord knows where they'd be yet at this point in time. Of course, the U.S. Nationals coming up next weekend at Indy. Bowling Green, always a great race weekend as everybody gets tuned up, freshened up, ready to go to Indy. See what kind of damage they can inflict at the biggest drag race of the year, the U.S. Nationals. Of course, I'm telling you, we've got a pretty good race going on here this weekend in Bowling Green. Over 600 race cars showed up to compete here at the final stop of the 2016 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series competition here in Division III. Having a chat with the boss man a while ago about the schedule for next year. Not yet been finalized. Told him to hurry up and get with it. I got to turn my vacation times in. Warren says he thinks I'm on vacation all the time. That's what my boss at work thinks too. Shh, don't tell him. I noticed that. We are doing a lane swap down here in front of the tower. So the driver with lane choice deciding, I want to be in the other lane. All right, looks like the racetrack clear on that end. A little fresh water in the water box on this end. Rumble of a couple of big block Chevrolets coming together now here in front of the tower. Ellison, Jeff Mandel in with lane choice, decided he didn't want to be in the Jegs lane, so he has shuffled on over to the Budweiser side of the racetrack. The Pirate. CollectorTethers.com machine there on the left-hand side. Ellison. Central City, Kentucky runner. Down in at a 620. Jeff Mandel dialed in at a 659. In the interest of fair reporting, Ellison qualified with a 27, 28, and 29. He's dialed down to a 620. Jeff Mandel qualified with a 702, a 704, and a 705. And is dialed down to a 659. So Mandel's dialed down a half a second from qualifying. Ellison is dialed down 7 months. Let's see who's configured. Whoop, we're not even going to find out. Jeff Mandel's car doesn't stay. Gets timed out. Ellison gets a free ride. Goes 6:31. 214 miles an hour. Speed off by just a tick down at the other end. Jeff Mandel, no time recorded. He was never staged on the starting line. And we're ready to fire the next pair. So Lynn Ellison, the CollectorTethers.com machine, the Pirate car. Moving on to round number 2. And that was it for our top dragster competition. Top sportsman getting ready to come up next. Brodix and Steve Schmidt. Top sportsman. Jerry Albert. We need alternate, our first and second alternate in top sportsman. If you'd like to run, we need you to the lanes, please. We've just found out we've got a couple of openings, so if our first and second alternates in top sportsman would like to run, we can take you to the lanes. Jerry Albert taking on Andy Horn, who finished third in the division a year ago. Jerry Albert coming down from Avon, Ohio, the Jegs Abruzzi transmission. Holly car, Brick Jones race cars. Chevrolet Camaro. Winner at the Sports Nats earlier this year. Runner up here a year ago. He might have a little bit of data to work with. Andy Horn's Mustang out of Ohio. He is a scale master. Lead to a lot of different job descriptions, I guess, but I would say he probably works for somebody like Toledo. Make sure that all the scales will be business set properly. 669 to dial for Andy, 697 for Albert. Out of the gate, side by side they go, 666 by Horn. If you're on 666 on a 669, it's kind of like, thanks for playing. Jerry Albert runs dead on, 697.5 on the 97 dial. He was 23 on the tree, so a nice little 28 thousandths package for Albert to carry him into round number 2. Horn a little bit too quick, breaks out at the other end. John Taylor taking on Todd Ewing. Taylor just barely surviving and hanging on for the qualifying. He's your number 32 qualifier, the big block Chevrolet powered Dodge Dakota and Bones Ewing. Todd over here on the right side. Jegs lane runner wheeling the Huntsville engine and balancing Chevrolet Camaro on the right side. Bones on a 683 dial. The Dodge Dakota on a 752 dial in. Handicap start for the truck. Here comes Bones. JT trying to steal it on the starting line, does it. How about 005, dead on 5 for John Taylor. 10 thou package. Looks over at Bones Ewing and says, "Yunt some, come and get it, boys." And Todd Ewing goes 679.9 on a 683 dial. Wow, 005. Dead on 5, and your number 32 qualifier in both top dragster and now top sportsman. Advancing to round number 2. Telling you, all you got to do is make the show. Talked about it over at Heartland Park, Topeka a few weeks back. Doug Woody driving his Chevrolet Camaro. Car he's raced in Super Street, Super Comp, Super Gas, and now top sportsman. Won't be the quickest car around, but by golly, he knows how to make that car run on race day. Take the Wally more than once. Big Snider up now, your number 1 qualifier. Well, Paul Roberson. All you got to do is make the show, kids. Sometimes making the show is an uphill battle. Roberson, South Carolina, the chop top, Chevy 2. 676 the dial on the right side. Snider on the left lane, a 623. Your number one qualifier's been 22, 23, and 30 out of the Power Source Transportation Corvette. Mickey left lane. Dialed in 623. Pretty good handicap start. Half a second. Going to go to the Chevy Deuce. Whoa, Paul Roberson. Man, that car went right, then it went left. It went every direction but straight. Whew. Still kept it in his lane. Snider gets the win, 634 to 193, but Paul Roberson, career South Carolina-based runner, he was using that steering wheel a whole lot more than he ever really even thought about using. I mean, that car came off the line and went right. He grabbed it, snatched it, got it back, and then it went left. Got out of it, eased it back into the groove, and cruised on down the racetrack. Good golly, Miss Molly, holy guacamole, that was the ride. If I didn't have the microphone in my hand, I might use other words to describe that. But anyway, you get the idea. Bob Wright, West Virginia-based body shop owner, wheeling his Chevy Cobalt now. Over here on the Jeg side, Tim Irwin, the Mosier Engineering Machine. Tim's kind of like Doug Woody. Well, I told him that yesterday when he was up here in the tower with him. Car's not going to be your number one qualifier. Tim's going to be down towards the bottom of the field in that Mosier Engineering Lumina. But he's going to go rounds. He knows that racetrack, knows how to make it run, knows how to make it perform. Said this weekend he's tried a couple of new things and it hasn't responded the way he wants. Still gets the win. 704 to 192. 745, Bob Wright. Better off the line. Got down to the other end of the racetrack. Couldn't find Tim. Took too much stripe. Gets a freebie here in the opening round. Gift wrapped and set right back in his lap. So the Mosier Lumina be back one more time. It's not about being the quickest or the fastest. It's about being the most consistent. Aaron Glazier. Gorgeous Pontiac Firebird out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky now. Over here on the right-hand side. Glazier only 2 runs down the racetrack. They pulled up on Friday night. Whatever it was with the car wasn't happy. They had to get pushed off the line. Came back yesterday, made a 46 and a 52 run. Right now they've got it dialed in at a 650, kind of splitting the difference between the two. Rick Hoffman's Oldsmobile, the 1997 vintage Cutler. For another Kentuckian. They're on the left line. Hoffman out of Russellville. 688 the dial. The Olds is going to get a go first. New look. Firebird. Chop top, low riding machine, a Glazier. Going to be giving chase. Not quite 0.4 of a second later. Pre-stage on, stage beams lit, trees coming down. Glazier trying to size him up at the stripe. Not going to get her done. 51.9 on a 50. Aaron a little late out of the gate. Kaufman goes 91.9 on an 88. Gets the win by 13 thousandths of a second. Had the better light by 4 high. Hangs on at the other end to get the W. And your number 20 qualifier sends the number 4 qualifier back to the trailer. Bob Irby and Ricky Gorn. Another one of our contestants. Only 2 of the 3 laps made this weekend in qualifying. Paducah-based runner. 738. Big, heavy motor. Underneath the hood of that Dodge Avenger body car. 671 in qualifying, along with a 693. Got her dialed in now. Back up to a 691. Bob Irby. Collierville, Tennessee-based runner in the C4 Corvette. C5 Corvette. They're on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Irby dialed in 7-11. Robert, hot early in the season. See if he can pick the pace back up here in the later half stages of the season. He'll get to go first in the bed. A little wig and a wag for Irby out of the gate. Gorn straight and true down the racetrack, and Gorn's going to be your winner. 698 on the 691. Irby goes 717 on the 711. 21 thousandths margin of victory down at the other end for Gorn. Good old drag race there. Gorn's Mopar car able to take care of it down at the other end of the racetrack. Here's your defending champ winning the event here a year ago, Tony Fagnellic. Coming to us from Corapolis, Pennsylvania. Timmy Wise up on the left-hand side. Pizza shop owner out of Ohio. As Warren points out, if you look on the side of the Mustang and the Pontiac, you'll see single digits on both cars, number 7 and number 8. Championship chase a year ago. A couple of heavy hitters getting ready to duke it out, going down the racetrack right now. Better out of the gate, Wise. Win light to Wise as well. 703 on a 701. 92 on a 90 by Fagnelli. So your defending champ out in the opening round. We're going to have Michael Shelton in Super Comp, Craig Porter in Super Gas, and Jeremy Schell in Super Street. Report over to the photo trailer, please. It would be appreciated. Just need your smiling face, guys. Michael Shelton, Craig Porter, and Jeremy Schell are Mosier Draw and Racers for Christ Quick 8 winners from Friday night. Michael Shelton in Super Comp, Craig Porter in Super Gas, Jeremy Schell in Super Street. Please see Kevin, Alex over at the photo trailer if you would, please. Here's Travis Arbrite and Vince Nanini. Vince at right side, Lake Bluff, Illinois based runner, owner, operator. Chief Cook and Bottle Washer with BRN Welding. Chassis shop, 611 to dial. 691 to dial for Vince. Travis in the Grand Dam. There on the left-hand side, the Budweiser lane. Kentucky-based runner left side, dialed in 656. He's going to give a handicap start. Classic Oldsmobile and Nanini. Wagging the tail, leaving the starting line after he goes 0-0-8 red. 703 by Arbrite. He'll take the win and move on to round number 2 for the Pontiac, as we call Super Street now to the staging lanes for round number 2. Super Street, round 2, needs you to the lanes, please. Talked a while ago about Marco Abruzzi being your reigning champ in our Spitzer race cars, RacingRVs.com top dragster category. The reigning champ in the RacingRVs.com top sportsman category. Jeffrey Barker up now. Lovely bride who runs in the top dragster category, standing behind, making sure he gets dialed in, lined up correctly. Dialed in 658. Justin Souders alongside him. One of the late model fabricated top sportsman cars, chop top and a low ride first generation Camaro body machine. There's there in the left lane, 23 years young. What were you doing at the age of 23? Certainly one driving a 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour, low-riding 69 Top Sportsman Camaro. It's not me. I wasn't. Barker, 17 on the tree, dead on 5, 22 thousandths package. 685.9 by Justin Souders on a 686 dial. Barker got there first by 6 thousandths of a second and snares the win, moves on to round number 2. That's how you earn that big number 1 on the side of the car, boys and girls. Glenn Butcher, another one of the late model race car shop built Top Sportsman machines. First generation Chevrolet Camaro body. Butcher on the right hand side, a demolition contract. Need that chimney taken down, call Glenn. Need that building taken down, call Glenn. Need that old railroad trestle taken down, call Glenn. Hey, Glenn. He's taking on Rick Bowman. Bowman out of Iowa. A former. No, that Glenn, not this Glenn. A former Harley-Davidson motorcycle shop owner. Rick Bowman has since retired, turned the biz over to the kids. You all take care of things. I'm going racing. Ooh, Butcher. Pretty good waggle out of the gate, leaving the starting line. Is that going to be enough for Bowman? Yes, indeedy. 691 on a 688 for Rick Bowman at 203 for the W. 660 by Butcher on his 658. It had the better line. Butcher's car also just a little sachet off the starting line. And when you do the do-si-do rather than the line dance, well, let's just say the music's probably going to stop playing for you. John Hochstetler up another Mopar body, Mopar powered machine, 645 cubic inches. Pentastar power for the runner out of Michigan there in the left lane. Hochstetler dialed in 694. Boulder, another one of those low riding generation Camaro bodied in. 664. Everybody say goodnight, Timmy. Boulder goes red by 6 thousandths of a second. 730 by Hochstetler. The Mopar gets to come back and play one more time. 661 by Tim. 006 red on this end and under the dial on the other end. Mario Bosch, Sandy Wilkins. Mario, the runner out of Kenner, Louisiana. Blown, big block, Chevrolet powered Pontiac Grand Am. Saw the kid come up earlier in top dragster. Young Darian. Yeah, he's back up, crew chiefing on Dad's hot rod. Over there on the left-hand side, Mario dialed in 695. Sandy Wilkins. Sandy already a winner on the tour this year. Runner out of North Carolina. Involved in the NASCAR engine development program down there in the Carolinas. On weekends, he says, you guys go round and round. I'm going to go in a straight line. Beautiful 69 Camaro. Here on the right side for the Jegs lane. 665 the dial. So Mario's going to go first. Here comes Sandy. Good lights, both runners. This will be a battle at the other end of the racetrack. And the win light's going to go to Wilkins. 667 on his 665 at 196. 99 on 895 by Mario. Sandy was holding just right at a Hun as they went by the Christmas tree. Parlayed it into the W down at the other end of the racetrack. Jimmy Fallon's Corvette now. Left-hand side. Runner out of Ohio. Taking on Paul Pitman. Coming down from Bloomington, Minnesota. Looks like Pat making some last-minute changes there inside the car. Gorgeous Chevrolet Camaro. 2013 bodied entrant. Friend of mine, Tim over at Chinsky Race Paint, laying out the paint job and applying the colors. That gorgeous hot rod. Scott Brown, your graphic artist, doing some lettering on it as well. Neat car, neat runner. 828 cubic inch combination underneath the hood of that Camaro by Pitman. He's dialed in 656. Fallon with a 687. Paul's going to be giving chase. Paul set out Friday night qualifying. Sat back and watched everybody. Pitman out of the gate. Good, straight, true launch. Can he catch up top end? 662 on a 56. Jimmy Fallon goes 93 on an 87, and Fallon by 13,000 on the second at the finish line gets the win. And that, boys and girls, is basically the difference between their reaction time. Jimmy Fallon just a tick better off the starting line. Parlayed it into the win at the finish line. So the Corvette gets to come back. Pitman now pick his lane on I-65, headed north. Mr. Johnson taking on Marco Abruzzi. This is a neat battle. Johnson, a perennial #1 qualifier, had some issues with that Hemi-powered, pro-charged 55 Bel Air in qualifying. Got one good lap out of it. Marco. Transmission wizard out of Warren, Ohio. See if Lester's got the shoebox figured out for round #1. Double breakout win, going to go to Marco. 91.7 on a 92. He's under by 3. 44.6 on a 44, on a 46 dial. He's under by 14. You take the 3 from the 14, that's an 11 thousandths of a second margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack for Abruzzi. Good old drag race. Eric Bernett up next, the Cavalier on the right side. Don O'Neill, the Monte Carlo, the Matadine, VP Fuel. Top Sportsman ride. Part of that dragstersforsale.com race team. Hopefully Pride Diane looking in, checking in. Finally got a new door on the car, new window in it. Don't have to use that Gorilla Tape anymore. It was in St. Louis. They blew the window out of the car. They blew the window out of the car in Topeka. Blew the window out of the car in St. Louis. Finally got a new door. Said, heck with the window. Let's just fix the door. Don O'Neill dialed in 690. The captain, everybody, VP Fuel, Oakley engine. Thompson tire, soil. Eric Burnett alongside. Nice looking little Cavalier out of Indiana. 636. Eric's going to give Don a bit of a handicap start. Don coming off a very emotional Top Sportsman win up in St. Louis just a couple of weeks back. And spools the turbos up. Oh, both drivers getting a little wiggly out there. Who's going to win the wiggle race? Looks like it's going to be Don O'Neill, 98 on a 90 at 189 miles an hour. Bernett goes 643. 223 trying to catch him. Don had the better light. Don wiggled it later going down the racetrack. His wiggle was more in the middle of the facility. Burnett's car wiggled off the starting line. That was enough to open up the door for Don O'Neill. Drive the VP Fuels Matadine, Monte Carlo, into round number next. Michael Shelton, Craig Porter, and Jeremy Schell are shootout champs from Friday night in our Quick 8 run. Michael Shelton, Craig Porter, and Jeremy Schell are shootout champs from Friday night. Need you to report. See Kevin over at the photo trailer if you would, please. Gentlemen, comb your hair, brush your teeth, bring your smile. Those of you not familiar with the top end of the racetrack here at Beach Bend Raceway Park, you can go past the last turnout. It appears that's what happened with Don O'Neill in the Monte Carlo there, the VP Matadives machine. So they got to get Don's car turned around. And first they got to gather up the parachutes so he doesn't back over them. So bear with us just a moment here as Mike Crick and Mark McDonald sit and wait patiently. Don's car turned around down at the other end of the racetrack and get her out the return road there. And as soon as they get that done, and it looks like we're making pretty good progress there, we'll be right back into it. All right, so that's all taken care of way down on that end. Let's get back to it on this end. Here's Mark McDonald and Mike Crick. The dragstersforsale.com team car. Deidre out there checking in. JB. Megan and Tori checking everything out. Mike Crick and his daughter, Bethany. Mike with 655 cubic inches of Mopar underneath the hood of that Red light start by Mikey. Mark will get the win automatically. A 670 dolly, runs 673 at 203. Nice little tune-up run going down the track there for Mark. Crick goes through 805, shutting it off at only 162 miles an hour. So Mike's date comes to a conclusion. That'll put round number one of Top Sportsman into the books. Michael Shelton, you need to see Kevin over at the photo trailer, please. Michael Shelton, our Super Comp shootout winner from Friday night. You need to see Kevin over at the photo trailer, if you would, please. Round number 1, Comp Eliminator getting ready to come up. Super Street's going to follow Comp. Get into our short pre-race invocation and national anthem, and then round number 1 of Alcohol Dragster and Funny Car. Stock Eliminator, your next round of eliminations will follow the Alcohol Funny Car opening round of competition. So, Stockers, you will follow alcohol. Please be forewarned and forearmed and forbearing. That'll work. That'll work. So right now, Comp Eliminator getting ready to come up for their first round of eliminations. Following that will be round number 1 of Super Street, our pre-race, or opening round of Alcohol Dragster and Funny Car. Should be some great rounds of competition getting ready to come up. All right, Comp Eliminator getting ready to come up. And I got to tell you, boys and girls, one of my favorite categories, just for everything that transpires inside of Comp. Got an old 4-cylinder laying over in the corner of the shop, want to make a race engine out of it? Well, by golly, do it. Buddy of yours got a chassis, or you know some guys out in Burlingame, Kansas that can build you one? Well, by golly, do it. Got a door car? Hey, that'll work too. Big V8s, medium-sized V8s, small V8s. 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders. Dragsters, roadsters, altereds. How about a 4-cylinder? K-altered automatic, 32 Bantam from Chad Vogus here on the right-hand side. About a 23T, Brian Stufflebeam there in the left-hand lane. Stufflebeam trying to close in, top in, not going to catch him. 7.76. Chad Vogus at 150 miles an hour. Stufflebeam 778 at 142. So Vogus gets the win, moves on to round number 2. Alan Wilson. I don't know if how many were here last night? Man, I tell you what, Alan Wilson took that little Chevy Cobalt. He rocked it back on the wheelie bars so hard, I'm not sure they didn't bend the wheelie bars. Front end of that Cobalt was sky high. Not exactly the way you want to leave, but looks like he's going to get a freebie because Larry Pritchett's machine, the Pontiac over on the right-hand side, your number 9 qualifier, they are slowly and quietly pushing back from the starting line. All right, Alan, the stage is yours. Well, they changed the suspension around, so it wouldn't wheel stand, and just kind of lazily left the starting line. So, chance to work on that, get ready to go for round number 2, 11:45 for Allen in the game. One word I like to use to describe the guys and gals in Comp Eliminator. It's an announcing term that I made up several years back. It's called ingenuity. Because these guys and gals that build these Comp Eliminator cars, lots of engineering skills and a whole lot of ingenuity in putting everything together. So we just call it ingenuity. It is a term that I made up, but I think it best describes what physically goes on in the world of Comp Eliminator racing. Because you have such a disparity of cars, you qualify them against their respective national indexes. David Rampy, a 792 index for the Skillman Auto Group, Skillman Chevrolet, Patterson and Elite Powered. Small block, 32 Bantam over here on the right-hand side. Scott Shamness there in the left-hand lane, a Mike Spitzer fabricated chassis. 472 cubic inch big motored Chevrolet for the B dragster category. His index a 727. Now how low you run in qualifying positions you on the qualifying sheet for Comp Eliminator. Scott went 53 under the index, put him number 14. David Rampy qualified number 3 with a 64 under run. On paper, right now, David Rampy, you would say, is the favored hot rod. But we don't run him on paper. We run him down the racetrack. Rampy over here on the right-hand side is going to go first. Shamness is going to try and chase him down. But David rattles the tires, shakes the tires, drifts out of the groove. You hear all of the above. You can open up the door for Shamness. Shamness could flat turn the car loose, try to track him down at the other end, and, well, he doesn't do it, but Rampy runs 738. That'll be 53 and change under the index. Shamness goes 673 at 200 miles an hour, and he's 53 under the index. So Rampy getting down to the other end, taking a stride, doing just enough to do what he needed to do to move on to round number 2. Here's Jason Cohen, a 190 cubic inch, 4-cylinder, 32 Bantam Roadster for the transmission gang out of that town that ravaged on Wednesday night, Kokomo, Indiana. 9 different twisters hitting Kokomo and northern Indiana last Wednesday night. Good to see the Cohen gang here. 2-time division champ, former U.S. Nationals champ. A new car for Jason and the crew, a little 32 Bantam machine. They're taking on Danny Holtz, C. Cotto Alton, the Escort, Ford-bodied entry with a Chevrolet under the hood. C. Cotto Alton's car here to the right lane. Well, you can hear that little 4-cylinder buzzing down there, can't you? Top end, give it to Danny Holt, 820 on the 870. 49.8 under the index at 164, 833 by Jason. Danny jumped on that starting line Christmas tree, was holding 8,000. They went by. A 17 reaction time to Jason's 25. Snuck that one out down at the other end of the racetrack, and another pretty good first pair here in Comp Eliminator drag racing. Mike Farrell up next, taking on Brian Brown. Of course, all of our competitors here in D3 competition all of our Comp Eliminator racers racing for the Jerry Arnold Memorial Bonus Fund. Indy Gear, Race Skillman Auto Group, T&E Auto Haulers, Bullet Racing Cams, RCE, Butler Automotive, Liberty Gears, Cohen Transmission, Brow Bellhausen, T.L. Smith Excavating, Camp Plain Machine Shop, Total Seal, C-Tech Cabinets, Quick Fuel Technology, and Billingsley Auto Wash over in Illinois. All those are additional sponsors to make the Comp Eliminator Fund here in D3 competition just a little bit more interesting, if you will. Mike Farrell up now, the B Street Roadster taking on your number 1 qualifier, Brian Brown. Third race in a row. Brian and Deb have been your number 1 qualifier. Giving them a hopped up V6 Chevrolet in that dragster. Brown slings it into high gear, runs through 730 at 165 to get the win. 785 by Farrell. 168 miles an hour. Mike running through down at the other end of the racetrack. 55 under lap and still comes up short down at the other end. Brian and Deb move on to round number 2. Here's Todd France. Up in the France Racing, Irvin John's team Pontiac. Another body shop man out of Louisville, Kentucky, the D Supermod Automatic. Pontiac G5. That Pontiac started its life on a GM assembly line. Got sent to one of the race car conversion shops. They converted it from front wheel drive to rear wheel drive. Some big wheel tubs in the back. 321 cubic inches, a small block Chevrolet underneath the hood. Rick Brown, Don Redditch, Tom Perdue, and gang winning our comp shootout last night. Our top 4 cars through the 2016 campaign. Earning points, competing for a $2,000 check yesterday evening. Brown able to claim that. Out of the gate they go. Rick a little bit better light, but he drifts a little bit towards the center stripe. Still gets the W. 830 on the 888. Index by Brown. 858. Todd France at 129 miles. Comes up short at the other end. So Brown moves on to round number 2. In Comp Eliminator action as well. Steve Ambrose, Greg Camplain, next pair in. Greg on the right side. He was one of our competitors in that 4-car shootout last night. Camplain's B Econo Dragster, single 4-barrel automatic transmission, small block Chevrolet, Spitzer chassis car. Camplain, your number 2 qualifier with a 753 index. He went 64 under, actually running down to the 690 zone. Steve Ambrose, Bob Hutman in the gang out of Varsity Ford and up in Michigan. Steve, another one of our 4-car contestants. The comp shootout last night. Steve rolling in, lighting the bulbs, backing out. Ended up getting timed out in the opening round. Unfortunate circumstance for Ambrose. He can redeem himself today. 6-cylinder, 300 cubic inch Ford power plant and a little J altered automatic top end. Winter Picker says give it to Camplain. 15 thousandths of a second, able to sneak by at the other end. 697 at 188 for Greg. 781, 166 for Steve. Ambrose had the better light. Camplain able to stick the nose of that dragster 15 thousandths of a second across the finish line in front of Steve. Whew. As they say in horseshoes and hand grenades, that was close. Nick Maris down, the runner out of Montgomery, Texas, 71 years young. Nick wheeling and dealing that Pro Start chassis machine on the left-hand side. See dragster automatic, a small block Chevrolet automatic transmission car. Qualified with a 707. Taking on Troy Galbraith, a B dragster automatic. Basically the difference between the two, engine size and weight. Galbraith over here on the right-hand side. A Spitzer fabricated machine. Small block combination. a little bit bigger than what Maris has got with a 377 mouse motor. Gets to go first. Runner out of Texas. They're the Budweiser line. And a red light start for Maris. Easy win for Galbraith. His win line already on. He'll shut it down and go 7:26. 132 miles an hour for the Easy W. Maris runs 7:12. 185 after that red light start. And his day is done. He can pack up and head north for the big go. Indy, U.S. National. Starting next Wednesday. Wayne Hutton's D-Alt. We talked earlier about that D Supermod automatic entry that came up for Todd France. Said, hey, that car started off life on a GM assembly line. How about the Chevy Cobalt of Wayne Hutton? That is a total race car fabrication shop built machine. Carbon fiber body, chrome moly tubing chassis, de-altered combination, little 309 cubic inch bow tie underneath the hood. Hutton, runner out of Portland, Tennessee. Jimmy Kimbrough, contractor out of Florida, sits over here in the Jegs lane. Another Sea Dragster automatic. Another Pro Start chassis car. Another small block Chevrolet. Chevy Cobalt gonna go first. 35 the index for Wayne, 760 for Jim. On paper, Kimbrough's had the better car of the two. Again, it's a matter of cutting a line, getting it down the racetrack. Hutton just a little bit tardy leaving. It's going to open up the door for Jim to cruise through with a 7:08 lap at 180 miles an hour. 7:96 by Hutton. It's best lap of the weekend, but you're, again, just like we saw earlier today, when your starting line reaction time starts with a number other than 0, it's usually not a good indication of what your time slip's going to look like. Ryan Simonek should be taking on Robert Bailey right now. The A Dragster automatic. We heard Robert's car go kaboom last night in final qualifying. Bailey, who won the comp shootout here a year ago, not able to answer the bell for round number 1. So Brian Simonek driving a flyweight Frameworks chassis car with a 4-cylinder Honda power plant. Yeah, Anybody in the audience drive here in a Honda Accord? Well, if Brian has any problems, we may be over to see you. Oh, you say your Accord's got the V6 in it? Okay, well, you're all right then. .857, that is his third 8:57 lap in a row out of that car at 154 miles an hour. And by the way, if you do have one of those 4-cylinder Honda Accords, don't try revving the engine up that high in your car. It won't work so well. Let me tell you. Jenny Treadwell should be taking on Dad Glenn Treadwell. And I would say you can probably tell if you're sitting in the grandstands that Jenny Treadwell is taking on Glenn Treadwell. One of them isn't here because, well, there's only one car. And that would be an astute observation on your part. It would be Jenny making the run because Glenn's car is not here. And an interesting pair of cars, if you will. Jenny's rear engine dragster, a 6-cylinder Ford, where Dad uses a 6-cylinder Chevrolet in his. So all you Ford fans out there can needle your Chevrolet buddies and go, Dang, Chevy couldn't even make it to the line. That'd have something to do with father letting daughter have the round win? Might have. Could be. Ginny will cruise on through 918 at 101 miles an hour. Could be there's problems with Glenn's car. We do know that he had the engine on the dyno as late as Thursday. Because they called Thursday and said, hey, we just pulled the engine off the dyno. Can we get there in time? I said, come on. So Ginny moves on with a easy on the throttle, 918 lap at 101 miles an hour. That means we're getting ready to go into Super Street. We'll follow Super Street with a short pre-race ceremony and get right into round number 1. Alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. I'm going to become the D3 TV production manager. Warren Evans is going to become the D3 announcer for this session of Super Street, and I'm going to go find me a bottle of mouthwash from Gargle, I think.
So, Bob Unk, we're going to slide over to the production chair in just a minute here. In the meantime, Super Street at the ready line. 1090 cars, 5/10 Pro Tree. All three ambers flash. Then a half a second later, the green light comes on. Jim Unum, Ann Ohio, left side of the track, 67 Chevy 2 for Jim Unum 2. Jason Sadderly alongside out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. His profession listed as skillet tester. Lots of questions from me as to how you do that. $10.90, the magic number. We'll whittle them down here. If the numbers are correct, we should be looking at 31 cars here in Super Street for second round of competition. Firebird out in front. Here comes the little Chevy 2. Trying to make up the difference. Finish line says it's going to be a double breakout. 1089 for Sadderly, gets the win at 123. Unum took the stripe. 3 under 1087 at 140. He is done. Sadderly goes on to the round of 16 cars. Ray Miller coming up next out of Mansfield, Ohio. The Miller Racing Transmission Monza. He'll be taking on Marshall Glass. Glass from Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Runs a little altered in Super Comp. Running the Nova here in Super Street. Last stage up Jegs.com side. That's the right side of the track. Budweiser lane, the left lane. That's where you'll find Ray Miller. You'll also find the red light. Miller deep stage, the little Monza. Automatic win to Marshall Glass. He was red, but it didn't matter. 1087 at 127. For Miller, slows to an 1125 at 124. Charles Aldridge pulls up now out of Fayetteville, Tennessee. The Aldridge Racing 73 Camaro left side. Alongside Brian Funderburk. Not sure what happened there. As Funderburk lurched off the line, followed by Charles Aldridge. Tree was not activated for either one. So they both left before the tree was activated, and as a result, they're both out. At least that's what I'm guessing from our starter's hand signals. Sends them down the track. So if that is the case, the round of 16 just became the round of 15. No winner coming out of that pair. As they clear the finish line, our next pair gets set on starting line. Tony Brown, left side out of Hallsville, Texas. I'm going to guess that is a 55 Chevy. Is that right? It's a 55. Scotty Reinshield alongside. Two-time Super Street Division champ. Collected the Wally last year. Out of Brookville, Indiana. 69 Corvette. Both of them clean green this time around as they muscle their way down track. Working each other down that. How about a 10-90 with a 6 for Tony Brown? Not good enough. Scotty Reinshield, 1091 at 135, your winner. He was 1 hun better on the tree, and that gave him the margin he needed at the finish line. Scott Sattler, Louis Murray, Sattler, Salina, Ohio. That is the Malibu. For Louis Murray out of Missouri, watch the silver Camaro lead. It will launch, then it will stop. Here, wheels up again. Murray trying to make up the difference. He ain't coming back. As Bob will tell you, if it starts with a 1, time ticket will start with an L. Louis, 1090, not good enough. That is correct. It is not Lucky Louis. Richard Sperry, Terry Terrence, Round Hill, Kentucky. Good drag race matching up right now. Sperry breaks out. Needed 3, took 5. 1087, 3 under. 1092 for Terry Terrence. He was 005 on the tree and got treed. Sperry was 002. Stellar lights for both racers there. Rob Cropfeld, runner out of Hamilton, Ohio. The little Vega wagon, left side. Both side, Todd Michael out of Fairland, Indiana. 76 Chevy pickup truck. Todd out in front. Here comes Rob in the little Vega. Can he get it done? Finish line says, yep. Rob Cropfeld for the win, 1093 at 118. He said, go ahead and take the stripe, Todd. He did. Broke out by 5. 1085 at 109. Jimmy Bannister out of Laverne, Tennessee. Up next, another Vega wagon left side alongside Doug Wood. The Standards Testing Lab 69 Oldsmobile Cutlass out of Massillon, Ohio. And Wood off running at the quarter-mile mark. Win light right side for Doug Wood, 1091 at 136. He's 1 off, Bannister 2 off, 1092. Bannister had the better light. Margin of victory 16 10,000ths of a second, .0016. Matt Ball, Troy, Ohio. The GIS Tech and the little S10 left side. Alongside Mark Smith, Bowling Green, Kentucky. Attorney by trade, 82 Mustang. Matt Ball rolling up, trying to find the pre-stage beam. There it is. The Ford is in. Chevy's in. the stops, charging hard. Womp womp. 1091 left side for Matt Ball. Your winner, 127 for the speed. Ball moves on for Mark Smith. His afternoon is complete, 1093 over here in the right-hand lane. Michelle Furr coming up now out of Galax, Virginia. Wheeling the 68 Camaro SS. Taking on the police chief down there in Whiteland, Indiana. It's Rick Ship Sr. The 63 Chevy 2. Old school hot rod, right side. Ship out in front. Here comes Michelle. Michelle gets the win, cut him loose. He needed 4, took 5, broke out. 1086 at 126 for Michelle. She was safe with a 1092. And that'll get her a win ticket and a chance to come back for the next round. It's Bitsy Sadderly coming up now. Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, the home base of the 68 Camaro. Alongside Jeremy Jensen out of Clarkville, Tennessee. Red light, the red car with the red light, right side. Bitsy Sadderly, automatic win. He'll drive it out the back door to get it tuned up for the next round, 1088 at 131. Bitsy, your winner, 1086 for Jeremy Jensen in the red line start. Finishes up the day over here in the right lane. 2 more, a car and a truck. Left side, the car, that is a Trans Am. Driven by Laurel Tankersley Morris out of Rogersville, Alabama. The truck, right side, out of Jolton, Tennessee. Chris Reynolds. Baba likes that truck. It is clean and pristine for sure, right side. Finish line says, the little truck getting it done. 1096 for your winner, Chris Reynolds. Speed of 123. For Laurel Tankersley Morris, finishes up with a 1095 at 130. 2 more in the water box right now. It's Gary Whitefoot, Hebron, Kentucky. 69 Camaro with the rally stripes, left side. Alongside Jerry Bledsoe, 65 Valiant out of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Not too many of these left in existence. I think they're all on the drag strip somewhere. So as we get close to the end of our Super Street category, pre-race ceremony will be coming up in just a minute, followed by round number 1 of top alcohol. 10-9-0 with a 7. Gary Whitefoot, your winner. 10-90 at 125. Jerry Bledsoe, too quick. 10-88 behind all the way. Never caught him. 124 for the speed. Jeremy Shell coming up now. Winner Friday night. In the draw, Racers for Christ shootout, sponsored by Mosier Engineering. Shell out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Left side, alongside Bethany Crick. Young lady out of Nortonville, Kentucky, in her 1970 Nova. Bethany already catching up, driving around Jeremy Shell. How about a 1094 for Bethany Crick at 132? Shell is 7 off 1097, tossed away a 002 light. Over there on the left side, Bethany puts the numbers together, moves on to the next round. Alex Miller coming up alongside Nick Vogelsang. Alex Miller from Mansfield, Ohio. For Miller Racing Transmission, the little Monza left side. He was in the Mosier shootout earlier this weekend. Nick Vogelsang, East Peoria, Illinois, the electrician right side. In the little Looney Tunes car. Wow, great drag race off the starting line for sure. Vogelsang way down track. Here comes the Monza. Oh my. How about a six-pack for Alex Miller? He is 006 on the tree, 10,900 at the stripe. For Vogelsang, he was 007 on the tree, 1091, one off. Miller for the win. Best package of the session. Bob Schmidt gets the bye running to the next round. Runner out of Grove City, Ohio. Jegs All-Star representative this year for Division III. Bob Schmidt, Performance Chevy 2, shuts off the timers to a 1091 at 142. And with that, Super Street is in the books. Coming up next, our pre-race ceremonies. Some special award winners out here in front of the tower, as you can see. Bob and Uncle are going to take it from here.
All right, do want to let everybody know where you got just a little bit of pre-race. Our best appearing car pulling up down here in front of the tower. Aaron Glazier's Top Sportsman Pontiac Firebird. Beautiful machine based right here in Kentucky. Neat hot rod. Let me tell you, even got some graphics and artwork up on the roof of the car. An area you don't normally see a lot of artwork displayed on, but the body shop fellers certainly did a number on their own Pontiac Firebird. Gorgeous automobile. Best appearing car here this weekend. We'll get our best appearing car picture taken, get the award presented, our invocation, our national anthem, alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car, getting ready to pound the ground here at Beach Bend Raceway Park coming up next. Worked our way through opening rounds of eliminations in all of our categories now, except for alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car. So it's time to send the boys and girls, as the case might be, down track in our 6 and 5 second, or I should say our 5 second, 250 mile an hour plus hot rods, the quickest cars on the grounds this weekend. Interesting to note that in our 8-car field of top alcohol dragster contestants, 3 of our contestants currently battling it out for the top 10 spots in the national championship chase. We'll talk more about that as the cars come up a little bit later on for their first shot at down the racetrack. But just kind of goes to show you the level of competition here this weekend. Getting ready to come up in our top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car. Opening rounds, and the cars getting staged up, paired up behind the line right now. We'll get our invocation. We'll get our national anthem taken care of here in just a moment. Aaron Glazier's Pontiac Firebird, our best appearing car, getting pushed back now into the staging lanes as they've accepted their awards. The photographs have been taken. And boys and girls, guys and gals, we're just a few minutes away from first flight, top alcohol dragster and top alcohol funny car. Load them in, sit them down, and let's get ready because the ground's going to be rumbling. A check of our starting line, check of the down track area, and a check of the race track. From stem to stern, side to side, gunnel to gunnel, if you will. Make sure our racing surface is ready to hold our low 5-second, 260, 270 mile an hour top dragsters, as well as our mid 5-second, 260, 270 mile an hour alcohol funny cars, because they're paired up and getting ready to come up next. You see the crew chief guys out checking the racetrack, making sure that the level of stickiness, if you will, is where they need to be for the way they have their cars set. Verada down there checking the track stick. Always ingenuity going on in drag racing. Used to be the crew chiefs would come out and plant their foot on the starting line and a little bit further down track and try and twist. Just use their foot as a gauge. Nowadays, they've got a tool that they physically use to check and test the adhesiveness, if you will. Not only the starting line area, but down track as well, to be able to gauge the application of horsepower and torque onto the racing surface and send their rocket ships and their drivers down the racetrack. Again, as soon as we get the official okie dokie, interesting to note that while we've had a mild breeze for the last couple of days, the flag on the pole here next to the starting line virtually still. It has been a very calm day so far. certainly aids in being able to adjust the car. You don't have to account for a tailwind or a headwind as the day progresses, at least so far not yet. Mother Nature's been known to stir things up in the middle of the afternoon or early evening and give everybody a bit of a challenge. Marty Thacker and David Bronkowski, our first pair, getting rolled in up here underneath the tires. That means we're getting pretty darn close to getting ready to send our first pair down track. So if you haven't made your way yet to the grandstands, certainly invite you to do so, because we're about ready to turn these 540 and 530 and 520 second cars loose going down the racetrack. 260, 270 mile an hour shooters getting ready to come at us. All right, and boys and girls, as we get our first pair ready to go, would like to ask everybody to please rise for our invocation. Gentlemen, if you would, and thank you, sir. Boy, I tell you what, he stood up, grabbed his hat, and took it off immediately. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Gentlemen, if you would, remove your cap for our invocation, and please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. Lead us in our invocation today for Bracers for Christ, Glenn Kreider. And Glenn, if you would, please, sir, it is yours.
Thank you, Bob. Pray with me if you would. Almighty God, we come to you, thanking you for this great blessing and asking you to bless the racing here today at NHRA Beach Bend Park, Beach Bend Raceway Park. Lord, we ask your blessing on everything that's done. Lord, we also ask that you would look out for our country that we love dearly in a world that seems sometimes to have gone totally crazy. Lord, we pray that you would be with each one here, each person that's here as a fan and a participant, Lord, that your spirit would draw close to them. Thank you for who you are and all you've done to us and for us in our lives, in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
And if you would, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rugged red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Leanne. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Round number one. Alcohol dragster getting ready to come at it. Marty Thacker coming up on the left-hand side. David Bronkowski here in the right. Robinson, Illinois, home base for the Total Flow Products machine. Marty Thacker, Larry Hunsaker, and crew. Your number 5 qualifier in the left line. Two-time U.S. Nationals champ. multi-time divisional champion. And as we lead off competition, we've got a blown alcohol car for Marty Thacker. Methyl alcohol blower sitting up on top of the engine power plant, or the combination. David Brownkowski and crew, the Run and Hide Ranch sponsored car out of Cypress, Texas, over here on the right-hand side. You want to go hunting. You want to go on a hunt. You want to go where there's big whitetail. You want to go where there's all sorts of critters to get after. Get a hold of David and the guys. A Run and Hide Ranch down in the middle of Texas. Huge operation. Tremendous lodge you can live in. They'll take you out hunting each and every day. But right now it is all about injected nitromethane for power for the gang out of Texas. Brownkowski and crew. One shot at the racetrack yesterday, and they mustered up a 5:39 in qualifying to put them number 4. They've got lane choice over the former U.S. Nationals champ. Thacker bringing the RPMs up, cranking it up, and away we go. First pass, down track, hustling, bustling their way down the quarter mile, and David Brownkowski gets the win. 5:41, 262 for the crew. 5:51 for Marty Thacker and the gang. 261 miles an hour. Thacker had the better light, just could not run his number that he ran yesterday in qualifying. He was in the 540s twice yesterday. Slows up to a 550 today for Brownkowski and Andy Reichert and the rest of the gang out of Texas. It's a 5:41 lap, just a couple of ticks off of what they ran in qualifying. So albeit they had only one shot to get down the racetrack, they made it work. And when they made it work, they're able to come back and repeat. Now, they don't know that a 5:41 is going to be enough to get them the win in the next round. But they've got something to work with. They can tune from there. Crew guys head down track to fetch him. Our first semi-finalist now in the books, Ken Perry's machine, the Iceman, over on the left-hand side, the Budweiser lane. They're waiting to fire their car, another blown alcohol combination for the gang out of Markham, Ontario, Canada. Megan Meyer here on the right-hand side. The Racers Evolve team car. Former world champ Randy Meyer tuning the wrenches on his hot rod for his daughter. Megan, runner-up here a year ago. Megan currently number 2 in the points standings. Tremendous runs last weekend up in Brainerd, Minnesota. She is the quickest lady sportsman driver. She went 5:17.8 and 5:17.9 last weekend in the cool Minnesota air. Short, sweet burnout for Megan. 23-year young college grad, working with the family business and the family operations, and developing her own Racers Evolve program for female sportsman drivers. RandyMeyerRacing.com. Randy, a huge wrecker building operation, tow truck building operation, not only in Kansas City area, but now one down in Oklahoma as well, as the business just continues to expand. Megan, your number 2 qualifier, 5:36 on her one good lap down the racetrack. 5:46 for Ken Perry, the Iceman's car. As we said, out of Ontario, Canada, making the tow down. And again, an ejected car taking on a blown car, just as we had in the opening pair. Now, Megan, one good lap, a 5:36. Came up in the cool evening air last night. They tried to get aggressive. The car immediately jumped up on the tires, smoked them. She coasted through 19 seconds later. Let's see what they've got in it right now. .564 the win for Ken Perry, and Megan Meyer's machine once again jumped straight up on the tires at the hit of the throttle. So where they got after it last night, got a little aggressive to see what they could do with numbers. Thinking that today might be a little bit warmer, a little bit toastier, and they would back it down some. I'm sure they did, but the results weren't near what they needed. And Ken Perry eases on into the semifinals, 564-1 at 238 miles an hour. And for Megan, the runner-up here a year ago, got to be feeling a little disconsolate and not being able to get down the racetrack here in the opening rounds of eliminations. And as we said, she came in sitting number 2 in the national point standing. Those of you in need of fuel, want to let you know that the fuel station will be closing at 2 o'clock. Gives you about an hour and a half to make your way over to the fuel station. Fuel station will be closing at 2 o'clock. If you're in need, come and get you some. Fuel station open until 2. All right, here comes Miss Mia Tedesco. Number 1 qualifier, last couple of events. Coming off the win in Columbus. Strong running car of late, good showing up in Brainerd, Minnesota. Mia, though, uncharacteristically, qualifying down in the bottom half of the field this weekend. Number 6 qualifier, driving the CarsProtectionPlus.com machine, tuned by Dave Harada. Robin Samsel, the Indiana-based runner. Robin and Tony and the rest of the gang. The NGK, Justice Brothers, Lucas Oil Gang, 538 and qualifying. A pair of injected nitro cars. Getting ready to duke it out now. Robin Sampson, Mia Tedesco battling it out to see which one goes to the final 4 to run Ken Perry's machine. The Iceman laying down the 564 lap. Right now, the racetrack pretty evenly matched lane to lane. Lane choice right now doesn't seem to be a big issue. Robin Samsel's crew motioning him forward. Checking the wheelie bar in the back of the car, make sure it's set where it wants to be. Got Robin up, Mia on the left-hand side. Mia currently number 6 in the national point standings coming into the race weekend. And we saw number 2 just bow out in the opening round. What's Robin got for Mia? Oh, both of them blistering the tires. Who's going to recover? Who's going to be able to get it down the racetrack? It's going to be Robin Samsel in a pedal fest. And oh my goodness, talk about getting off the line. Robin got off the line first, able to get just a little bit of momentum going. Mia up in smoke immediately, but then she looks over and sees Samsel's car in distress, smoke billowing off the back of tires of the car. She gets back on it. Samsel off the throttle, steps back into it to see what he can do. And in and out of the throttle, up and down on the tires, smoke billowing off the back of both machines. And Samsel, a blistering 732 lap. You think he wasn't still trying hard at the other end? 245 miles an hour. I would like to see the graph. How many times was he on and off of the throttle? How many times was Mia on and off of the throttle? So number 2 out in the opening round. Number 6 out in the opening round. Got to make our number 10 man in the points chase go, uh-oh, what's in it for me? Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Stockers, come on down. Round number 2. It's your turn. Come play. Stock Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Stockers, need you, want you, gots to have you. Come on down. Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Needs you to the staging lanes, please. Check it out the top end of the racetrack after the pedal fest between Mia and Robin. Wow, how crazy was that, huh? Woo, haven't seen a good pedal fest like that in a long time. The only problem with a good pedal fest like that and being the announcer is you're sitting right behind them and you can't see them for the smoke. I was able to keep just enough of an eye on them as they were both in and out of the throttle, up and down on the tires. Smoke billowing off the back of both of the machines. Both drivers doing their darn best to get down the racetrack. Samsel, I'm telling you, that 245-mile-an-hour terminal velocity down there at the end of the Jegs lane, he was not waiting on Mia to come back around him. What about to happen? So top ends, they say, is clear. Here comes our final pair. Jared Dreher and Josh Hart. Now, the interesting thing is Jared Dreher did not qualify for the 8-car show. He was actually your number 9 qualifier at a 5:58. Brandon Boer qualified in the number 8 spot and should be running your number 1 qualifier. Brandon's car yesterday went kaboom, and the boys and girls in the Boer race camp not able to get the car repaired. So Jared comes back to fill in the alternate position. So Jared Dreher, number 1 qualifier at 3 of our 5 events this year. Not making the show here this weekend, has a chance for redemption. What's he got to do? Take out your number 1 qualifier, Josh Hart. Josh, who's been on a hot streak of late. Runner-up in Epping, New Hampshire at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event there. Taking the win in Atco, New Jersey just a few weeks back at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event there. Looking to see if he can claim another one here in the Bluegrass State. Josh came out, laid down back-to-back 5:30 and 5:31 laps. You want to talk about a bad hot rod? That Advanced Auto Parts machine out of Bernie's Speed Shop there on the left-hand side of the racetrack certainly fits the bill right now. But as we've seen with Mia's car, Robin's car, Megan's car, getting down the racetrack right now is going to be a little tricky. Josh Hart, Gene Gallant, and all the rest of the gang taking on Jared and Randy Dreher. Here we go. Jared out of the gate first. A little bit of a bobble. Back into the throttle, top end. Oh, Josh, 5:33 at 268 miles an hour. Those of you sitting in the grandstands, you saw Jared's car move first. Josh Hart dead late out of the gate. The only thing that happened for Josh correctly on that run was Jared Dreher's car slowing up to a 5:79. 5:33, 268, but Josh Hart, his reaction time, boys and girls, started with a 2. Jared Dreher was 0:52 on the tree. Talk about slamming the door, leaving the starting line. Only problem was Josh was able to stick his right foot out, kick the door back open, and drive by on the other end. 5:33, 268 miles an hour. Josh Hart, your number 1 qualifier and number 10 in the championship chase, moves on to the semifinals. And Hart, with that 5:33.2, best lap in eliminations, he'll have lane choice over David Brownkowski in the semifinals of Alcohol Dragster. Ken Perry, Robin Samsel going to duke it out, and the Iceman with what would normally be considered a well-off pace 5:64 is going to have lane choice over Samsel's on and off the throttle 7-second run. Andy Bowl, your number 1 qualifier. 5 cars rolling into Bleach Bend Raceway Park this weekend to compete in our alcohol funny car category. I'll admit that it is a small show of alcohol funny cars here this weekend. We've got some good ones getting ready to do battle. Andy Bowl, by virtue of his number 1 qualifying, 565 in the total flow. Edmund Headers, Competition Products, Chevrolet Camaro is going to get the bye run. 5 cars, number 1 gets the bye. He's into the semifinals. Bowl right now just looking to get a good lap down. Red is 565 over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. So they'll put their run down, take it back, and get ready for the semi. Right now they want lane joint. A little bit of a warm racetrack, pretty straight and true going down the quarter mile, 568. 260 miles an hour, just 300ths and 1 mile an hour off of their qualifying run. So good lap for Andrew. 568.3, 260 miles an hour. So they're now set for the semifinals, where they will run either Ray Drew or Chris Foster. Really interesting pair, if you will, in the opening round of Alcohol Funny Car is this one. Rob Feister and Dan Pomponio with 5 cars for the opening round of eliminations. If you do the math, you're going to have 3 cars left after the first round. Somebody gets a free ride in the next round, a bye run in the next round, and that'll put them automatically into the final round. Well, guess what? A round win here is good for 2. Dan Pomponio, the runner out of New Jersey, on a Phonic friction machine, the Chevy Monte Carlo bodied car over here on the right-hand side. Your number 2 qualifier with a 574. Getting ready to take on the champion Chevrolet Camaro bodied entry of Rob Feister out of Kentucky. They're on the left-hand side. Sweetheart of a race car for the champion Chevrolet folks. Rob, your number 5 qualifier. Problems getting her down the racetrack. Best run a 631. Now, the interesting thing about that 631 lap is it gave him some good numbers to tune from, choose from, make adjustments from. And all they got to do right now is come out, the champion Chevrolet, and drive to go from A to B as quickly and as rapidly as they can. And Pomponio messes up, red lights, moves around in the groove, loses a cylinder, bangs a blower. Steering wheel comes off in his hand. Don't laugh, it's happened. All sorts of things right now could happen to your number 2 qualifier. Don't wish any bad luck on anybody. Rob Feister and crew says right now, hey, we got a hold of our lucky rabbit's foot. Let me tell you. Feister and the gang out of Crestwood, Kentucky. Hometown runners, if you will. Taking on them East Coast boys. Pomponio, Dan and Danny, junior and senior. Funny gang. Bonnie Crick. RPM's up. Here we go. Wow. There for the taking. 641, 248 miles an hour. Looks like Rob Feister's car came off the line, had a good launch, and then went silent. Don't know what happened. Can't tell from here. But if Robin been able to get back on that throttle at all, certainly could have chased down Dan. Like we said, you bobble, you make a mistake. Car moves around, gets up on the tires a little bit, slows up. Pomponio runs 6:41 at 2:48, 7/10 off of what they ran in qualifying. And they went back-to-back 570s. So all you can say there is, looks like Dan's Lucky Rabbit's foot a little bit better than Rob's. 6:41.0 gives Pomponio the bye run in the semifinals. He will be into the final round. Question is, will he run Andrew Bowl, Chris Foster, or Ray Drew? Foster and Drew, both top 5 finishers in the division points battle a year ago. Duking it out on the regional tour again this year. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. If you're not there yet, Stock Eliminator, round number 2. Needing you to the staging lanes, please. Ray Drew and gang, the runners out of Hales Corner, Wisconsin. To see what they can do. They roll into the event number 4 in the North Central Region Alcohol Funny Car Championship chase. Everybody chasing Scott McVeigh and Chris Foster. Foster number 2 in the North Central Region points chase. Scott McVeigh not here this weekend. I'm sure we'll see him probably over in Noble, Oklahoma. First weekend in October, if we don't see him anywhere else. Right now, it's all about Foster and Drew, who's going to take on Andrew Bowl in that next round. Andrew's number 6 in the points chase. Drew's number 4. Foster's number 2. Pretty good battles going on here this weekend. See who can claim the North Central Region Alcohol Funny Car Championship when all is said and done. Foster number 4, Drew number 3. Pretty good matchup. Look at that. 7:43. Chris Foster. Whew. Man alive, we did it again. 8:10 at 129 for Ray Drew. Drew came off the line. He had the better light. Foster was second. Car jumped up on the tires. Chris looks over, sees Ray Drew's car slowing down. He's like, oh, wait a minute. We can get back in this thing. Got back on the throttle. Oops. It wasn't quite settled down enough yet. Ray Drew back into the throttle. Oops. Wasn't quite settled down enough yet. Foster legging it out, getting back into it. 7:43, 173 miles an hour. And Ray Drew's car goes 8:10 at 129. So Foster on another pedal fest here in the opening round of eliminations gets the win. Foster comes back, obviously the 7:43. Going to give up lane choice to Andrew Bowl, but hey, Foster says, I'll take it. I'll take it. Just get me into the next round. Whew. That's what you call the driver earning his keep right there. 7:43, 173 miles an hour, legging it out, sticking it out, staying with it until he got to the finish line stripe and able to take home the W and move to the semifinals. Wowza. Stock Eliminator. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. You guys going to have a heck of an act to follow behind Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car. Man, I'm telling you. Great side-by-side competition and absolutely incredible pedal fest. Not only in the dragsters, but in the funny cars as well. Crazy stuff there, folks. Glad you're here to see it. Whew. Those of you listening in on D3 TV as you're driving down the highway, all I can tell you is Keep it between the stripes. Don't get carried away. Wow. Crazy stuff. Foster and Drew. Sampson. Tedesco. Wild and wacky. Stock Eliminator, round number 2, getting ready to come out of the staging lanes. Little starting line prep before we continue on. Race day, Sunday, here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. All right, little prep taken care of there on the racetrack. Looks like we're ready to go. Our stocker drivers getting suited up, buckled up, and getting ready to roll around the corner and onto the quarter mile here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. Got to tell y'all, everybody out there in the grandstands, you have a very unique experience. I get to travel a lot around the country, visit a lot of racetracks, get to call a lot of races. Been doing it for a number of years. But here at Beach Bend, you've got the canopies over you and the sound of the alcohol dragsters and funny cars going down the racetrack just kind of reverberating inside the grandstands there underneath the canopies. It gives you a very unique experience that there are only like 2 other tracks in the country that you can experience at. Everybody else sits out in the sunshine, no canopy over the top of them. And I got to tell you, it's a very unique opportunity, and you really need to feel kind of blessed for being able to be here. A, the canopies keep the sun off of you, but B, it gives you a unique audio experience in listening to the cars going down the racetrack as well. Tip of the cap to Dallas Jones and everybody here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. Many of the tracks across the country have removed the canopies over the grandstands, but Dallas and family keep them here. Hey, it provides a little bit of comfort, and like I said, a little audio experience for you as well. Those of you that have traveled around the country and been to some of the bigger racetracks and know the grandstands are open, I think you'll agree with me. It is a unique experience here and a very memorable experience here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. And for those of you that came out today to spectate, on behalf of Dallas Jones and the family that owns Beach Bend Raceway Park, we want to say thank you very much for coming out. Hope you're having a good time. I tell you what, that first round alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car, whew, pretty crazy stuff. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, because, well, I did. All right, Stockers getting ready to come up next. Got about 55 cars left if numbers serve correctly. Going to whittle it down in half one more time. Stock Eliminator. Little V6s, big V8s, stick shift. A lot of stick shift cars here in Division III competition. A lot of stick cars. David McGee, little in-stock automatic Malibu wagon. Getting ready to come up now. Little 305 V8, carbureted V8 over there on the left-hand side. Leonard Mattingly, 2000 Pontiac Formula Firebird LS1. Fuel injected aluminum motor over here on the right-hand side. Mattingly dialed in 1038. McGee dialed in 1262. We get ready to whittle the field down one more time. There goes David. Here comes Leonard. Had to sit and wait patiently. He may have been just a bit too patient, and he was. 1050 on a 38. Mattingly out of here. 1266 by McGee, had the better right light, runs closer to the number, gets the win at 100 miles an hour in the wagon. Gets to come back. How about late model factory horsepower, huh? Randy Payne owned, Jeff Harrington driven, Cobra Jet. The factory stock E-Runner out of Georgia in the left lane. Dan Condon's back. Ooh, looks like Harrington may have had a little bit of trouble there on the starting line. Condon looking over his shoulder saying, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Condon goes 1060 on his 1059. Whoa, that was almost too quick. Whew. Took the stripe by 8/10, comes close to breaking out by just thousandths of a second. Harrington, 1119. Runner-up effort in that pair. Here's Jim Watson, a little 6-cylinder powered, 63 Chevy Nova. 1498 the dial, 1140 the dial for Ryan Rudrick. 340 cubic inch, 70 Plymouth Duster. Neat street car back in the days. Now they make excellent race cars. Here at NHRA stock eliminator action. Rudrick dialed in 1140. So a 3.5 second handicap start. A little first generation Chevy 2 for the runner out of Greenbrier. Down in the Volunteer State of Tennessee. 6-cylinder goes first. V8's going to be giving chase. Handicap racing at its finest. There's the 6. Rudrick waiting patiently. Did he wait too patiently? Saw that happen just moments ago with the Pontiac. Watson looking out over his shoulder, trying to judge the closing rate of the Mopar car. 1495 by Watson on a 1498 comes up too quick. Ryan Rudrick gets the win in the Duster. 1142 on the 1140. And moves on to round number 3. Here's Mike Welfel. Stick shift, Chevy 2. Taking on Jason Clark's automatic 327 66 Chevelle. A little bit bigger, a little bit heavier Chevelle. Gets to go first. 1193 the dial for Clark. 20 the dial for Welfel. Winds up that 327. Spins the motor up, dumps the clutch. Grabbing gears, shoves it into high by half track. Now starts closing in, top end, doesn't get him. 21 on a 20 by Welfel. Jason Clark goes dead on 2. It was 17 on the tree. Had a 19 thousandths package. Mike just wasn't able to get around it. He had a great run himself. Just wrong place, wrong time with those numbers. Steve Sullivan, your number 4 qualifier, the 302 Mustang. And Covell off and running in the Dodge Dakota, as we call Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes, please. Covell chasing down your number 4 qualifier. Doesn't chase him down hard enough. 1207. Sullivan gets the win in the Mustang at 104. 1186 by Covell comes up short by 43 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Rick Cummings rolls in. The C5 Corvette for the family out of Louisiana. LS powered. C5 dialed in 1065. Tom Russell. LT1 powered. 98 Camaro 4-speed hot rod out of Ohio. We're on the right-hand side at a 1036 dial. So Cummings in the Corvette. Get a bit of a handicap start. There goes Fred. Here comes Tommy. Super Gas, need you to lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to the staging lanes, please. Russell a little bit better out of the gate. Russell a little bit better at the stripe. 1060, 122. 1088 on a 1065 by Cummins. Slowing up at the other end. You let Tommy have the stripe. Tommy took it. So I'm going to take it and run with it. Here's Scotty Richardson taking on Marissa Hammond. Big handicap start. 9-second dial for the Cobra Jet Mustang. 1222 the dial for the little 305 Camaro. That Camaro's going to be off and running. Scotty's got to sit and wait and wait. About 3 Mississippis. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. Away he goes. All right, Richardson trying to reel in that Camaro. Cobra Jet closing in, top end, coming, got her. Dead on with a 9. 9:09 with a 9. Beats a 12:22 with a 0 on a 12:22. 17 thousandths difference off the starting line. 8 thousandths difference at the finish line. Marissa was dead on the dial. Gave up just a little bit too much on the starting line. Whew. And you say close? I knew you could. Brian Rogers, first generation Camaro right side. 71 Corvette, big block left lane for Wade Owens, 1065 and a 1080. I'm going to say somebody dumped in the clutch down there. 1088 by Wade. Brian Rogers' machine slows up to a 1309 lap at 70 miles an hour. How about that run with Scotty and Marissa? Zoomers, dead on with a 9, dead on with a 0, 17 difference on the starting line reaction times, 8,000 difference at the finish line. Whew. Little prep work down on the starting line before we bring out the next pair, Adam Davis and Larry Hill. Larry driving the AARP CUDA. You're sitting to yourself thinking, no, they didn't have an AARP CUDA. They had an AAR CUDA. You're right, they did. In Larry's case, he's 66 years old and a card-carrying member of AARP. So he has an AARP CUDA. It's the pink one over here on the right-hand side. Not like you'd, expect that yellow thing over there to be a CUDA, but hey, just for those of you that may not be astute on your older model race cars. Adam Davis, your defending champ, won it all here a year ago in that Pontiac Formula. 455 combination. Davis has got it dialed in, 1117. Hill dialed in at a 1023, so the 440 AARP CUDA going to be giving chase. Going to be trying to look through that big, thick C-pillar on that Firebird going, where's the CUDA? Where's the CUDA? Adam's in. Larry's in. There goes Adam. Here comes Larry. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. This is going to be a fun one. Yes, indeedy. Dead even out of the gate win line. 21 to Davis on a 17. 29 by Larry on a 24, 25 thousandths of a second difference down at the other end of the racetrack. Both of them with identical 24 thousandths of a second reaction time. And the AARP CUDA now has lane choice on I-65 northbound. Gary Robillard up another one of the drag pack challengers in competition this weekend. Like Dipsy Pindar. Tommy Rambo, 327, G-Stock automatic Camaro. Rambo at 1123. Here comes Robillard, closing, got him, 94 at 112. Takes the stripe and the win by 9 thousandths of a second. Rambo goes 27 on his 23. Gary had the better light. Parlays it into the win down at the other end of the racetrack, and Dipsy shakes his head, yes, I'll take it. Amy Falk and Ricky Winchester. Amy driving the Camaro left side. Another LS1 powered race machine. Still on the GM assembly line, and Ricky Winchester. Yeah, finished business. 150, 72 Corvette. Beautiful hot rod for the runner out at West Chester, Ohio. Red light by Amy. 20 foul, too quick out of the gate. Amy gives it away and runs 43 on a 41, 25. Winchester dead on, 11:24.5 on his 11:24 dial. How about this pair? Huh? Andrew Hill taking on Drew Whalen. Two good drivers, two good race cars. The Lucas Oil Firebird for Whalen. Out of Illinois, 1085 the dial. Andrew Hill in his Camaro. I love that Camaro. Beautiful car. Dialed in 1081. It's going to be a pick-em race. Out of the gate they go. Front end up, front end down. Andrew looking for a little luck of the Irish. See what he can do. Top end, winner picker says give it to Andrew. 1082 on a 1081. 1082.7 by Drew. Got down there, took the stripe. It runs 82.7 on an 85 dial. Drew Whalen will be headed north to Indianapolis here shortly. Andrew Hill gets to stick around and at least play one more time in round number 3. Jennifer McCormick up the McCormick Motorsports. Dodge Dakota, right side. 360 combination in the 2003 Dakota. 1179 the dial for the Dodge. Ben Wenzel Sr. Ben Wenzel. One more year and he can go back to Indy. In 2017, driving the car that he won with in 1967. That is a low mileage, one owner, original 28, 302 4-speed Camaro. I want to talk about a piece of history. Rolling down the racetrack right now in the Bud Lane. Wenzel motors through 61 at 124. Jennifer lit the red bulb back here on this end, so Ben gets to play at least 2 through round number 3. Jennifer's day is done. They can load that one into the box and head north. Buddy Hughes, little K-stock automatic entry, 66 Nova out of Louisville. Butter yellow machine on the right-hand side, taking on Ricky Clark's 396 D-stock automatic. 69 Nova there in the left hand. 1175 the dial for Buddy. 1103 the dial for Ricky. There's Buddy. Here's Ricky. Here's Ricky. He gets the win. 1110 and 115. 5 foul. Margin of victory at the finish line stripe. Buddy ran a little bit better number against his dial. Ricky had the better reaction time. Big numbers and the little numbers, put them all together. 5 thousandths of a second difference between the two. Brett Spear, 402 cubic inch, big block Chevy Nova right side. 350 cubic inch, small block Chevy Nova left lane for Chuck Bellinger. Chuck, left side. Trying to hold off the charge of the big block, gets it done, 11:15. 114 miles an hour, Spear. 10:57. Chuck was 16 on the tree. Spear was 41. Bellinger put it all together, takes the stripe, and the win by 12 thousandths of a second over Spear's big block. Wow. Third generation Novas down track side by side. Here comes first generation Camaros side by side. Ryan Richardson right lane, 350 in the 69 edition. Gail Pinkston left side, 327 in the 67 edition. Gail down in, 1146. Ryan on the 1175 number to Jags lane. Ryan goes first. Here comes Gail. This will be an interesting one. Much pick them off the starting line. Win light's going to go to Richardson. 80 on a 75. 53 on a 46. Gail turned him loose right at the stripe. Ryan says 9 thousandths of a second is enough to take the win. I'll do it. Russ Spear just saw Brett go down in round number 2. Now Dad's got to see what he can do with his Minnesota-based Camaro. It's that little V6 of Ronnie Charnes. Yaha. 200 cubic. Oh, and Charge goes red. Can't hold it on the line. Rust gets the automatic victory. Getting ready to tell you about Charge. 1490 dial, 200 cubic inch V6 Malibu. Runner out of Mississippi. He's going to have to move on to another race, so I can tell you on another day. Spear goes through 1169 at 111 miles an hour. He'll be back for round number 3. Brett just became his crew chief here at Stock Eliminator. Vern Buchanan taking on Joey Martin. 396, 4-speed Camaro. For the runner out of Ohio here on the right-hand side. Joe dialed in 1028. Vern dialed in 1125. Little 351 edition. 73 Mustang. They call those the Mustang Grandes. Ooh, Vern got problems. Like the car hiccuped a little bit off the starting line. Is that going to be enough for Joe? I do believe so. Joe passing him up at the 1,000-foot mark. Joe gets the win, 10:48 at 117. Bird slows up to an 11:91. I don't know what that was leaving the starting line, but the car just wasn't a real happy camper as it rolled away from this end of the racetrack. Brian Phillips, 400 cubic inch Pontiac. Beautiful car out of Jonesboro, Georgia. Phillips Racing Class. D-Stock automatic Pontiac, 11 flat to die. Mike Morris, B-Stock automatic. Another LS powered Poncho. Dialed in 1102. Brian's got problems. He slows. Mike Morris is going to cruise on through, 1163 at 89 miles an hour. He slows. But he'll get him down and get the win. And Morris, in the immortal words of the Terminator, will be back. Aaron Ellison taking on Kevin Helms. Wow. Aaron's day's been a tough one. Kevin Helms, your 4-time and reigning national champion in Stock Eliminator. Taking on young Aaron Ellison, who wants to be the division champ this year. Ellison rolls in. That is a stick shift LS powered Pontiac. Helms driving the 426 drag pack challenge. There goes Aaron. Here comes Kevin. Wheels up, wheels down. Ellison out in the opening round of Super Stock early this morning. Now he's got to take on the champ here in round number 2, and well, that didn't work out so well either. 916 by Helms at 132. 1050 on a 1039 by Ellison at 127. Ellison's season in the 2016 D3 Stock Eliminator competition, at least on in-division races, just came to a conclusion. How about Sheila Mae Holt? Up from Houston, Texas, wheeling that stick shift, 327, 66 Chevy 2. Her opening run yesterday, she won by 28 ten-thousandths of a second. See what she can do for fellow Texan, James Carter out of Forney. Carter on the right side, 1099, Sheila Mae. The chick with the stick. That's what, 327 4-speed. Lupe Tortillas, Mexican restaurant and cantina on the side of the car. Sheila rolls in. 61 to dial. Sheila's away. Carter's away. Sheila working her way through the gearbox, trying to chase down James. James had the handicap start. Sheila may have given him a little bit too much. Yep, double breakout win. Go to Carter. 1097. On a 1099, 1059 by Sheila. True margin of victory down there, 0.003 of a second. So she wins yesterday by 28 ten-thousandths. She loses today by 34 ten-thousandths. Phew. That's some close stuff. Super Gas, if you're not in the lanes yet, you're tardy, you're late, you're MIA, you're AWOL. Let's see, what else can I say? Well, you know, you could say that. Super gas, if you're not in the lanes, you're an up and unsanitary tributary without means of motivation. There is a way to clean it up, isn't there? A guy over the stand saying, what did he just say? Sorry, I can't repeat. There are children present. Houston Rakes and Chris Butcher waiting a little prep out there on the starting line, a little rosin going down, a little sticky stuff going down before we finish up. Round number 2, stock eliminator, coming at you. "16-year-old Houston Rakes." Over on the left-hand side. Houston rolled in here back in May for the Jegs Sports National. A little bit, if you will, unconventional B-stock automatic, 454 Chevelle. Young man had raced on the quarter mile 0 times in his life. He was an experienced 8th mile racer. Rolled into the Jegs Sports Nationals and rolled out with a copper-colored wallet. Was your champ. Right now he's got to get around Chris Butcher. Runner out of Burlington, Massachusetts, over here on the right-hand side. I'm telling you folks, we got races from all over the country. Race gets another win. His win streak now, let's see, he went 7 rounds in May. 9 rounds of competition. The 16-year-old driver has won. He's got to be thinking it's pretty easy stuff. In 67 at 122 by Houston. 11:42 after Chris Butcher goes red. Now it's Donnie Beeler and Bob Robbins. Robbins up another one of the Malibu wagons. Maybe I need to introduce Houston Rakes to Dan Fletcher. Let Houston give Dan a few pointers. Houston's making it look easy. Look, Dan's got a pretty good accolade behind him. I mean, he's got, right at 100 National League wins. Dan will tell you, it ain't easy out here. Double breakout win goes to Beeler. 1095 at 120, 1252 by Robbins. 8 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory for Donnie down at the other end, as both drivers running under their number. Nick Ryder and Slate Cummings roll in now. We saw Britt come up earlier in his Mosier Engineering C5 Corvette. Here's brother Slate, a.k.a. Baby Gap, over here on the right-hand side. By the way, you want to say congratulations to Slate's wife, Patty, competing in an event down in the South here not too long ago, taking home the championship. We want to congratulate her as well. Nick Ryder, D-stock automatic, 440 Charger. Slate whopping the throttle, going down the racetrack, gets the win, 1061 at 112. Ryder off pace at 1102 in his 1077. 21 mile an hour run, so Slate gets to come back and play. Jeff Taylor and Brad Ford, drag pack challenger, this time JT, the engine builder. Jeff Taylor Performance Engines out of Sellersburg, Indiana. 426 challenge. Brad Ford's 396, Camaro on the left lane. 1097 the dial, 964 for JT over the right-hand side, Jegs lane. Ford, 23. Chase down that 396 big block. Rat motor really starting to breathe down the other end. JT going to have enough room? Yes. Wow, 1095.5 on a 1097. Ford breaks out by just that much, 966. Taylor gets the win, and Danny Bird E-Stick. 327, 4-speed Chevy 2, a.k.a. the Junkyard Dog. Southern Missouri-based runner out of Sykeston. We're on Interstate 55. It's the competition, or he has the official bye run this round. He was your number 2 qualifier. As we roll on, it looks like we've got some competition buys here for round number 2 faring in as well. Jeff Touton should be taking on Eric Compolito. We saw the Caprice go down track yesterday. It was across the finish line. Disappeared in a cloud of smoke, and well, that's all, folks. Compolito's Caprice not able to answer the bell for round number 2. So Jeff Touton, former U.S. Nationals champion in the Southland Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep dealership sponsored machine. By the way, I want to say congrats to Jeff. Picked up a very rare President's Award from everybody at Fiat Chrysler. Long-time commitment to the Mopar brand. That's a Challenger dealer down in Houma, Louisiana for a long time. Long-time Mopar racer as well. 11:01 at 120 miles an hour. So Jeff, the President's Award, he picked that up out at the Mopar Parts Mile High National back in the, middle of July. Big award for Jeff. Longtime campaigner. Gets to sit down with some of the big wigs in Michigan when they start talking about hot rod Mopar cars. Got a heads up iStock automatic pair coming up next. Kenny Stott should be taking on Jimmy Marshall. The cars are both here. All of a sudden, Kenny Stott's car got issues. Doesn't want to start. Jim Marshall sits and waits patiently. Well, whatever it was, they got Kenny Stott's car to start. Now just don't shut it off. Heads up, iStock automatic. Boy, this is where it gets interesting. You take out the oil, you put in the special oil. You cool down the engine, you chill it. Build just enough heat in it to get it to do what it wants to do. You've seen these cars sometimes get cooled so well, they just don't want to start back up. May have been what happened to Kenny Stott's machine. But all sorts of interesting scenarios take place on a heads-up run. And for Jim Marshall and Ken Stott, it's exactly what this pair is. iStock automatic. Doesn't matter what you run. First one to the finish line is a winner. Marshall, 77 Nova right side, out of Indian Land, South Carolina. A red light start by Marshall. He had the quicker of the two cars on paper. Jim and Pam, number 11 on the qualifying sheet, but Kenny Stott gets the freebie. 23 thou, too quick by Jim Marshall. And attention in the pits, if you would, please. Attention in the pits. Spitzer race car, top dragster, round number 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Spitzer race car, top dragster, round number 2. Needs you to the staging lanes, please. Right now, while I'm thinking about it, if you own a Nissan, I want you to reach for your keys. All right, you've got a Nissan and you've got yours. Okay. You've got a Nissan and you, you don't have your keys? I know where your keys are. Come see me in the tower. You own a Nissan and don't have your car keys? I got them. Warren Evans going to sit in, tell you all about Super Gas. I'm going to go back to being the production supervisor for D3 TV. I think it's fun.
Here's Derek Denny. Jeremy Jensen coming at you right now. Four-tenths Pro Tree, 990 on the midboard. Here they go. Jensen and Denny, a pair of Tennessee runners headed down track. Looking for 53 to come back. Which one comes back? A pair of 989 fives. Side by side, dual breakout, better light for Jensen. He'll be back. Bitsy Sadderly up now. Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. The machinist. 69 Camaro. Inside Swan. Mooresville, Indiana. A little orange Opel GT. Sis off and running. How about that? 5,000s package for Sis. Janice Swan, 004 on the tree, 990 with a 1 at the big end at 151. She is definitely dialed in. Sadderly, 994 and out of here. Al Walker comes up now, the runner out of Lawrenceville, Georgia. 74 Trans Am. Alongside Tom Diamond, Dublin, Ohio, for Armor Paving and Sealing. He'll get ahead for the trailer and make an early afternoon out of it as he goes red. Al Walker, your winner. 988 for Walker, 142 for the speed. Walker moves on to round number 3. Tom Diamond, red light start, 985 at 159. Roger Bishop comes up now, little Monza out of Mooresville, Indiana. 75 Monza left side. Right side, the GTO, piloted by Matt Tankersley out of Prospect, Tennessee. This sounds like missile defense. Thank you for your service. Dual breakout win, 988 for Matt Tankersley at 151. He's your winner. Roger Bishop, 400, 986, 147. Skip Walls comes up now for Low Car. The Pontiac GXP. Big block Chevy Power, left side. Alongside Don Anderson from Twin Falls, Idaho. The Don Anderson Construction Don Davis built Corvette. Triple nickel bow tie power out in front of the driver. This is round number 2. 53 racers should still be in, and we'll whittle them down one by one. Anderson and Walls headed down track. Left side, right side, right side. Dead on 9,900. 990 with an O, 162 for Don Anderson. For Skip Walls, 400, 986. So Anderson gets to hang around for round number 3. One of these two will as well. Either Pat Martin, left side out of London, Ohio, for Armor Paving and Sealing, the Don Davis built Roadster, or Jacob Elrod, the champ, right side, carrying that big number 1, Super Gas World Champion out of Harrod, Ohio, for Mosier, Abruzzi, K&N, and Hoosier. And winner yesterday picked up the Happy Gilmore check, $5,000 for winning the Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Roadsters side by side. Will it be Martin or Elrod? Both of them got a chance. My gosh, 989.8 for Pat Martin on the double breakout. He's 989. Elrod 988. They were 020 and 019 on the tree. So decided at the finish line, Martin on the double breakout. Devin Eisenhower comes up now. The Camaro Roadster left side out of Lebanon, Indiana. Alongside Mike Jerusik. Jerusik out of Elyria, Ohio. Electrical contractor. Both of them hopping off the starting line. Camaro or Corvette. Eisenhower makes a little wiggle down there. takes the win, 996 for Mike Jerusik at 159. He is your winner. He was 007 on the tree. Eisenhower 993, but gave it up at the starting line. Jerusik, your winner. Kenny Threat, Coy Collier coming up now. Threat out of Division II, Springfield, Tennessee, the home base. 63 Corvette Roadster left side. Coy Collier, Benton, Louisiana. 68 Camaro right side for the Division IV runner. Another double breakout. Collier, 2-2 quick, 988, good enough for the win at 153 for the speed. Kenny Threat, 985, 5 under at 156. Cool hand, Luke Bogacki, left side of the track. Former world champion in the category. Carterville, Illinois, the home base. The 63 Corvette for Cool Hand Luke. Alongside George Warren. How about that good-looking 68 Ford Mustang GT? Fastback with 428 Ford power under the hood. Attention in the pit area. Spitzer, top dragster to the lanes. Spitzer, top dragster to the lanes. Cool Hand Luke, dead on with an 8. 990 with an 8 at 145. George Warren, 2 over 992, not close enough. Roger Warren out of Jacksonville, Texas. 63 Corvette left side. Alongside Eddie Arnold from Salon, Ohio. For APD and Arnold Engineering, the 92 Cutlass. He'll pull up Jegs.com lane. Once again, Spitzer, top dragster to the lanes. Spitzer, top dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Arnold and Warren headed down track. The Corvette Roadster, full-body Cutlass. The Roadster getting the job done. There's a 10-pack for you. 003 on the tree, dead on with a 7 at the finish line. Roger Warren, 10th out from perfect. For Eddie Arnold, his day is done, 991. Jeff Reed, Batavia, Ohio. The telephone man, left side, and a 63 Corvette. What a unique combination. Rockhouse, alongside his Corvette. Spitzer, top dragster to the lanes. Spitzer, top dragster to the lanes. Rock Haas, dead on with a 1. 990 with a 1 at 152. He's your winner, Jeff Reed. Broke out trying to catch him, 989 at 154. Dan Childs up now. 33 Ford Roadster, Ford power. Blue Oval motivation left side out of Van Wert, Ohio. Alongside racing Jason Lynch from Pleasant View, Tennessee. For Cars Protection Plus, he'll pull up over here on the right side of the track. It's a 1995 Cutlass. As they hustle down track, it's going to be racing Jason for the win. 20th out pack there. 016 on the tree, dead on with a 4 at 156. Picks up another win. Dwight Noost out of Couts, Indiana. The Pig Farmer's Delight, alongside Carl Root. Both of these two long-time Super Gas campaigners. Noost out of Couts, Indiana. Carl Root. Noost left before the tree was activated. Automatic red light for Carl Root. Not sure what happened there. 988 at 160. So no time for Noost. No time for you. Leonard Marshall, Orange, Virginia, the 63 Corvette. Little roadster left side alongside Steve Hoyt. Hoyt carrying one of them little digits. Number 5 in the world last year in the Super Gas category out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve and Jan, 63. Jan watching intently. Steve hustling down track. Leonard Marshall out in front by about a car length. Here comes Hoyt. Hoyt getting it done. Pushed him out the back door. Broke him out by 981. 900 at 154 for Marshall. Steve Hoyt picks up the round win. John Taylor out of Naples, Florida. 99 Dodge Dakota. Alongside the Pataskala Flash. Steve Eckert out of Pataskala, Ohio. 2001 Corvette Roadster. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. We need you to the lanes, please. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. We need you to the lanes. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. We need you to the lanes. Coming up now, it's Leo Zinda, Troy Coughlin Jr. Zinda out of Clinton Township, Michigan. Troy Coughlin Jr. out of Delaware, Ohio. Both of these racers qualified for the Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Super Gas, Coughlin, and Super Comp. TJ down track. Here comes Leo. The double breakout win going to TJ. Troy Coughlin Jr. 988.7 at 162. For Leo Zinda, 988.1 at 163. So by 0.06 of a second. Troy Coughlin Jr. picking up the double breakout win. Steve Collier coming up now. He is in law enforcement. He's from Benton, Louisiana. He's driving a 73 Vega. He's in the Budweiser lane. Alongside Larry Rodell. 27 Davis Roadster out of Evansville, Indiana. Looking up at the Jegs.com scoreboard. Collier getting it done. 993 at 157. Had a little room to work off the starting line. About 0.02 of a second. Taking out Rodell's quicker, but losing 992. Mark Sanders from Harrison, Ohio. The Cavalier left side alongside Rob Stiegel. Chevy 2 wagon right side out of Brentwood, Tennessee. Spitzer, Top Dragster. Broderick, Steve Smith, Top Sportsman. We need both of you to the staging lanes. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman to the lanes. Red light start for Sanders. Rob Stiegel, your automatic winner. Stiegel with a 998 at 138. For Sanders, 10:02 and done at 146. So once again, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman to the lanes. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman to the lanes. Tim Gillespie, little 33 Ford Roadster, left side of the track out of Xenia, Ohio. Pontiac power, alongside Jerry Duke out of Nashville, Tennessee. The Duke Brothers 96 Beretta. Finish line says it's Jerry Duke for the win, 991 at 149. Tim Gillespie, 995, 5 off at 146. Gillespie had the better light by a touch. Ronnie Lindsay, Matthews, Alabama, 64 Corvette, excuse me. Alongside Clint Lindsay from Montgomery, Alabama. Any relation? Yep, father and son. Clint says, well, I don't know what that was, because Clint was an hour and a half late at the starting line. Ronnie just threw it neutral down there about 1,000 feet. Clint picked up the round win, 10:08 at 1:32. Ronnie Lindsay, an 11-second pass over here in the left lane. Rocky Clark, Willard, Ohio, waits at the behind the water box. The 1990 Grand Prix, Chevy Power. He'll pull up in the Budweiser lane. A little touch up of the starting line right now. Waiting at the ready line, it's Don Gandy out of Columbia, Tennessee, the 82 Camaro IROC. If you want to go racing, it's for sale. Again, we need Spitzer, top dragster. Brodix, Steve Schmidt, top sportsman. To the lanes. Top dragster, top sportsman, to the lanes. Once again, if you have lost a set of Nissan keys, we have found a set of Nissan keys. If you come up here to the timing tower up on the second floor over to the announcer side of the tower, we do have a set of Nissan keys here in the tower. Rocky Clark, Don Gandy, fired and ready. Pulling in the water box right now. Clark, left side, Willard, Ohio, the Grand Prix. Gandy, right side, the IROC Z Camaro. Top dragster, top sportsman, to the lane. At the stripe, double breakout, Don Gandy for the win, 989 at 144. Rocky Clark, 600, 984 at 161. Here's Teddy Barlow out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. U.S. Army retired. Thank you for your service, sir. Ray Connolly alongside, number 6 in the world last year in Super Gas. I think we got half of the top 10 in Super Gas competing here today. Connolly out of Elyria, Ohio, the 63 Corvette. Is done for the day. Teddy Barlow gets the automatic win via the red light for Connolly. Barlow 989.6 for the win at 155. Connolly red light start 985.7 at 167. Val Harmon comes up now out of Luling, Louisiana. Project manager by trade alongside Mark Miles, a consultant from Flintstone, Georgia. They approach the 1320 mark. It's going to be another double breakout. 989 for Val Harmon at 159. Mark Miles, 988 at 152. Harmon, your winner, moving on to round 3. Ken Mostowich coming up now out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The Moss Fabrication 2012 Corvette Roadster. Alongside Terry Keddington from Bluffdale, Utah. The TK Racing 57 Corvette. Both of them would be eligible for the Long Hauler Award. Legendary Bowling Green, Terry Keddington. Probably pounding the steering wheel right now. 001 red, right side. He is done. Ken Mostowich, your winner, 988 at 164. Terry Keddington, red light start, also 988. Mia Tedesco comes up now. Miss Mia out of Pittsburgh, PA. Clicking off round wins and accumulating points, trying to work her way towards a national championship in Super Gas for Cars Protection Plus. She'll stage up alongside Cam Schmidt from Evansville, Indiana. Left-hand steer 27T Roadster. And another point, another round win for Miss Mia. Red light start for Cam Schmidt. Automatic win for Miss Mia. 10:54 at 125, saving the equipment down there at the finish line. 993 and done for Cam Schmidt. Freddie Martin pulls up now, left side. The retiree out of Ashland City, Tennessee. The Freddie Martin Racing 1980 Monza, alongside Edmund Richardson. Who is that guy? Greenbrier, Tennessee. Camaro Roadster, 604 bow tie power. Eddie and Freddie, side by side. Edmund Richardson for the win. 991.6 at 156. Well, let me tell you, Freddie Martin, 9,900 on the scoreboard. 990 with an O. Gave it up at the starting line to Edmund. He took advantage for the win. Your final car in the session, Kelly Keith out of Herndon, Kentucky. The farmer heading down track in his 34 Chevy Roadster. Free time pass here for him to get tuned up for round number 3. How about a 988.9 at 161? And that will do it for Super Gas. Coming up now, round number 2, 16 cars left in the Spitzer Top Dragster. The second quickest qualified field in Top Dragster history, only surpassed by the one that we did here last year. And to call all the action for you, the voice of Division 3 and Division 4 and Lucas Oil Drag Racing, Mr. Bob Unkefer.
Thank you, Warren. Wait a minute. Let me find that throw one more time. Thank you, Warren. Something about talking for 3 days straight kind of gets you to the point that, well, you wonder if there's really anything left in there. Top Dragster round number 2. Got 16 cars left. Going to whittle it down to our Elite 8. Going to do likewise in our top sportsman field. Cup Eliminator will be coming up right behind them as well. Jimmy Prevost and Bob Mandel going to lead us off. First of our 8 pair of cars. See which drivers can move on, which drivers are going to be headed north, or south, or east, or west. Majority of our competitors this weekend going to pull out onto I-65 and head north to Indy for the running of the Chevrolet Performance U.S. National. But right now, it's Jimmy Prevost left side, 642. The dial, and Bob Mandel right lane, 646. So that red line start by Bobby. Say good night, Bob. Bye, Bob. Prevost motors through 642, 208 miles an hour. That's good for the win. Dead on with a 414 on the 3. Prevost with an 18 thousandths package. Gets the win and moves on. Mandel a little quick out of the gate, lights the red bulb. At that point in time, he was just cruising down the boulevard. Kevin Brandon and Johnny Deakins. Johnny surviving that huge gift given to him in the opening round of eliminations. The systems designer, quick fuel technology, big 760 plus cubic inch Chevrolet over on the right hand side. Deakins like snoozing on the line. Car rattled. Then he couldn't get down the racetrack, and his competitor drives down in and breaks out. Here he goes, Johnny. Kevin Brandon left side. Johnny's like, not happening again. Deakins is 1 on the tree. Runs 641 at 210. Kevin Brandon goes 650. He's looking at the taillights. Johnny Deakins dragster going, where's he going in such a hurry? Holy guacamole. 641, but 001 for Johnny. Man, talk about going from one end of the spectrum to the other. He's like, hey, I got my lucky round. I'm not going to give it away now. Zach Sackman and Lynn Ellison. Sackman, your number 2 qualifier. Ellison, your number 10 qualifier. The collector, Tethers.com Pirate car. They're on the right-hand side. Dragstersforsale.com. And the gang looking out, helping out with Lynn and Shannon and the Ellison clan, and Zach Sackman over on the left-hand side going, how come all those folks are ganging up on me? 21-year-old rancher, farmer out of Illinois. 609 on the left-hand side. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the stage lane. You get up there yet, you're tired, you're late, grabs you. Need you, wants you, got to have you. Ellison out of the gate, gets the win. 23 on the tree, 33 on a 31 down track at 197. 615 by Sackman on his 609 dial. Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Competition Eliminator needs you. Staging lanes, please. Round number 2. Come on down. Here's Lindsey Barker, Dave Jamison. David right-hand side, the blown big block Chevrolet sitting at the rails of that Spitzer chassis machine for the runner out of Twinsburg, Ohio. Must be they have side-by-side cities that look identical. Twinsburg. It works for me. Lindsey Barker up from Kathleen, Georgia. I wonder how come they didn't name it Lindsey, Georgia. Well, you never know. Lindsey, 632, big motored Chevrolet, 627 to dial. I'm going to say, David, go first. Look out, David, a little out of the groove. Lindsey, right down the middle, lights the wind line, 31 on a 27. Taking a finish line stripe and a W by 7 thousandths of a second. Jamison goes 53 on a 50. Lindsey was 14 on the tree and giving chase from there on out. Anna Snider, your number 1 qualifier, the vintage trailer. Spitzer car over there on the left-hand side. And Dudley in the right lane. Another Spitzer machine. Snider, #1 qualifier and top dragster. Brother Mick Snider, #1 qualifier and top sportsman. A family that races together stays together. They also combined their #1 qualifying checks for dinner the other night. Dudley on a 628 dial. Shannon dialed in again on that 6 flats. Quickest you can dial. Shannon rolls in. Dudley rolls in. Goes in. Shannon. Coming. Top in. Didn't get him. 630 on a 28. Ed was better out of the gate. 603 on a 6 flat by Shannon. 233 miles an hour, 19 thousandths of a second. Ed Dudley gets the win down at the other end of the racetrack. So that'll be an interesting pair in the next round. Dudley taking on Prevost. Dudley with a 19 thou package. Or excuse me, a 19 thousandths margin of victory. Prevost with an 18 thousandths package on his round. Danny Nelson taking on Al Pitman. Three pair to go to determine who our Elite 8 are this weekend in our Spitzer race car, racingrvs.com, top dragster field. Also do one and all here at the Jeg Sports National. Now got to get around Peevler. 641 the dial for Danny. Peevler on a 636. Wow, I don't know where Al was going, but he like moonshotted off the starting line. Way early out of the gate. Danny Nelson. And he surprisingly didn't get distracted. He was 009, runs 47 on a 41. So Nelson gets to come back next time around. Our second red light of the day, Peevler. I won't even tell you what his reaction time was. Nope, I wouldn't do that. Unless you say it was ugly. Double O ugly. JB. Robert Houston. Winner gets to come back and take on that Danny Nelson character who just went 009 off the line. Top sportsman, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Competition eliminator, we need you to the lanes now, please. Houston dialed in 655. JB dialed in 645. Lucas Oil and BP Fuel and K&N in Oakland. Hey, those of you still alive in top sportsman competition, let me let you in on a little secret. We got 2 pair of top dragsters to go, and you're next. I understand there's 4 of you that aren't in the lane yet. JB smacking down the tree, trying to do a Paul Bunyan imitation, gets the win. Goes 0-11 on the reaction timers, 51 on a 45, 72 by Houston. 164 miles an hour, well off his 655 dial. It'll be JB Straswagen, the dragstersforsale.com. Car taking on Danny Nelson. Round number 3. Our Spitzer Top Dragster competition, and here's our final pair. Allan O'Brien, how about that twin turbocharged AMC power plant? Remember we saw it go down track a while ago and he went boom right at the finish line? Evidently wasn't much. He's back, Tim Papp, the Oakley Motorsports machine. American chassis entry, big 708 cubic inch bottle fed baby. Over here on the right hand side. The big Chevrolet is going to get the handicap start against that itty bitty AMC power plant. That itty bitty AMC power plant thinks it's a big motor with those twin turbochargers blowing air into it. So here we So, and another red light. Can you say goodnight to Tim Pap? Good night, Tim. And there's the bang out of the turbos again as he shuts it down. 627, 185 miles an hour. Allan's into the next round of eliminations. It'll be O'Brien and Ellison, Deacons, Barker, Nelson, Strasweg, Dudley, and Prevost. When we come back in a little bit with our Elite Eight to determine who our Final Four are going to be. Again, top sportsman cars, as I said moments ago. Well, we have found the owner of the keys that were turned in earlier here in the tower, and due to my promise to my mother to always be nice to friends and other people, I will not mention any names, Forbes. Top dragsters finishing up their second round of elimination. Top sportsmen paired up, getting ready to come around the lanes. Cop Eliminator will follow top sportsman. And hey, you know what that means? Super stock. Round number 2. We need you to the staging lanes now. Super stock. Round number 2. Come one, come all. Super stock. Round number 2. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Hey, if any of you sitting up in Indianapolis in line waiting to get in and park tomorrow morning are listening in or watching in on D3 TV, send me a note on Facebook. Some of you have my phone number. Send me a text message. Let me know who's listening. If you're having a listening party on D3 TV up there in Indy, let me know who all you got at your party. Because, you know, hey, I might drop the mic and come join you. Turn it all over to Warren. Here, Warren, you finish. Because I'll guarantee you that some of the folks sitting in line at Indy, if they are having a party, it's a party. All right, a little starting line prep, checking the top end of the racetrack out as well after O'Brien's machine went poof down there at the other end. Looks like we're rolling all the equipment off the top end. two. Top sports, boy. Sports. Coming. Up. Greg Hoffman and Rick Gorn. The Oldsmobile with the Mopar car. The Dodge Avenger over here on the right-hand lane. Gorn coming out of Kentucky. All right, Gorn dialed in, 695. First of our 8 pairs of round number 2. Greg Hoffman dialed in, 691. Talk about being a blink of an eye difference off the starting line. Red light start by Gorn, ins and all. It's the Mopar machine. Leaves a 001 red behind. Back here on the starting line. Hoffman Motors through, 706 in the Oldsmobile. Shutting it off down at the other end of the racetrack. We had 3 red lights in round number 2 of Top Dragster. We start off Top Sportsman with 1. Tim Y's got problems. Mustang doesn't want to go in reverse. You ever tried to back up a horse? It's difficult anyway. Tim's case, he's got the R in the transmission case for reverse that should be able to allow it to go backwards. A pizza shop owner, number 7 in the world last year. Going to be able to answer the bell. Getting Tim out of the car, going to send Marco on down the racetrack. Then we'll get Tim's machine. We get everybody over the wall. We get everybody, thank you. Marco Abrui will get a competition by as Tim's car not able to back up. Marco says, hey, green light's a green light, and a win's a win. He'll move on. Oh, my phone's going off. Somebody's having a party. Marco, 1474. Kind of like 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Well, hey, you know. Marco will take the win and move on. Tough break for Tim Wise, number 7 in the world last year. You don't get places by the car breaking, not being able to answer the bell for the next round of eliminations. So Tim and gang will back the car up. Pull the pony back 1 notch. Love Rich Panoski sending us a note from out west saying, you guys in Division 3 sure do lose a lot of keys. Hey, not me. We find them. We get them turned in. I give them back to the rightful owners. Don't be blaming me for all that stuff. I mean, hey. All right, we get the Mustang out of the way. Rick Bowman pulls in the Camaro. John Taylor pulls in the Dodge. What do we call this? A Dodgeolay? A Dakota Olay? Dodgeolay. I think I like Dodgeolay better. Dodgeolay better. John Taylor out of Naples, Florida, has got that Chevrolet-powered Mopar truck. John, your number 32 qualifier, nailed the tree in the opening round, stole the race from your number 16 qualifier. Makes it here to round number 2. He gets to take on Rick Bowman. Harley Davidson dealer retired out of Iowa, wheeling and dealing the Camaro now on the left-hand side of the racetrack. John Taylor trying to steal his way to round number 3. Did he? Did he? Nope. 7:53.2 breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Bowman gets the W. Taylor got down to the other end of the racetrack, takes the stripe by 49 thousandths and breaks out by 8 of them. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes, please. Round number 2. Super Stock needs you to the staging lanes, please. Here's Travis Arbrite, Tim Irwin. Timmy right side. Travis in the left lane. Gary Stinnett should be rolling through Western Illinois right about now. I wonder if he's still got a good connection and listening in. Should have. Surround Sound Bob telling him all about the race here at Beachbend Raceway Park. Engine builder out of Emporium. Here we go. Tim Irwin, Travis Arbrite. Tim on a 704 dial. The Mosier Engineering Lumina. Telling me yesterday he made some changes to the car. He's still trying to get everything dialed in. Looks like he's getting her dialed in now. 006 on the tree. 06 on an 04. That's what you call throwing down a number and saying, hey, Travis, you want some? Come and get it. Arbrite goes 667 on a 657. Tim Irwin cruises into round number 3, 006. Another driver doing a Paul Bunyan impersonation. For those of you that don't know who Paul Bunyan is or why I would be making that reference, Google it. Hey, you got to learn somehow, right? Google it. Nick Snider, your number 1 qualifier, taking on John Hochstetter. One of our Mopar machines here this weekend, a runner out of Michigan. Over the right lane, 645 cubic inches. Mopar. Little bottle assist for the Mopar machine. Snider says, I don't need that big a motor. Got 470 cubic inches, a Hemi-fied Chevrolet over here. Blower sticking on top, out of the hood, on top of the engine, saying, we're good to go. 627 by Snider, the dial. 698 by Hochstetter over the right-hand side. Snider on the 627, go to give the Mopar car a handicap start. Mix in, Hochstetler's in, tree comes down. Johnny, a little wiggle out of the gate. Snider closing top end, pops the chutes, still gets there. 633 at 192. 709 by Hochstetler at 192 miles an hour. Snider was 18 on the tree. Got down there, saw he was going to catch him, dumped the laundry, and says, gotcha. Whew. It's called knowing your race car. Warren Evans sitting up here talking about the skill that it takes to be able to scrub off 30 miles an hour, a tenth of a second, knowing when to deploy that parachute. Snider checks in, says, yep, he's an Effingham. All right. Warren says, stop at whose? Nieberg's? Nieberg's fried chicken. You'll love it. Jerry, it's Warren's hometown. He says he knows the place well. Looking at Warren, I'd agree. Oh, that Evans fella. Jerry Albert up. 697 the dial for Jerry. 696 for Don. Don had some issues in that last round. Let's see if he's got everything satisfied here on Mandel VP Fuels machine. The Monte Carlo out of Dragsters. ForSale.com. Yep, Donnie. Albert's going to cruise on through. He's off on a 7:23 lap. O'Neill's machine really putting some power down. You can see that car black tracking to the 300-foot mark. Came off the line, moved a little bit to the left. The left tire out of the main groove. Tried to wheeze it back into the middle of the groove. Just wasn't going to happen. So Jerry Albert will get the win. He'll move on. 7:23 off the throttle. O'Neill shutting off on the other end. Of course, then again, I made that comment about Warren. All I got to do is look in the mirror, and I can pretty well tell I like my fried chicken well, too. Jeff Barker on the right-hand side. Hey, I'll be the first to admit it. Barker in the right lane, number 1 in the world last year. Sandy Wilkins on the left side, number 6 in the world last year. Remember that matchup we had earlier with number 7 and number 8? How about number 1 and number 6? Got some hot dogs playing here this weekend. Barker on the right-hand side. Wilkins in the left lane. Win line, gonna go to Sandy, takes out the world champ. 665.9, 21 thousandths package for Wilkins. Barker runs 660 with an 8 on a 659. Is a 38 thousandths package. But he just got his hand spanked. And the man who wants to be the man just beat the man. Sandy Wilkins. Be back in the next round of eliminations where you've got to take on that other guy, Tim Irwin. Mark McDonald, Jimmy Fallon. Uh-oh, I see a problem. No Jimmy Fallon. Corvette out of Ohio. No está aquí. Looks like means it's not here. And don't bust on me for Spanish because it's the only 3 words I remember after 3 years of it. Long time ago in a land far, far away. Mark McDonald, DragShorsForSale.com. Going to the quarterfinals, untouched, unscathed. 675, 204 miles an hour, 21 on the tree. So McDonald continues to have a very good year. It'll be Snider and Abrui. Wow, that's a good pair. It'll be Albert and McDonald. That's a good pair. It'll be Wilkins and Irwin. That'll be an interesting pair. And Hoffman and Bowman on the other, down on the final pair. So, makes you say, doesn't it? Cop Eliminator getting ready to come up next. Round number 2 of eliminations. Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. Super Stock. Needing you to the staging lanes, please. Super Stock. Come one, come all. Super Stock. Needs you to the lanes, please. Starting line prep before we bring out our first pair of round number 2 comp eliminator. 11 cars left. We'll whittle it down to the final 6. Greg Camplain, Jim Kimbrough, Jenny Treadwell, and Rick Brown. All, if you will, on the short side of the ladder. One of those 4 drivers will have a bye run to the final round in the semifinals. But we might be getting ahead of ourselves because, well, we're not there yet. So Brock out there in the tractor putting a little fresh skim coat of rubber down on top of some fresh rosin. We'll get our starting line prepped and ready to go for round number 2 of comp. Looks like Brock's going to back the tractor up, and when he puts it into its parking stall, pretty much says, hey, we're ready to go. So, hey, we must be ready to go. Mentioned moments ago that there were 11 cars left in comp eliminator. We'll be down to 6. Brian Brown, number 1 qualifier, has the bye run this round. He pulls up, turns on the stage lights, takes the green light. In NHRA drag racing, that is a round win. Fire the car, stage it under its own power, and your round is complete. Brian and Deb will take the Brow Bell housing machine back to the pit area. Danny Holt and Chad Vogus get ready to come up next. Chad Bogus, the K altered automatic. .32 Bantam for the runner out of St. Peters, Missouri. Frank Parks and his son Scott building the chassis on this machine shop. Building the chassis on this machine at their shop over in Burlingame, Kansas. Not that long ago. Getting ready to take on Danny Holt. Dan on an 8.7. Danny on an 8.70. Moga sticking the nose out, goes 7.78 at 162 for the win. 47 thousandths of a second down at the finish line. 8.26 for Danny on that lap. Pretty much dead even out of the gate. Chad says, I want this one. And he motored right on down track to 7.78 to make sure he got it. And Wilson and Troy Galbraith up now. Winner here gets to come back and take on the Bell Housing machine, the car, in the next round. Quarterfinals of Comp Eliminator. Well, Wilson still trying to get that little car sorted out. Picked it up, bought it from its previous owner right after the event up in Joliet, Illinois. Car makes power, car works good. Just a matter of getting that rear suspension happy with their combination. Here in D Supermod Automatic. Meanwhile, Troy Galbraith, Jim Evans, and the rest of the gang over here. The right-hand side, number 7 in the country last year in Comp Eliminator battles. Number 4 here this weekend. Getting used up a little bit in that opening round. Let's see what Allan Wilson can do, how they've got the football. Green light for Allan. Out of the gate he goes. Got it off the line, working the top end, working the top end. It's Troy getting the win, 7.23. 156 miles an hour at 887 by Allan. 153 miles an hour. Super stock. Final call to the lanes, please. Super stock. Final call. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super stock. To the staging lanes, please. You guys aren't there yet, you're tardy. You are LATE late. Warren looks surprised. I don't think he knew I could spell late. LEIGHT, right? Isn't that late? Yep. Late. Kind of sounds like 8. Jimmy Kimbrough, Greg Camplain. Dragsters a pair. B. Econo right side for Greg. Kimbrough, C. Dragster. Automatic there on the left. 759 to 748. Pretty evenly matched cars. Camplain got used up a little bit in the opening round. Got used up a little. Kimbrough trying to hold on, top end, gets him 701 at 190, 694 by Camplain. Comes up just a couple of ticks short, 7 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory for Kimbrough down at the other end. He moves on to the quarterfinals. Ginny Treadwell up now, the 6-cylinder dragster, and Rick Brown. Here's 4 of the cars, or 2 of the 4 cars, I should say, involved in the short side of the ladder. One of them going to get a free ride to the semifinals. Kimbrough's already thrown his hat into the ring. See if Rick Brown or Ginny Treadwell comes back to run Kimbrough. Ginny rolls in, 250 cubic inch, inline 6-cylinder 4. Going to go to the quarterfinals. Red light start by Ginny. Turns the red bulb back on back here on this end, and Rick Brown, who picked up the Comp Eliminator Spitzer Indy Gear bonus check last night, shuts it off to an 882. Brown rolls in. He'll take on Kimbrough in the next round, and the winner of that pair will then have the bye run to the final round. I want to get Kevin too excited. I think we're into the finals yet, so he's got to be up here taking photos. He might come running and go, what happened? David Rampy should be taking on Brian Seibenek. There's Rampy, there's Brian. I like it when the plan comes together. Four-cylinder Honda on the left side. Rampy right side. Roll it in. Barry leans over, turns on the computer. Four-cylinder comes to life. Little Honda off the road. Here comes Rampy. Rambo again at 761 at 135. Seibenek at 860 that time around. Been 857, 857, 857. And down 860, so it'll be Rampy. Vogus, battle of the 32 Bantam Roadsters. Brown and Galbraith in the battle of the Dragsters, Kimbrough and Brown. See who our three semifinalists are going to be. All righty. Round number 2. Super stock getting ready to come at us. Really going to start whittling the fields down in a hurry now. Super stock and super comp round number 2. Getting ready to come up. This will be our first pair in super stock. Matt Alvey taking on Tom Blanco. Little Pontiac Sunfire, dialed in 968 here at the Jegs Lane. Goes Camaro on the left-hand side, the Kentucky runner. Out of Bardstown. Super F automatic, big block 396. Dialed in 972. Tom Blanco goes 0, 0, 0. Off the line, runs 71.9 on a 72. Misses a perfect lap by a thousandth of a second and hands the win to Matt Alvey. Wow. Matt Alvey gets to come back and play for round number 3. Blanco's going to look at that time slip and say, what? You're killing me. 0, 0, 0, perfect light. This is a perfect lap by a thousandth, and it's a thousandth too quick. Brian Hoggs, Johnny Rakes. Roll in now. Hogg on the left-hand side, 980. On the left-hand side, or right-hand side, excuse me, 810.15. Wow. That's a rough way to go. 982, Ryan gets the win. 124 miles an hour, 10:19 by Johnny on a 10:15 dial. His day's done. Steve Bellinger, Dave Tincher. Roll in now. A couple of cars that were initially, when they left the GM assembly plant, considered to be economical commuter cars. Well, they're now race cars. Eligible 65 Chevy too. GT. Oh, hang on there, David. Where are you going, son? Car comes out of the gate, goes right. Eases it back into the, and gets the win. 980 by Bellinger on a 985 dial. Didn't take the stripe by that much, but he just went that quick. Tincher gets the win, moving down the racetrack at a 958 pass at 137. Tom Gordon rolls in now. The factory GT. Mopar powered, not a Hemi Barracuda. On the stick shift machine, and David Neal, the little Pontiac on the right-hand side. Handicap start actually going to go to the Barracuda. .965 by Gordon. A little puff of smoke down there at the other end of the racetrack, well down in the shutdown area. Feel like it may have just been a little fuel buildup. 922, 143 on the right-hand side. Neal machine, Matt Potts and Matt Forbes. Hey, Kevin, I'll bet you $5 Matt wins this race. Can't anybody take my sucker bets anymore. Forbes on the right side, Potts in the left. Potts goes 001. 13 on a 12 to get the win at the stripe by 1/10 thousandths of a second, if you will. Got to the finish line first and gets the W. That's what counted. 48 on a 49 by young Mr. Forbes. Andy Cronenbitter and Larry Cummings. Roll in next. Battle of the Cobalt versus the Cavalier. 350 for Cronenbitter. 958 the dial. Cummings machine on an 858 the dial. The Mosier Engineering Cavalier for the Godfather. One line's going to go to Andy. 960 on a 958, 861 on an 858. 41 thousandths of difference down at the other end of the racetrack, and Cronenbitter gets to come back one more time. Here's my Cadillac. If I can talk Ken and let me drive that one weekend. I still got my super stock license. Hey, Ken. 425 cubic inch, 1990 Cadillac Eldorado. You got to admire, man. It looks at a 1990 Eldorado and thinks super stock, huh? Tom Armanino, runner out of San Mateo, California, right side. Cadillac. Going to give the Cadillac the win. As Tommy lights the red bulb. Oops. Kenny Sharp says, hey, I'll take round 3. Dead on 5. 1109.5 on an 1109 dial. 979 by Armanino after lighting up the red bulb. On the 981, Doug Fazzolar. And Leonard Mattingly. Wheeling that Hemi Fide 68 Dart left leg. Mattingly's GTI automatic. Olds Chiba here on the right side. handicap start. 1025 to an 875, the dial difference. Wet light to Mattingly, 1030 on a 25. 883 by Doug on his 875. The foul difference down at the other end of the racetrack. Mr. Pest Control. Jeremy Duncan rolls in to take on Steven Johnson. Steven and Horace and Jacob coming up from Gadsden, Alabama with a 427 stick shift. Super Stock D Ford Fairlane. 983 the dial for Steven, 991 the dial for Jeremy. Jeremy Duncan, your winner. Steven lights the red light, bringing the front end of the Ford up. 989.9 by Jeremy on his 991, but the wind light was already on, so he went ahead and drove it out the back door. 985 by Johnson, 134 after the red bulb came on. Larry Wilson's 64 Chevelle. Coming up next. Cotton stands the front end up with a 70 CUDA. Give a chase now to Larry Wilson's Chevelle. Top end, going to be Cotton. 1007 on a 1005. 1105 dead on one by Larry. Cotton was better off the starting line. Larry just couldn't make it up down at the other end of the racetrack at the finish line. Tyler Bohannon rolls in now, the Camaro. Jared Grenier and that Lupe Tortilla. Chevy 2, 327, 4-speed hot rod on the right-hand side. Wind light's going to go to Grenier. 963 on a 961. Tyler runs a 1018 on a 1011. Comes up 13th thou short down at the other end of the racetrack. Grenier, Lupe Tortilla. Atoll. Move on to round number 3. Irvin Johns taking on Jeff Neiswanger. Now, this will be interesting. John's on a 980, Jeff on a 995, a GTA automatic Cobalt. And on that GTF automatic Camaro. Neiswanger better off the line by 3 hun. Marvin Gibb pushes in the clutch and coasts across 1079, so Neiswanger gets to come back and play one more time. Irvin's day is done. He can now head over to I-65. Pick his lane on the northbound side. Heading for Indy. Aaron Dysinger and Emily Volkman. Second handicap start going here, 283. Chevy 2 for the young lady out of South Carolina on the Jegs lane. So one of those quick B Super hot rods. Chevy Cavalier on the left side. Wow, Dysinger closing hard. Dead on the money. 881.7 on his 81. Emily, 76 on her 78. Just too quick. Too fast down at the other end of the racetrack. Brett Spear and Todd France in next. Spear, the Minnesota runner, the GTG automatic Camaro. France and the Indiana Johns. Pontiac G5. Green lights a pair. Virtually identical green lights, and Spear getting the win. 28 on a 21, 85 on a 75, 26 thousandths of a second. Difference between the two down at the other end of the racetrack. They were 1,000 of a second apart leaving the starting line. Kevin Helms and Terry Allison roll in next. Young Aaron relegated to spectator after the first two rounds in stock, or first round of stock and first round of super stock. See what Dad can do here. Oh, and Kevin goes red. One foul too quick. Terry Allison will take the Pontiac down track. Running through 10:20 at 124 miles an hour. 9:24 by Helms. That V10 drag pack Challenger 001 on the wrong side of green. So Terry Allison gets to come back and play at least one more time. Ronnie Terrell's Chevy Camaro on the right lane. Matt Hoover. Matt having a pretty good weekend so far with the truck. For the final round, the other Hoover's truck off of the gate, or out of the gate. Off of the gate, out of the gate, how you ever want to look at it. Trying to chase down the Camaro, and he does. Hoover goes 10 flat on his 995. 21 on a 1013 by Ron. Everybody's getting a little afraid of that finish line down there. Matter of who's willing to take the stripe. How about a heads-up GTD automatic? The Richardson boys, Austin wheeling and dealing, the GTD automatic Camaro right side. Slate wheeling, the GTD automatic. Ball there to left. Wheels up, wheels down. Vantage off the line, goes to the younger of the two. That would be one of the Richardson boys. Finish line stripe goes to the older of the two. That would be Slade Cummings. 79.6 at 134. Austin runs 10:38 at 109 down at the other end of the racetrack. Jeff Dona and Ronnie Dutton. Dona and Dutton. Dutton and Dona. Family practitioners down on 3rd Street. Alabama likes the red bulb. Jeff Dona gets the green bulb. It's Christmas, at least for Jeffrey. 981 on a 977 dial at 124. Round number 2 of Alcohol Dragster and Funny Car getting ready to come up. Oh, they're going to be hard pressed to improve on that first round showing. Pedal fest in both categories. Crazy, huh? Zach Running and Ricky Decker. Next pair in. Zach out of the gate he goes. He's green with the 002 light. And then the car brakes and coasts and slows. And Ricky Decker alongside of him Hustles right on down track to a 10-17. Only one problem with that. Ricky was 14 thou red back on this end of the quarter mile. It's kind of like, oops. That don't work so well. So Zach goes 002 and gets a winning time slip with a 21.387 second elapsed time on it. Hey, as long as it's a W, right? David Rampy right side. Brina Splinger into left lane. Lady out of Chicago Steel and Rocket Fuel. Doing a GTB automatic Cobalt in the left lane. Rambo. Skillman Chevrolet. Patterson Racing. Elite Performance. GTI automatic hot rod here on the right-hand side. 1029 Rampy. Right-hand side, going to be looking over his left shoulder. Saying, where are you, Brina? Where are you, Brina? There goes David. Here comes Brina. This will be a good race. Small advantage off the line. Went to Brina. Goes the win line. 47 on a 46. 29, dead on 8 by Rampy. Brina was 7 thou better out of the gate. Rampy was better down the racetrack, but not enough better. Brina got the win at 3 thousandths of a second. Ooh, another heads up. Ooh, another heads up. GTE automatic. How about Dave Dupps, Jegs Lane. Larry Zavala Jr., Budweiser side. Now Larry's Camaro, the number 1 qualifier. Comes out of the gate, stands it up, rocks it back on the wheelie bar, wiggles it just a little bit. Is that going to open up the door enough for David? Nope. 965, 119 by Zavala, 1006 for Dave. So we continue on. Brian Simonet, Ollie Steffen, Ollie wheeling that big block, 454 Corvette. Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. One thing about it, Ollie probably doesn't get to take his car to work, and he is a technical trainer. But he still didn't get to take it to work and show everybody how it works because, well, it's a Chevrolet and he works for Chrysler. Interesting how that works sometimes. Hey, remember that little 4-cylinder dragster over at Comp, the Honda-powered machine? Same guy, left lane, Brian Simonet up. This time he's in his Buick Regal. He has a late model General Motors taxi fuel injector. Kind of like an LS powered machine. Ooh, here comes Ollie. Ollie's machine. Wagging the tail of the dog down here on this end. Might be enough for Brian. Oh, Brian. Way too much stripe. Runs 63.9 on a 66. 949 by Ollie Steffen. As the song goes, I hear the train a-coming. It's coming round the bend. We have another Burlington Northern and Santa Fe conductor's cap to hand out to Mr. Bryant. Some days are like that. Yeah, they are. Robin Brown, stick shift Chevy 2, should be taking on Ernie Neal. No Robin, but we got Ernie. Also have a traffic jam going on here in the Budweiser lane. Ernie Neal pulls up, stages the car under his own power, takes the green, and he has won his round 2 confrontation. Robin Brown not able to answer the bell with the stick shift Chevy. Mike Bryant, your number 2 qualifier, has the competition by with the odd number of cars this time around. Yeah, he could be like what Neal just did, pull up, stage it, take the beam, and get the round win. Or you can do a burnout, make a full bore pass like he looks like he's getting ready to do. Michael Bryant's going to go ahead and bump in. 984, 984, and 986 in qualifying. Good opportunity for a tune-up test run. Yep, shuts it off at 1,000 feet, says I can figure it out from there. Doesn't want to show everybody's what he's got. So Brian will move on to round number 3. An alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car getting ready to come up next. Semi-final time, boys and girls. Well, starting line maintenance going on right now. You see that gold dust that they're laying down on the starting line? It's rosin. Those of you familiar with baseball might know the fact that for every game, the umpires, coaches will rub a bunch of baseballs with rosin. Comes from a specific pine tree down in the southeast portion of the United States. They rub up the balls to make them a little bit grippier, if you will. Same rosin, same trees, same principle. Put a little rosin down on the spots that tend to get abused there on the starting line. Rub it in, brush it in, dust it in. Come back, put a little spray compound over the top of it, and next thing you know, you walk up in your shoes, and if you don't keep your feet moving, your shoes will adhere to the racing surface. I mean, it gets sticky. Same principle used in baseball. Rub the balls up with rosin. Make it just a little bit easier for the pitchers to handle. They throw them wicked curves or knuckleballs or sliders or whatever the case might be. Robin Samsel, Ken Perry. Going to be first pair out here in the semifinals of top alcohol dragster racing. The only thing I can say about that opening round of top alcohol dragster was, wow. Samsel winning the Pedal Fest against Mia Tedesco. Ken Perry running a 5.64 to take out the quickest lady in sportsman racing, Megan Meyer. Her car jumped up on the tires one more time. Josh Hart getting ready to bring the Advanced Auto Parts machine back out. He'll be taking on David Brownkowski in our other semifinal round pairing. Is Brownkowski able to take out the multi-time U.S. Nationals champ, Marty Thacker. So we now call Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp. Round number 2 needs you to the staging lanes, please. All right, sounds like we're ready to load them in, lock them up, fire them up, and send them down the racetrack. Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car semifinals getting ready to come at you. Super Comp, not Super Gas. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. Ellison sitting next door shaking her head, looking at me like, what are you, nuts? Chop, chop. You're telling me chop, chop? No, I don't want any Chinese. Thank you. Those of you that think this announcing job is so easy, you ought to see what I have to put up with hand signals here in the tower. I've been told so far today 3 times I'm number 1. I'm not going to mention any names, Warren. All right. Hey, if you can't have fun at your job, it's work. Right now, trying to make it as enjoyable as possible for everybody. Ken Perry, alcohol car. Robin Samsel, injected nitro machine. The hits are going to keep on coming. The Iceman, coming down from Ontario, up in the Canadian provinces, and Samsel, a little bit shorter toe, coming down from Marion, Indiana. Semifinals, first pair. Alcohol Dragster getting ready to come to life. All right, first pair coming to life. Ken Perry, Robin Samsel. Injected cart comes to life first for Samsel. Robin and the crew know how to get it done. For 5 in the division last year, former top 10er in the country. It's a matter of putting it all down and running it down the racetrack. Samsel, you missed that opening round pedal fest against me at Tedesco. All I can tell you is, man, did you miss it? You're going to have to go home, pull it up on D3 TV on YouTube. Watch the replay. I'm going to do it. I was sitting right here behind him, and I lost half of it in the smoke. Samsel, though, able to survive that pedal fest. Now he gets to take on the Iceman, Ken Perry. PSI race team. They've been to the winner's circle before, not only on the divisional level, but also on the divisional level. They've been down in the 520s before, so they can do it. Question is, who's going to the final round? Samsel left side, Ken Perry. Right lane, injected nitro, blown alcohol. Super Comp, need you to lanes, please. Super Comp, need you to the staging lanes, please. Round number 2. Come one, come all. Super Comp, need you to the lanes, please. Oh, Perry in and out of the throttle, trying to get back after it. 5:41. Robin Samsel and the crowd or at least the crew, goes wild. 541, 266. Robin Samsel and the gang out of Indiana, final round bound. Ken Perry's machine off the line. He left first. He was quicker to 60 feet, but by then the car was starting to move around a little bit, and Ken cranking on that steering wheel in the driver's compartment. It's kind of like, well, wait a minute. It wants to go right. Now it wants to go left. These dragsters get to penduluming, and it gets ugly. So he stepped off the throttle, shut it down to a 762. Much better to come back and run another day than try and track down that Robin Samsel machine, which was getting small in a hurry. So it'll be Samsel into the finals. Good run, good shot by Ken and the gang out of Ontario. Just car moving around a little bit too much to contend with here on the Jegs side of the racetrack. Now, Josh Hart, David Bronkowski. I got to tell you, the way the day's been unfolding, right now I'm going to call this a pick'em race. Hart over on the left-hand side, the Bernie's Speed Shop, Advanced Auto Parts Machine. Gene Gallant, the rest of the gang looking over their shoulder. Josh Hart coming off the win up in Echo, New Jersey a month ago. He was a runner-up at the event in Epping, New Hampshire. A few weeks before that, he's been 530, 531, and 533. The injected nitro cars, telling you, sometimes it just wave that little finicky finger of fate at you. You don't know exactly what to do with it. Paper, I know. Josh Hart's got the better of the hot rods. 533 in the last round. 541 by Bronkowski. I'm telling you, David and crew, after losing the opening run, came out and laid down a 539 yesterday to get into the show. Came back and came out today and backed it up with that 541 lap. Getting a handle on the Run and Hide Ranch Bowen chassis car over here on the right-hand side. We're going to give Josh Hart, Gene Gallant, and the rest of the gang over there in the Advanced Auto Parts car a real run for the money in this session. I just have that sneaking suspicion. I remember earlier today I went out on a tree limb and predicted three things, and only one of them came true. No, wait a minute. That was yesterday. All right, today's a whole new day. Thank you very much. I was getting nervous. David Bronkowski right side. Josh Hart second, or left lane. Second lane. Had a long day already. Come over to the high side of the fuel. Down track they go. 552, 540. Wow, Bronkowski had run what he ran earlier today. Could have had him. He was better out of the gate. Josh Hart and that Advanced Auto Parts team, though, 5.407, 267 miles an hour. And by just that much, their 540 going to give them lane choice over Robin Samsel's 541 in the final round. 5.407, 552, 254 by David. Good 60-foot time, both cars. David had the better reaction time by 0.04 of a second. But Josh Hart and the gang able to keep the pipes thundering to the other end of the racetrack. Wrapped it up with the W, and into the final round they go. So our finals are set now to Alcohol Dragster, Hart and Samsel. We'll see them come back in a little bit for the final round confrontation. Alcohol Funny Car getting ready to roll up next. It'll be Andrew Bowl taking on Chris Foster. So we get ready to continue on here. Chris Foster knows that right now Andy Bowl gets around him and moves on to the final round. Make life difficult for Foster. Take over Scott McVeigh for the North Central Region Divisional Championship. I think I used divisional and regional both in that sentence, didn't I? And here in the North Central Division, it is one and the same, as Warren said. Foster, though, looking to improve on a race for points. Andy Bowl picking up points for every lap down the racetrack right now. The Headman headers, Flow Performance, Competition Products, Camaro right side. Foster left lane, the gang out of Davenport, Iowa. Goal's been 560, 1270 to 568. Another pick-up race. Here we go. Andy laid out of the gate, runs 570 at 260. Foster's machine drifts out of the groove. Chris, though, says, I'm not going to lift. I'm not going to lift. I'm not going to lift. Tried to stay with it. Car got out on the left-hand side of the racetrack into the marbles. Probably got the engine RPM up a little bit higher than expected, and a 589, 208 mile an hour lap as the result after you heard the engine go down there at the other end of the racetrack. So 570, 260. Puts Andrew Bowl into the final round, and he'll come back to take on Dan Pomponio. Because Dan going to have the single run. Went 641 in that last round to get around Rob Feister in what could have been another pedal fest. And like we've already seen today, start the car, stage it under its own power, accept the green light, and you have completed a run per NHRA rules. When you have no competition, all you have to do is be able to fire the car, stage the car, accept the green light under the vehicle's own power, and you can move on to the next round of eliminations. And for the gang out of New Jersey, they'll take that and move on. Ponio. Just looking to go to the final round. He'll give up lane choice to Andrew Bowl. But you know what? He's in that final, and that's the important part. Because when you rolled in the gate on Thursday or Friday, as the case might be, obviously the game plan is to stick around for the final round of elimination. All right, want to let our racers know that if you have made it to a round where you are getting paid, payout is taking place on the 3rd floor of the tower, directly above the announcing deck. Anybody who wants to pick up their check and drop it off on the 2nd floor on the announcing deck will be more than graciously appreciated. We'll put 50% of it towards Bob's RV retirement fund, and the other 50%, I shouldn't say retirement fund, but travel fund, so I can get my own RV, drive and stay at the races rather than a motel. And then we'll put the other half towards the D3 TV program to buy more equipment for Warren. Is that more stuff? Of course, then that will lead to a bigger vehicle for Warren, so we'll have to take up more collections, so he has more room to haul the more stuff. It is a vicious cycle. Looks like Mia is going to make a test lap. Miss Mia makes a test lap. Whatever they tried on that test lap failed. I hate failing tests. I did that enough when I was a kid. Phil is getting another licensing lap in his new alcohol funny car, the new Camaro bodied entry for the runner out of Ohio. Phil has been making a couple of license laps this weekend. Trying to get dialed in, locked in, loaded in. 2017 competition. Six flat, 221 miles an hour for Phil, so he continues to improve on his times going down the racetrack. In Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, you should be in the staging lanes now for round number 2 of elimination. Super Comp, come on down if you're not there yet. All right, boys and girls. Back porch grilling, just located right next to the tower over here on the other side of the comp staging lanes. Got burgers, pork chop sandwiches. Let's just put it this way. Every sandwich they got right now is $2. $2 special. It's kind of like the blue light special at Kmart, except we got no blue light. But it's a $2 sandwich special, the backyard grill. Back porch grill. That's close. Back porch, backyard. Hey, it's behind the house, right? All right. The back porch grill, located right next to the tower. $2 sandwich special going on right now. You had some, come and get it. Pretty good stuff.
Round 2 of Super Comp coming up. Schedule says there's 56 of the track darts lined up over there. I'll cut that in half, get it down to 28. Didn't even have to take my shoes off to get to 28. Chase Ty Murray out of Orange, Texas. Thank you, Bob. Alongside Jim Nash out of Ooltewah, Tennessee. Pro tree start. Throttle stops will be working here so they can dial in that magic number of that 8900 down there on the big board. Murray and Nash hustling down track. Wind light flashes on the left side for Chase Ty Murray. Trying to go 890, he goes 890 with a 6 at 163. How about that for Jim Nash? He's 8,900. Dead on 00 at 161. Not good enough. 014 reaction time for Chase Ty Murray. Puts him on the trailer. Scott Vanderwalker. John Piper. Right alongside Devin Eisenhower. Eisenhower's picked up a wally in this car. On the divisional level, a little womp. So we've had 4 cars go down the track. 3 of them go 890, and the 4th one goes 891. Devin Eisenhower for the win, 891 at 157. Scott Vanderwalker losing effort, 890 with an 8 at 159. Luke Bogacki, number 4 in the world last year. Had that big number 1 on there a couple years ago out of Carterville, Illinois. For this is BracketRacing.com. K&N Filters. Cool Hand Luke alongside Janice Swan. They call her Sis out of Mooresville, Indiana. The Race to Win Motorsports Ruman chassis entry. Luke's picked up about, I don't know, close to $100,000 in that car over there on the left side. Past 12 months. Getting a bunch of them Happy Gilmore checks at big time bracket races. He gets to go another round. 899 at 166 for Cool Hand Luke. Janice Swan, 893 at 168, but nowhere close on the starting line. Pays the price. Bogacki on to the next round. Jeff Walls, Jeremy Mason coming up next. Walls out of Knoxville, Tennessee. A Miller car, 665 cubic inches is bow tie power. Jeremy Mason alongside, carrying the 31 on the hood scoop. He was your champion in Division III in Super Comp last year out of Lexington, Kentucky. Miller car as well, 632 bow tie behind the driver. Off they go, Walls and Mason. Mason's going to have some work to do if he wants to pick up the win. Not going to get her done. 893's a pair, 893 with an 8 at 172 for Jeff Walls, your winner. Jeremy Mason done 893 at 170. Here's Zach Papp, Charleston, Illinois. Says he's the owner. I think his dad would tell you different. Out of Charleston, Illinois, alongside Dave Alvis, Princeton, California. So Dave drove out here to race the Super Comp car, going to get on an airplane, go back home, do a little farming, then come back, get the car, go to Earlville in a couple of weeks. Going to bypass the whole U.S. Nationals event. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Super Street to the lanes. How about the double breakout win going to Zach Papp? 888 with a 5 at 172. He's 4th out better than the 888 with a 1 for Alvis. Tim Parker. Troy Coughlin Jr. coming up now. Parker left side, Longmont, Colorado. TJ right side out of Delaware, Ohio. For Jags.com and Jags mail order. Learning the ropes in the family business. Once again, we need Super Street to the lanes. Tim Parker, 005 red. Troy Coughlin Jr., the automatic winner, 890 with an 8. For TJ, 179 for the speed. Parker, 5 under 885 and out at 181. Two more coming at you right now. It's Dan Foley, left side, McKinney, Texas. He's in the Budweiser lane for Foley's Electrical Service. Big block, powered dragster, left side, alongside Tracy Cochran, Flintstone, Georgia. The Miller car right side also with big block bow tie power. Hey folks, you might want to make sure you pick up your trash out there. We're getting some blowing around up here behind the starting line. Would hate to have a race affected by trash blowing out on the track. Find those receptacles, trash picked up and thrown away, please. Cochran and Foley. It's going to be Foley for the win, 893 at 161. Tracy Cochran, 895 and done at 163. Two more dragsters pulling up now from Lawrenceville, Georgia. Budweiser lane, that's Billy Walker. Landscaper by trade. Alongside Rick Hughes out of Fishers, Indiana, the mechanic for A&A Transmission and Rolla Engineering. Big block, Chevy's a pair, motivating them here. Once again, Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street. Leads into the staging lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Oh, so close for Billy Walker, looking for an 8,900. He goes 889.9 at 165. Not going to get it done. 892 for the win, right side. Kimber Fusting comes up now out of Waukegan, Illinois. She's already picked up a couple of Wallies on the divisional trail this year here in Division 3. For Parker Store Racing, the car is for sale if you're interested, out of Waukegan, Illinois. Kimber lines up alongside Greg True from Georgetown, Tennessee. The undercover car, 632 cubic inch, big block Chevy back there behind the driver. Once again, Super Street. To the lanes, please. Super Street to the lane. Both drivers doing their job on the starting line. Finish line says it is Kimber Fusting. Might not want to sell that car just yet. Picks up another round win. 019 on the tree, 892.0 at the stripe. Kimber, your winner, 892.5 right side. 021 on the tree, but the numbers didn't work out. Comes up second. Leo Zinda, Jeff Jensen, your next pair. The Ring and Pinion shop owner out of Clinton Township, Michigan. That is Leo Zinda. Part of the Mosier Sportsman Shootout yesterday, if I recall correctly. Alongside Jeff Jensen from Clarksville, Tennessee. The Mullis car right side. Leo and Jeff and Leo. It's Jeff for the win, 892 at 165. Jeff Jensen moves on. Leo Zinda done here in round number 2, 895 at 175. Tyler Bohannon coming up now out of Louisville, Kentucky. Works for UPS, according to the computer. Taking on Justin Mosier. Justin Mosier works for Mosier. Imagine that. Mosier Engineering, the sponsor of the ride, right side out of Portland, Indiana. Bohannon 002 red. He's down here in round 2. Justin Mosier advances to the next round. 886 at 182. Tyler clicks it early, coasting through 12:10 at 73. 2 more backing up from the burnouts right now. A little altered left side. That's going to be Pat Lamont out of Lake Villa, Illinois. The 23T Roadster. 500 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. Staring at him right there. Alongside little Jimmy Stahl out of Boone, North Carolina. The CNS Racing American chassis entry. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes. Off they go. Double breakout win, 889.9 at 169 for Jimmy Stahl. Gave him a stripe. Didn't matter. He was just wasting gas driving down there. Pat Lamont, 883. George Kahele comes up now. Perfect light first time around for the collision shop owner out of Lafayette, Georgia. He'll be taking on Greg Camplain. Camplain advancing in comp eliminator. Here he is in super comp. For Greg and Judy, the Camplain Machine Shop. Camplain Machine. Sorry. Spitzer car out of Brownsburg, Indiana. Kahele and Camplain. Camplain, 001 on the tree, 892 at the big end for the win at 175. Kahele took the stripe, broke out by 1. He goes 889.5 at 160. Jessica Bobagaki, young lady out of Carterville, Illinois. Saw husband Luke win earlier. Jessica pulls up now. The runner out of Carterville, Illinois. Alongside Tony Brown out of Hallsville, Texas. He is a mechanic. She's a mom. Final call for Super Street to the lanes. Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Another double breakout. Brown 4 under 886 for the win. Bogacki 7 under 883 at 159. Danny Nelson, the Racecraft Chassis Machine. I'm pretty sure if you walk over there with your checkbook, you can load this one up in your trailer and take it home. He'll build himself another one out of Batesville, Arkansas. The owner of Racecraft Chassis, alongside Bill Vance. Vance in the little 23T altered, right side, out of Fallon, Missouri. Be the alter to the dragster. It's the dragster. 895 at 156 for Danny Nelson. Vance is 8 off 898 at 167. Jerry Mellis comes up now out of Hope, Indiana. The Mellis brother M&M car alongside Chad Lamont. Fox Lake, Illinois, the home base for the financial advisor. Out here for Lamont Trailer Sales, ATD Racetech Chassis Machine. And away we go. Finish line says it is Lamont for the win. He's 891. He's safe by 1 at 160. Mellis 1 under 889 at 161. He was behind all the way down the track. Little rosin going down on the starting line. Give a little more grip to where those tires hit right there. Skip Walls, Michelle Furr coming up next. Walls out of Knoxville, Tennessee for Low Car Incorporated. The undercover car. Michelle Furr alongside. She's got a unique Wally collection. She's got a copper one, she's got a silver one, and she's got a regular one, along with some others. Picked up that copper one right here at the Sports Nationals Memorial Day weekend. I did. Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock, we need you. To the staging lane, Stock Eliminator. Super Street, you should all be there. Michelle, oh so close, 001 red. Her day is done here in the Supercom car. 882 at 164, just driving her out the back door. 880 for Skip Walls at 176. Already saw the wind light flashing down there on the Budweiser scoreboard. Two more at Scott Cook, Festus, Missouri, the machinist, alongside the Pataskala Flash, Steve Eckert. Out of Pataskala, Ohio, the very first world champ in Super Gas, lines up right side, jegs.com lane. Once again, Super Street, you should be in the lanes. Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Whomping going on down there. Dead on 890 with an 8 for your winner, Steve Eckert. 170 for the speed in the door slammer. Scott Cook, 891 at 162. And the dragsters headed home. Steve Hoyt, Glenn Julius, your next pair. Hoyt out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. He'll line up left side. Stephen Jan's car pulls up alongside Glenn Julius out of Indianapolis. For Ben McChaney Racing, the undercover car. Both of them trying to hit that magic 890 down there at the finish line. Stock Eliminator, 2 to 1. Hoyt for the win, 894 at 171. Had a 006 on the tree, gave him some room to work down there at the finish line. 891 at 171, margin of victory, .0005. 5 10,000ths at the finish line. Some close racing here in round 2. Britt Cummings up next, Hammond, Louisiana. For Mosier Engineering and Rear Morrison, he'll stage up the Phantom chassis big block Chevy entry alongside Bad Brad Plord out of Holly Pond, Alabama. Brad in the undercover car. Both of them drilling the tree. Finish line says Brad Plord on the double breakout. He's 886.8 at 161. Cummings 886.5 at 165. Cummings was 013 on the tree. Plord was 009. Great drag race right there on the double breakout. Todd Cincinnati out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Racecraft chassis machine alongside Mike Jerusik out of Elyria, Ohio. The electrical contractor at the wheel of the big block Chevy dragster. So I see Super Street lining up back there at the back of the race. Thank you very much. If you're not there, we're on it. Stock, you should be coming into the lanes as well. Todd Cincinnati, Mike Jerusik. It's going to be Cincinnati on the double breakout. 889.6 at 161 for Todd Cincinnati. Mike Jerusik, 888 at 177. Ends his day. Cincinnati, 009 on the tree. Philip Schmida, Canfield, Ohio. He was part of the Mosier shootout yesterday as well, alongside Ray Connolly. Connolly out of Elyria, Ohio. The American chassis entry for Dart, Hoosier, and Mosier. He'll stage it up right side. Track. Hear him working the throttle down there. Connolly on the double breakout. He had about 500 to work with. 887 at 165, 886 at 167 for Phil Schmida. Tim Millwood, Columbus, Indiana. An executive at Cummins. 93 Dodge Daytona left side. Pentastar power under the hood alongside Cole Cummings. Hammond, Louisiana. It says his occupation is parking lot maintenance. Phantom chassis car. Tim Millwood gets the win, 890 with a 7, 8907 at 152. Cole took the stripe by 2 and he broke out by 2, 888 and out for Cole Cummings. Jerry Sossaby out of Lula, Georgia. the J&J Racing Rattlesnake entry, alongside Derek Denny from Pleasant View, Tennessee. Jerry Sosaby, Derek Denny. Finish line says Sosaby on the win. 891 at 152 for Jerry Sosaby. Derek Denny finishes up his day 893 at 172. Todd Chiava, the Green Machine left side out of Elkhart, Indiana. An executive of Vintage Trailers. He'll line up alongside Ken Mostowich out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The 68 Camaro, the door slammer. 665 cubic inches of bow tie there under the hood. Jump to the left there for Mostowich as he comes off the line. Playing catch up with the dragster, gonna get it. Chiava took the stripe and he broke out by one. 889 at 154. 890 with a 6 for Mostowich, moves him on. Allan O'Brien comes up now. The Rambler motored dragster out of West Virginia. That's an AMC, 457 cubic inches. Alongside Kara Forbes out of Horse Cave, Kentucky for Bald Man Transmissions. She is a restaurant manager. That's how she makes her living. Out here at the drag strip, headed down track in the Super Comp car. Start for Allan O'Brien. Win line for Kara Forbes. Kara gets to come back. 901 at 158 for Kara Forbes. 936 off pace for Allan O'Brien at 123. Two more. It's Blake Richardson, one of the Richardson boys out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. American Chassis entry alongside Steve Collier, D4 runner out of Benton, Louisiana. His day job is in law enforcement. Both of them looking good on the tree. Collier's number is safe, 896 at 177. Collier moved on to the next round. Richardson took 8 at the stripe, only needed 2 as he's 888, 2 quick at 155. Final car coming up here, the single left side for Dave Dollum. Dollum out of Tremont, Illinois. Hustling down track right now. Judy watching intently. Dollum, 890 with an 8 at 176. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Super Gas, you can come right on with them. Stock to the lanes, Super Gas. This is your first call to the staging lanes. Super Gas to the lanes. Super Street. 16 cars coming back for Super Street.
Alrighty. Slow the wick down a little bit from our 890 cars to our 1090 cars. Had a gentleman ask me while I was standing in line getting a pork chop sandwich over at the back porch grill, which, by the way, they're out of pork chops and they're out of burgers. They got some hot dogs left. But I had a gentleman ask me about the 90 categories. So why do they leave the line and look like they break and then take off again? Well, as Alex Miller and Matt Ball get ready to head down the racetrack, let me put it this way. If your great-grandma Mabel died and left you $17 million, you could go out and build you the biggest, baddest super street car that there was. Alex Miller's little Monza, Matt Ball's truck come to mind. A pretty good race car. Ball working his way down track. Alex and his side of the racetrack. But if great-grandma Mabel left you $17 million, you could go racing. 10.902 to 129. Ball gets the win. 10.92 by Alex Miller comes up short. Scott Sattler, Jason Sadderly roll in next. The Malibu taking on the Pontiac. But you got to admit, $17 million, you could build yourself a pretty nice little racing operation. Now let's say you've got a wife and a girlfriend, 4 kids, and you work 2 jobs and you want to go racing. Well, first off, I don't know when you're going to have time, but let's say you want to go racing. Let's face it, your budget's not going to be much. Jason Satterley gets the win, 1091 at 123. Scott Sattler goes 1089 at 138. And I've been scolded for making a comment about a wife and a girlfriend, but hey, I'm just saying. So if you've got, like $100 a week to go racing with, and the other guy's got $17 million, obviously, one racing budget is going to be tremendously different from the other racing budget. Scotty Reinshield and Marshall Glass roll in now. Scotty at the wheel in the Corvette. Marshall in the Nova. You go bracket racing every weekend at your local track, but you'd like to make a stop on the NHRA Mellow Yellow or Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series Tour. Scotty's got problems. Corvette's slowing big time. 1093 by Marshall Glass, almost gave it away at 120. Scotty just now getting to the other end of the racetrack, runs 19.22 seconds for those of you scoring back in the pits. But anyway, if you've got $1,000 a month to work with for your racing budget and the other guy's got $17 million, obviously your racing operations are going to be different. Well, to give everybody a level playing field, Super Street to run 1090, Super Gas to run 990, Super Comp to run 890. Basically, we'll cover the majority of the cars that run in the bracket programs at the local tracks, here, there, and everywhere. But you can come out and by virtue of a device called a throttle stop, which is a mechanical device that is set at a predetermined rate prior to you getting into the car based on your math calculations, your weather formulation. A bunch of different factors enter into it. Doc Smith and Doug Wood have made their calculation. Doug in the Oldsmobile, Bob in the Nova. Again, you set the throttle stop for the car to come off the line as hard as you can. That way you get the benefits of the best launch possible. Doug Wood gets the win there, 1091 at 125. Schmidt slows up to an 1107. 123 against Stock and Super Gas. Need you to the lanes, please. Stock and Super Gas. Need you to the lanes. But everybody can come out and basically run the same category. It doesn't matter whether you got $1,000 a month to work with or 17 million. Everybody's got to run, as here in Super Street 1090. They have the biggest, baddest, nastiest car around, but if you can't run 1090 consistently, well, go put it back in a trailer, Sparky. 1089.3, Chris Runnels. Too much stripe down at the other end, breaks out by 0.07 of a second. Gary Whitefoot in the Camaro. Dead on the money at 10.901. So it levels the playing field. Everybody has to be able to cut a starting line reaction time, run the number at the other end of the racetrack, hopefully light the win light, come back for the next round of eliminations. So that is, if you will, an oversimplification, but you get the idea. It's Terry Terrence, Bethany Crick roll in. We saw Dad go out a little bit earlier in our top sportsman competition. Trying to keep the family pace alive here with her small block powered Nova on the right. Small block powered Nova there on the left. This will be fun. Good reaction times, two good drivers, two good Novas. Finish line winner picker says give it to Terry Terrence. 1094, 124 beats a 1094, 134 by 7 thousandths of a second. There was 8 thousandths of a second between them leaving the starting line. Charlie Aldrich, Rob Cropfeld roll in now. The second generation Camaro there on the left side, 73 edition. Cropfeld's Vega out of Ohio here in the right-hand lane. Look at that, Charlie. Charlie brought the RPMs up, and that Chevrolet Camaro said, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. And Charlie's like, not yet. Oh. 1084, 132. Cropfeld's Vega gets to come back one more time. But you get the idea. It's Michelle Furr and Bitsy Sadderly come back. So Michelle, who's been running strong in Super Comp, going out in that last round. Let's see if she can keep her Super Street hopes alive. See over on the left-hand side, says, not if I got anything. 1093, 126 by Bitsy, 1097 by Michelle. So late in the afternoon, Michelle's race weekend comes to a conclusion. Stock Eliminator, you should be in the lanes paired up for the next round of eliminations. Super Gas, you should be paired up and ready to go as well. Stockers, come on down, boys and girls. We're ready. A little starting line prep and we'll be ready. But anyway, that's the premise behind Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Give everybody an opportunity to make their way onto the Lucas Oil Tour. Looking for our quarterfinalists in Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster. To the lanes, please. Our quarterfinalists in Spitzer Race Cars Top Dragster. That means we'd be looking for Mr. Dudley, Mr. Prevost, Mr. Strasweg, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Ellison, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Deakins, and Ms. Barker. You thought I was going to mess up and say Mr. Barker, didn't you, huh? Huh? Yeah, no, hey, you are. I do want to remind our racers, let you know that if you have a paycheck coming from your weekend of competition here at Beach Bend Raceway Park, third floor of the tower, you can stop by the third floor of the tower, pick up your check, and On your way back down the steps, be sure and stop by the announcer booth, sign the back of the check, because we like autographs. And Warren and I will take up a collection. All right, round number 3, stock eliminator action. We've got to whittle down to 28. Take it down to our final 14, Jerry Robillard. And Mike Morris working their way down track. B-stock automatic Firebird. 11:02 the dial. Robillard trying to chase him down, gets it done on a double breakout. 10.85.6, Gary's under by 4. 10.99.3, Morris is under by 27, so you take 4:27, 23 thousandths of a second the difference down at the other end. Scotty Richardson, Jeff Touton, a couple of late model factory stock hot rods. Challenger on the right side. Scotty Richardson wheeling that Cobra Jet in the left lane. Scotty's got her dialed 906. Jeff on a 1097. Not quite 2 full seconds. 4 balls on the tree. Here comes Scotty. Richardson closing in at the stripe, runs 22 at 131. Gibbs up short, 10.98 by Touton. 115 miles an hour. So Jeff will be back one more time at least. Jason Clark, high stock automatic Chevelle. Donnie Beeler goes into the next round, he hopes, with a 10.98 with his 327. 4-speed Camaro. A little bit better out of the gate, Beeler. A little bit better at the stripe, Jason Clark. That high stock automatic Chevelle moves on by 3 thousandths of a second. 95 on a 93 by Jason. 11:02 on the 10.98 by Beeler. Comes up just a couple of ticks short. Again, Super Gas and Top Dragster. Need you to lanes, please. Super Gas. Top Dragster, we need you. Staging lanes, please. Wade Owens, Corvette. Sullivan's Mustang. Handicap for the Mustang. There he goes. Here comes Wade. Corvette, 454. Chasing down that little 302 pony car. Coming. Got him. 64.7 on a 64 dial. 12.07 by Sullivan on his 12.01 dial. Can you say missed it by that much? I knew you could. David McGee's little Malibu wagon, the in-stock entry. 1263. Over on the left-hand side, the dial. Danny Bird. D-stick, 327. 4-speed. Junkyard Dog. Roof. Chevy, too. So Danny Bird comes up short on that pair. 12.96. David McGee will get the win. 85 miles an hour. The Junkyard Dog just missing coming off the starting line. That'll bring up Ben Winston. Dan Cotton. First generation, Z28. Last generation, Copo Camaro. 302 4-speed. One owner car over here on the right-hand side. Condon's machine, 2015 Copo Camaro. Hadn't had time to change hands too many times yet. Ben Wenzel, 73 years young, slams the door on the Copo Camaro with a 1069 on a 64. Condon goes 59 on a 58, and if you're drag racing savvy, you've probably just figured out that Ben Wenzel stole that one on the starting line, holding 7 on as they went by the Christmas tree. You say asleep at the wheel? I knew you could. Adam Davis looking to see if he can go back-to-back here at Bowling Green. He won it last year. Like to win it again this year. Looking over now at Ricky Clark, the truck driver out of Kentucky. Looking over at Ricky Clark, the truck driver out of Kentucky. Not looking at Ricky anymore. 11:24 on the 22 by Adam. He gets the win, goes one more round. Ricky Clark goes 11:10 at 113. He can come to the third floor of the tower and pick up his check at his convenience. Kevin Helms going out in that last round of super stock. Now looking to see if he can keep it going here in stock eliminator. Winchester's small block Corvette. Going to give him a tussle though. Winchester 11:24 the dial. Helms on a 906. Kevin Helms gets the win, 13 on a 906 dial at 131. 11:23 Winchester, 11:23.4 on the 11:24. He breaks out by 6, but again, the pillow toss was going on up here on the starting line. Well, let's just say one of the drivers took advantage of the pillow toss, took a nap on the starting line. Top dragster, top sportsman, these two lanes, please. There goes Andrew Hill. Here comes Tom Russell. .1088, the win goes to Hill at 107 miles an hour. 1078 at Russell, 120 miles per Andrew. Better light off the starting line, parlays it into the win at the finish line. Ryan Rudrick, 340 Duster, motored on down the racetrack, and Joey Martins. .1144, 114. Ryan Rudrick is 003 on the tree. 1037 by Martins on his 1031 dial. He wasn't bad on the tree, but he just wasn't 003. Ryan Rudrick's little 340 Duster gets to move on one more time. Jimmy Carter's Chevy Camaro left side. Jeff Taylor's drag pack Challenger right lane. Getting ready to come up next is a little starting line maintenance. off and running. Jeff Taylor goes 4 red. Carter will get the win. The D-Stock automatic for the runner out of 40. Texas. JT 004 runs 9:55. 9:55 on a 9:64. Warren, do you think he might have been holding a few? I believe he might have been too, yes. Houston Ranks picked up the win at the Jeg Sports Nationals and continues his winning ways here at Beach Bend Raceway Park, winning the first and the second round. So let's see, that's 7, 8, 9. See if he can make it 10 rounds in a row in NHRA competition or at Beach Bend. Nope, he's got number 10 because Russ Spear just went 1 red against him, and the kid, 16 years young, out of Bradfordsville, down to the final 14 cars in stock eliminator. He runs through 1060 at 123. He might have been holding a little bit too on his 1068 dial. Could have been. Kenny Stott, Chuck Bellinger. Roll up now as we're down to our next to last pair. Stock eliminator. Gaz coming around the corner. Bellinger's little small block over in the left lane. Small block. $11.20. Bellinger's going to get the win. Stott had the better light. Falls off at the other end. Bellinger able to swing on through with an 11:20 lap down at the other end of the racetrack. Slate Cummings and Ryan Richardson. Slate off and running. Ryan working his way down the racetrack. Richardson may have stolen one on the starting line, and they both break out, and Slate gets the win. 10:36 on a 10:40 by Slate. 11:72 at 107 by Ryan. Ryan had the better light, but Slate able to get the double breakout win down at the other end of the racetrack. Top sportsman, top dragster. Need you to lanes, please. Spitzer, top dragster. Brodix, Schmidt, top sportsman. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Super Gas getting ready to come up. A little starting line maintenance going on. Trying to figure out how I can get my brownie tin back to Shreveport, Louisiana, so I can get it refilled by Cindy Dew. I mean, I can go next door. I can pull up the address, stick a mailing label on it, and send it back to her. If I send it back to her before Shreveport, I could get more brownies in Shreveport. I like this idea. All right. Janice Swan comes in. That's the 990 category. Gets ready to march on, and here's Warren one more time.
Thank you, Bob. Janice waits behind the starting line. And I'm guessing based on the computer and the fact there's only one car up there that she gets a bye run. Sis out of Mooresville, Indiana, the 73 Opel GT. Swan off and running left side of the track. Looking for a 990 on the big board down there at the finish line. How about a 985? 500 at 158 for Janice Swan. Two more coming up right now. If you like Corvettes, two different versions. I'm sorry. Better pay attention. Announcer screwed up. How about a 69 Camaro Roadster left side and a 63 split window Corvette right side. Val Harmon left side out of Luling, Louisiana. The project manager at the controls of the 69 Camaro Roadster alongside Jeremy Jensen wheeling that 63 Corvette out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Jeremy Jensen out front. A little too much out in front. 300, 987 sends him home. 988 at 157 for your winner, Val Harmon. Harmon advances to the next round. One of these two will as well. Rob Stiegel out of Brentwood, Tennessee, or Jason Lynch from Pleasant View, Tennessee. Racing Jason right side for Cars Protection Plus. Stiegel left side in that 67 Chevy 2 wagon. Stiegel out front. Lynch comes off the stop, charging hard. Big speed for the Cutlass. How about a 9,900 for the win? He was 3 thou from a perfect package. He's 003 on the tree, dead on 00 at the finish line. 990 with an 8. So Jason wins in the team car. Here's his teammate, Mia Tedesco, chasing the national championship this year in Super Gas. The little Cavalier left side of the track out of Pittsburgh, PA. Trying to get the job done as part of the Mosier shootout yesterday. Looks like Carl Root. Root leads early, way early. Red light start for Carl Root. Win light for Miss Mia. That'll help her in the points chase. 985 at 169. Doesn't matter. Root, red light start. Clicks it off, 1756. Two more in the water box right now. A pair of heavy hitters in the class. Number 5 in the world last year, Steve Hoyt, out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve and Jan 63 Corvette Roadster. Alongside the 57 Corvette Roadster, that familiar yellow and black. In the Jegs.com lane, the Jegs.com Corvette, driven by Troy Coughlin Jr., TJ out of Delaware, Ohio. Attention in the pit area, top dragster, top sportsman. You should be headed to the lanes if you're not already. We also need comp eliminator to the lanes, please. So top dragster, top sportsman, and comp. We need all of you to the staging lanes, please. How about this for Troy Coughlin Jr.? 12 on the tree, dead on with a 1 at the finish line, takes out Steve Hoyt's 989-1. Hoyt was 010 on the tree. Good looking drag race. TJ moves on. Jerry Duke comes up now out of Nashville, Tennessee. The Duke brothers Beretta, alongside Pat Martin out of London, Ohio. for Armor Paving and Sealing. A little 27 Ford Roadster. Don Davis built machine. Again, top dragster, top sportsman, comp eliminator. We need you all to the staging lanes. At the finish line, it's a 992 for Pat Martin. Won that on the starting line. Jerry Duke finishes up with a dead 3, 9903, but gave back 3 at the starting line. Kelly Keith, Herndon, Kentucky. The farmer left side, taking on Rock Haas. Commerce, Michigan, Haas with some ground to make up as they head down track. Not going to get it done. 990 with a 3 at 158 for Kelly Keith. He'll move on to the next round. Haas finishes up his day 994 at 146. Clint Lindsay, Montgomery, Alabama. The Lindsay Incorporated, 97 Cutlass, left side. Taking on Don Anderson, the Division 6 runner out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Anderson in the Corvette Roadster right side. Again, top dragster, top sportsman. You should be in the lane. Right there, we need you now. Comp eliminator. Comp eliminator to the lanes. So Anderson brings the car up, rolls right through the beams. Red light start for him. Clint Lindsay eases it on down the track. Clint Lindsay gets the automatic win. Don Anderson, no time on the time slip, 1924 for Clint Lindsay. Will advance. Attention, Allan O'Brien. We're looking for you to finish up the field here in top dragster. Allan O'Brien to the lanes. Comp eliminator to the lanes. Comp eliminator to the staging lanes. It's Al Walker, left side from Lawrenceville, Georgia. The landscaper in the 74 Trans Am. Taking on Cool Hand Luke Bogacki out of Carterville, Illinois. 63 Corvette. Bogacki, former world champion here in the category. Won a world championship in Super Gas. Won a world championship in Super Comp. Went on a tear last year in Super Comp. Will it be Al or will it be Luke? It's going to be Al Walker. 991-2 at 141 for Al Walker. Luke Bogacki finishes up 991 at 148. He was 5 off on both ends of that race. Al Walker picks up the win. Matt Tankersley, Prospect, Tennessee. 70 GTO lines up alongside Teddy Barlow from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Tankersley, missile defense. Tankersley gets the win. Barlow, red light start. Tankersley, the GTO, picks up a 990 with a 4 at 153. Moves on to the next round. For Barlow, red light start, 991 at 156. 2 more coming at you right now. Ken Mostowich out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. 2012 Corvette. Mike Jerusik alongside from Elyria, Ohio. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Mostowich and Jerusik making their way down track. Mostowich 109.89, took 2 at the stripe, only needed 1. Mike Jerusik, your winner, 990 with a 4 at 164. John Taylor comes up now. Loves those Dodge pickup trucks. Taylor out of Naples, Florida. The 99 Dakota alongside Coy Collier, Division 4 runner out of Benton, Louisiana. 68 Camaro lines up here in the Jakes.com lane. and Taylor. Bustling their way down track. Will it be the Dodge? Will it be the Chevy? It's the Dodge. Collier took the stripe by 5. Should only took 4. 989.7 at 154. Taylor, your winner. Don Gandy out of Columbia, Tennessee. Pulls up now. It is for sale. The IROC Z, left side. Want to go racing? Go see Don. Greenbrier, Tennessee. This Camaro Roadster heads down track. $990 with a 5 for Edmund Richardson. $155 for your winner. $989, 100 for Don Gandy at $149. And he finishes up here. Steve Collier comes up next. A big D3 TV welcome to Jackie Warren. I understand Jackie just tuned in to D3 TV for the very first time. Happy to have you on board and bring you this racing action. So, Jackie, welcome. Hey, this is Roger Warren down track. Steve Collier alongside. Good drag race shaping up. And how about this? Double breakout win. Steve Collier, 988 at 165. He is your winner. Roger Warren, 4 under 986 at 161. So, tough break there for Roger. But Jackie, happy to have you on board, checking out the action. Coming up next, it's Spitzer, top dragster. 8 cars left in the category. They got 3 rounds to go to pick up the big money. Brodix, Steve Schmidt, top sportsman, waits in the wings. Comp Eliminator. If you're not in the lanes, we need you now. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Again, if you've got money coming, you need to come running to the tower, head up to the 3rd floor. That's where payouts are happening. 3rd floor of the tower. That's right, as Bob always says, if you got too much money, and there's a couple of you out there that I think do have too much money, but that's a personal opinion. Some people don't think you can ever have enough. But if you got a little overflowing, help out a poor old announcer or two.
We'll take autographs on checks here.
Dang right we will. Bob Unkefer up next. He'll call the action here in Spitzer Top Dragster.
Well, starting line prep as we get ready to continue on here with quarterfinal action in Top Dragster. We whittled it down to our Elite 8. Going to take it down to our Final 4 in Top Dragster, our Final 4 in Top Sports. Comp Eliminator getting ready to come down the pike as well, and we will be down to the Final 3 in that category. I got to tell you, Kimbrough and Rick Brown right now, both a little anxious, looking forward to this round of eliminations because for them in Comp Eliminator, it'll be a winning run in this round, gives them a bye run into the final round. And, well, hey, that's always a good place to have a tune-up run just before you get ready for the final round of eliminations. This stage of the game, a little starting line prep, a little rosin going down like we talked about earlier, a little drag from the track Zamboni, putting a little fresh skim coat of rubber down, make sure everybody's got the adhesion properties that they need to leave the starting line. 4 pairs of top dragsters. Going to send down the racetrack. We're going to determine our 4 semifinalists. Send them back to the pits, get them turned around and bring them back, see who our final 2 contestants are going to be. Again, on behalf of everybody here at Beach Bend Raceway Park, Dallas Jones, the entire family and crew, I want to thank all the competitors who showed up this weekend. Over 600 race cars here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. We want to thank all of you spectators that came out for a pretty nice day of racing. Yes, it's been a little warm out there. I understand that. Hope everybody's staying hydrated. Lots of water going in, as the case might be, because, well, let's face it, you're sweating a lot of water out as well. But always glad to have you in the house. Like we talked about earlier, very unique set of circumstances here at Beach Bend Raceway Park with the covered grandstands, the canopies in place to keep you out of Mother Nature's sunlight and give you a unique audio experience for all the cars going down the racetrack as well, because there are like 2 other tracks that have canopies or roofs on top of the grandstands. You don't get the audio enjoyment, I guess I should say. Well, I'd use the word sensory overload like Warren just said, except to me in drag racing there is no sensory overload. It's called sensory enjoyment. All righty. Mr. Deakins, Ms. Barker. Going to be our first pair, and I think John just experienced an issue. Car did the burnout, lost fire. Try this again. And looked a little bit better. Lindsay Barker up, a lady out of Georgia. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Lindsay was 14 on the tree in that last round. Her last race over Jameson by a scant 14 thousandths of a second. Deakins, living on mean, was 0-0-1 after that opening round lucky run. John is set to prove that, hey, I need to be here. Quick Fuels Technology, design technician. Right up the road in Louisville, got the Bottle Baby, big 768 cubic inch combination. He's dialed in 639. This Lindsay there on the left-hand side has the smaller motor, but is actually dialed in quicker with a 629. One of the drivers going to the final 4. Not going to be Lindsay. Deakins goes 0-27 out of the gate. A little wiggle there in the middle. Runs 683 to put his name in the final 4 annals. 001 read by Lindsay. Then a 676 as she shuts off at the other end of the racetrack. But Deakins does what he needs to do. Gets the round win. Moves on to the final 4 with that 683. Lap here on the Jegs side of the racetrack. Danny Nelson, JB Straswick. Good matchup here. Chassis builder left side, your Jegs Sports Nationals. Top dragster champion, taking on JB, who was runner-up here a year ago at this particular race. So both of these gentlemen been to the final round within the last year here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. One of them not going to have that opportunity today. Danny left side, 641 the dial. JB right lane, 646. JB jumping on the tree, goes 0-0-3. 647 on a 646, has a 15,000 pack. Danny Nelson runs dead on 8, left a little bit on the starting line. And JB, after that 011 light in the last round, steps it up to a 003 this time. Then runs 641 down at the other end of the racetrack. So, nice lap there by Straswick and the dragstersforsale.com team. Now, who are they going to run? Ed Dudley or Jimmy Prevost? They know they're going to run one of these cars, so they're keeping an eye on both of them. Dudley on the right side, 6:29 the dial. He had a tight race in that last round, winning by just 19 thousandths of a second. Jimmy Prevost, meanwhile, the carpenter out of Illinois, had an 18 thousandths package. Tell it, top dragster competition, 6-second runs, 200 miles an hour, and they're thousandths of a second apart at the other end of the race. Red line start by Dudley. Jimmy Prevost's going to get the win. Motor on through 6:37, 210 miles an hour. It'll be Prevost. Strasweg in the semifinals with that 6:37.4. Jimmy rolls in. It'll be a good battle. JB ran that 6:41, so they'll be virtually side by side. And we're going to find out who runs Deacons. Is it going to be Lynn Ellison or is it going to be Allan O'Brien? That twin turbocharged AMC powered entry there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Got to tell you, one of the more unique power plant combinations in the world of top dragster racing, and there are numerous of combinations in the top dragster field. Lynn Ellison, power plant in the collectortethers.com pirate car on the right-hand side. Lynn looking to see what he can do right now and march his way into the finals. He goes first. Allen's going to be giving chase. .630 by Lynn Ellison on his 6:31, just a tad quick. Allan O'Brien, though, 15 on the tree, dead on 9. He wasn't leaving any room for Lynn anyway at the other end of the racetrack. 34 thousandths package. Excuse me, a 24 thousandths package. Could do the math in the head there. O'Brien gets the win. That twin turbocharged Rambler, every time he goes across the finish line, a little puff of smoke as he shuts her down. So it'll be O'Brien and Deacons, JB and Prevost in the semifinals of Top Dragster. Top sportsman competition coming out next. Marco Abruzzi taking on Mick Snider. Number 21 qualifier taking on the number 1 runner. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes now, please. Round number 3 of Super Stock. Need you to the lanes. Gentlemen, when you do, our fields are getting smaller. Need you to go ahead and pull on up to the front of the staging lanes, if you would. Super Stock, need you to the front of the staging lanes, please. Abruzzi, 693. Snider on a 626. Big handicap start, 7/10 of a second. I tell you, that's a lot here in this top sportsman action. .631, 213. Shoots coming out early again for Mick. Marco dead laid out of the game. Snider takes the power source. Transportation machine, one more round. Your number 1 qualifier, inching ever closer to a final round berth. He's one of our 4 final contestants now. Jerry Albert, Mark McDonald. One of them is going to have the opportunity to come back and run that power source transportation Corvette in the semis. It's going to be Jerry's Jegs and Abruzzi transmission car. It's going to be Mark McDonald's dragstersforsale.com Mustang. Mark, as we told you earlier in the weekend, already had a pretty good year. Win down in Bristol. Runner-up in Joliet. 674 the dial for Mark, 698 the dial for Jerry Albert. Just a couple of tenths this time. Handicap start. That'll be going to the Camaro. Ford versus Chevrolet, Mustang versus Camaro. I mean, nothing says drag racing like the combination on the line. going to be interesting. Top end, win light, 99-0 on a 98. Albert gets the win, 74-4 on a 74. Albert was 11 on the tree. McDonald's was 26, 9,000 of a difference. Down at the other end of the racetrack on a good old side-by-side drag race. Wow. So it'll be Albert and Snider. The semifinals. Now Sandy Wilkins or Tim Irwin going to be one of our final four contestants. 665 the dial for Sandy. Sandy coming off the recent win. The runner out of North Carolina, wheeling that gorgeous 69 Camaro there on the left-hand side. To the winner's circle, Tim Irwin, Mosier Engineering, Research and Development Director over at Mosier. Big motored Chevy Lumina. Started out the show from the number 30 qualifying spot. Like to be singing that Bee Gees song down at the other end of the racetrack. Staying alive, staying alive, staying alive. Got to get around a tough one, though. Sandy Wilkins, you don't earn that single digit on the side of the car by not being able to put the combination down. Irwin, top end of the racetrack, 702 on the 706. He had the better line. Wilkins, though, gets the win, and Irwin breaks out at the other end of the racetrack. Sandy goes 6.66 on a 6.65. Sandy Wilkins into the semifinal. It'll be him and the Oldsmobile of Greg Hoffman, or him and the Camaro of Rick Bowman. Bowman out of Iowa on the right-hand side. Large motor, 746 cubic inch combination. Rick Hoffman's machine out of Kentucky there in the left line. Has that Warren Johnson Pro Stock look to it, doesn't it? It does. Slightly more cubic inches, and well, let's just say the nitrous bottle isn't allowed in Pro Stock, so it's allowed now in Top Sports. I'm not going to say anything. I believe there was a racer that proved that it could be done. There was one that got caught. There was another one that proved it could be done, and then showed him how he did it. Yeah, gentleman out of Whitewood, Indiana. Red light, good night by Greg Hoffman. 16 red at the head of the throttle. Rick Bowman moves to the final four. 696, 203 miles an hour. 696 on a 693 by Bowman. 13 on the tree. 16 red by Kaufman. So our semifinals are set in Top Sportsman. It'll be Bowman and Wilkins. Battle of the Camaros. Snider's Corvette taking on Albert's Camaro. So one thing about it, we know it is going to be an all Chevrolet final. Super Stock, we need you to the lanes, please. If you're not already there, Super Comp, the call now goes out for you. Round number 3 of elimination, Super Comp and Super Stock. Boys and girls, we need you to the front of the staging lanes, if you would, please. Super Stock and Super Comp. Come on down, round number 3. Those are our 2 largest fields of cars as we set right now. Got some starting line prep to take care of, a little drag to go on, a little rosin to go down before we bring out our next round of Comp Eliminator. Looks like it's going to be Brian Browl and Troy Galbraith leading us off. Your number 1 qualifier, looking to see if he can make it to the semifinals here in Comp. Troy out of the number 4 spot. Likewise has that same thought process in mind. Again, racers, if you have a check coming, 3rd floor of the tower to pick up your check. 2nd floor of the tower, we are collecting autographs on the back of those checks. Of course, we're also collecting the checks once you autograph. 6 cars left in Comp Eliminator. We're going to whittle it down to our 3 semifinalists, like we said. Kimbrough and Rick Brown, certainly looking forward with much anticipation for this round of eliminations, because not only does it count for 1 round win, it counts for 2. Brian Browl and Troy Galbraith now as we roll our way into the quarterfinals of Competition Eliminator. Again, Super Stock and Super Comp, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Stock and Super Comp, I need you to the staging lanes, please. Browl on the left side, your number 1 qualifier. Really has gotten here basically uncontested and unscathed so far. Troy's B Dragster automatic. He's probably going to have to work out a little bit harder. He wants the round win here to make his way into the semifinals. Like I said, we're going to have 3 cars left at the end of this session. Brian and Troy, Rampy and Vogus, Kimbrough and Brown are 6 cars going in. Handicap start, going to go to Brian, he's green. Troy Galbraith, he's green. Troy's green, a little bit greener. Troy's win light, a little bit winnier. 685 at 189, 728 by Brian. Down at the other end of the racetrack, Galbraith down at the other end. Making the far end turnout, so Troy. Will be back. One of our final 3 contestants, Chad Vogus. The runner out of St. Peter's Mo. He lists his occupation as magician. I guess the one thing he's good at is making money disappear. Ba-ding, boom. David Rampy's A Econo altered. Good to see David back out with us again after the car going into the sand and a catch net in Columbus about a month and a half ago. Tubing out on the front of the car. A buzzsaw motor from Bogus Motorsports. Rampy out of the gate. Two great lights. Wind lights going to go to Vogus. 764 to 160 miles an hour. Hello, kids. 733 by Rambo at 161. He got down there and Chad wasn't going to quit. So Vogus gets to come back. It'll be Vogus and Galbraith in the semifinals. And those two guys will duke it out to take on the winner of this pair. And it may have already been decided. Jimmy Kimbrough's car comes up. Nope, they're just pushing him back out of the water box. Okay. Whew. All right, so Rampy and Chad make the bend down at the other end. Jim Kimbrough had already come to life. Rolled through the water box. They're like, well, let's wait a minute. Make sure everything's good. C-Drags are automatic. Getting ready to take on the truck. Rick Brown, Dodd Redditch, Tom Perdue and the gang. Out of Ohio. Super Stock and Super Comp. You should be in the lane. Super Stock and Super Comp. You should be in the lanes paired up for round number 3 of elimination. Brown on the 881 index. Kimbrough on a 752 index. Brown's truck on the left side, winner of our comp shootout last evening. This may be a tussle down at the top end of the racetrack, and it's going to be Kimbrough going to the final round. 7 flat on a 752 index, 831 by Rick on at 162 miles an hour, 17 thousandths of a second difference between the two down at the other end of the racetrack. And that, kids, going to put Kimbrough into the final round of eliminations with the single in the semifinals. Super Stock needs you in your cars ready to go because you're coming up next. Waiting on you guys to make the bend. Super Stock needs you around the corner and go on down the racetrack. Super Comp, you'll be right behind them. Stock Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator to the lanes now. Round at number 4. Stock Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Now we're looking for stockers. Super Stock comes around the corner. Ryan Hogg and Matt Alvey getting ready to duke it out. We have 24 cars left. We're going to be down to 12 here momentarily. Ryan dialed in 979. Matt Alvey dialed in 969. Just a tenth of a second. Double greens and away we go. Hi-ho silver. Away. 978 by Ryan on a 979. Took the stripe by 29 thousandths. Breaks out by 8. 969. Dead on 4 for Matt Alvey in the Pontiac. Out of Mount Washington gets to come back and play one more time. Jeff Nicewang. And Leonard Mattingly goes the cheetah, taking on that green Camaro. Nice swanger down in 998. Mattingly on a 1030. Glad to have the microphone off. Y'all didn't hear me. You've been picking up items and throwing them at the big screen, those of you watching D3 TV. Out of the gate, a little bit better light Mattingly. 1031 at the other end. He gets the win. Nice swanger. 996 on a 998. Just a skosh quick down at the other end of the racetrack. Mattingly also had the better light, so he gets to come back and play. Here's Matt, Mike. It's the Matt and Mike show. Matt Potts at the wheel of the Camaro. Cotton at the wheel of the 70 Barracuda. Super high automatic car, 1005 to a 1009. Second night to Matt. 7 thou to red. Day has come to a screeching conclusion. Mike Cotton goes 999 on the 1005. Mike may have been holding a couple. 131 miles an hour, 1009 by Potts. Potts runs dead on the money. He actually misses a perfect lap by 7 thousandths of a second. Phew. Slade Cummings up now, the Hollingsworth. And Latino. Chevy Cobalt out of Louisiana. Slate, the hired gun driver this weekend. Jared Grenier alongside a couple boys right down the road from each other. Raced before. Although I don't know that Jared has raced Slate in Latino's car. And Hollingsworth machine. One light's going to go to Slate, 994 at 121. Jared goes 969 on a 961. Got down the other end of the racetrack. Turned Slate loose. Slate says, I got it. Thank you very much. Brett, Zach, running. Up next. Zach running, that is. The heating and air conditioning contractor. Out of Michigan, up in the Oldsmobile. 1050 the dial. Spear on a 1029 this time. 3 lights a pair, and away we go. Difference off the starting line. 6 thousandths of a second difference at the finish line. 5 thousandths of a second. Brett Spear, your winner. 10:41 to a 10:63. Neither driver getting down there wanting to run the number. A lot of smoke down at the top end of the racetrack out of Zach's machine as it makes the bend at the other end. That may not be a good thing, and we may be looking to see what that looks like down in the shutdown area. In fact, yes, the starter has said, hold on a minute, boys and girls. Andy Cronenbitter and Terry Allison now going to sit and wait patiently while we check out Zach Running's Oldsmobile. Because that was a big old puff of smoke down at the other end of the racetrack. Top end checked out okay. Terry Allison said, I'm tired of waiting, I'm going now. Only problem is when he left now, he left the red light behind him, and Andy Cronenbitter said, thank you very much. Appreciate the support, the help, and the patronage. Cobalt going into round number 4. Dave Tincher working their way down track. Hey, Warren, you can't win for losing, son. Donut gets the win, 976, dead on 4. How about Jeffrey? 13 thousandths package. Send Dave Tincher's Cavalier back to the trailer. 76-4-009 on a 976 dial. Brina and Ollie getting ready to roll up. Stefan on the right-hand side. Brina on the left lane. Budweiser side. K&N and Valvoline. Smalley Steel. Chevy Cobalt. 947 the dial for Brina in the left lane. 906 the dial for Ollie Wright. Big block 454 Corvette hustles down the racetrack. Win light's going to go to Ollie. 905.7 on a 906. 944.8 by Brina on her 947 dial. So Ollie picks up another round of competition. Your number 1 qualifier, all the way from Montebello, California. There's the ball over in the left-hand side, staying alive. What he can do right now with Jeremy Duncan's machine, the Mr. Pest Control. Camaro Super G automatic ride. Jeremy on a 991 going to go first. He's going to be right behind him, though. Zavala's dial in a 975. Double breakout. Wind's going to go to Dunk at 986 on a 991. 966 by Zavala on a 975. Wonder if anybody's paying attention to the flag. The fact that we now have a tailwind blowing down the racetrack. Not to mention anything to anybody, but it's kind of like, hello. Might need to take that into account. Kenny Sharp's Cadillac, the GTM automatic. Let's race that car one weekend. Staying on Michael Bryant. Oh, Ken. Oh, one, red. Ouch. Yeah, but we're done racing for the weekend. I hate it when that plan falls apart. 999 by Mike Bryant at 129. 1123 for Kenny at 101 after that 001 red light. Yeah, it makes you say all sorts of words. I can hear him inside that helmet now. It sounds like the teacher in the Peanuts cartoons, right? Matt Hoover right side. Chevy STN GT truck. Here comes Aaron Dicey. And B Super. Chevy Cavalier. The driver out of Indiana trying to reel him in. Gets him. Double breakout. 876. Beats a 989 on a 995. And the wind just died. Ernie Neal, Tom Gordon gets the W. The boys out of Homa raise their hands because Ernie Neal goes 0-0-3 red. And a 963 on a 966 by Thomas. All right. Well, I understand that right behind us we've had a couple of crackles of lightning. So that being the case, we're going to be on temporary pause here for a moment. Give an opportunity to see what the weather behind us is going to do. We can all feel the breeze coming at us a little bit now. So we're going to unplug the timing system because if it gets hit by lightning, well, we're finished. We're toast. Toast with no butter. I mean, it's, it'd be like going to Waffle House and then being out of eggs. It'd be bad. But anyway, we're going to be on hold here for a moment while we keep an eye on the clouds behind us. More importantly, the lightning behind us to see what it does. So kind of bear with us here for a bit, folks. We're going to be on hold, and we'll get right back to you as quick as we can. Don't go away. We'll get right back ASAP. Yeah, kind of like that right there. Again, just a heads up to everybody. There are a couple of thunderstorms right behind us. Looks like they're going to go around us, but with lightning in the area and some of the wind, we're going to shut down the electrical system, and we're now getting ready to unplug the PA system just in case of a lightning hit. We don't want anybody getting hit by the lightning, so at least as far as the electrical is concerned. Of course, we don't want anybody getting hit by the lightning anyway. So we're going to turn the PA off. We'll be down for a bit. As soon as we get a good look at the radar screen and get ready to go, we'll fire everything back up and let you know we need you back to the lanes. Right now, everybody just be cautious. All right, looks like we're going to be pretty good to go here in just a bit. So, Super Comp and Stock, we will need you back to the lanes, please. Super Comp and Stock, need you back to the lanes. Get the electronics fired back up. Get the timing system fired back up. Got a little starting line action getting taken care of and wrapped up right now. But Super Comp and Stock need you back to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator and Super Comp. We need you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator and Super Comp. Again, Stock and Super Comp. Need you back to the lanes, please. Stock and Super Comp. Back to the lanes, please. Again, Stock and Super Comp. Need you back to the lanes, please. Stock and Super Comp. Need you back to the staging lanes, please. Stockers, Super Comp, come on down. We'll get ready to continue on with final race day eliminations. Little change in the weather, little drop in the temperature. Always going to make things a little bit interesting, but hey, you know what? It makes things interesting for everybody because the weather effect and the wind and the, well, let's just say everybody has to sit down, scratch their head, get out their pen and paper and calculator and see what kind of contabulations and numbers they can come up with to reorganize, replan, and reschedule. So Stock and Super Comp, need you back to the lanes, please. Stock and Super Comp, come on down. All right, stock eliminator and super comp. You're in the lanes. Now the invitation. Going to go out for Super Gas, please. Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down. Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes, please. right, Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes, and now Super Stock. Come on down, boys. Super Stock needs you to the lanes. Troy Coughlin taking on Devin Eisenhower. As we roll into this session of Super Comp, let me get my schedule out here and see whereabouts we are. Gonna have 14 pairs of cars. Devin and Troy are going to lead us off. Eisenhower right side. 890s up on the scoreboard. Super Comp. Round number 3. Final third round of the race weekend. Let me tell you, we're starting to really whittle the fields down now. 888 by Eisenhower. 888. Look at that. 888 for a pair. Eisenhower was 12 on the tree. Troy was 21. By virtue of the better reaction time, David wins the exact elapsed time race down the racetrack. Danny Nelson, racecraft chassis owner and operator, out in our top dragster category. Staying alive here in Super Comp, taking on Tim Millwood now. Millwood executive coming Jason from Columbus, Indiana, because we all know Columbus is in Indiana, not Ohio. Right, Columbus? 889.4 beats an 888.2. So Millwood's Dodge Daytona gets to come back and play with all the rest of the dragsters at least once more. 888.2, 169 by Nelson, 889.4 by Millwood, the winning number. Chad Lamont, Chase Murray. Chase over here on the right side, the Lupe Tortilla. Mexican restaurant and cantina car, a little Sunset Racecraft power plant. Chad Lamont, runner out of Fox Lake, Illinois, and Lamont Trailer Sales. Chad on the 890. Here in Super Comp, round number 3. Super Gas and Super Stock need you to the lanes, please. $8.95 beats an $8.93 by 9 thousandths of a second. Chase gets to come back in play. He was 10 on the tree. Lamont was 32. You take the little number reaction times and the big number elapsed times, put them all together, and 9 thousandths difference between those two laps down the racetrack. Justin Mosier. Jeff Jensen, Grandpa Jeff, wheeling his Clarksville-based runner over here on the right side. And all I'm going to say is this. Jeff wants to be on the last train to Clarksville. Just has a little bit better ring to it than the last train to Portland. Well, looks like Jeff gets to take the early train to Clarksville. 887 comes up short against Justin Mosier's 887 by 8 thousandths of a second. Todd Cincinnati and Ray Conley. As we continue to rock on, I want to say hi to the Pattersons listening in Augusta, Kansas. Got a feeling, Todd, you're going to have the race on one screen and the Royals on another. Not going to be done by the time the ball game starts. Remember, it's on ESPN tonight and not Fox Sports. Just want to let you know. Cincinnati left side, Conley right lane. I'm here for you. All right, Todd left lane, another runner out of Clarksville. He doesn't want to join Jeff on the early train. This one should be fun. About a 13th thou reaction time and you're dead late. 888.9, Cincinnati's 008 and gets the win. 886 by Connolly. Tried to take the stripe. He was 13 on the tree. He comes up short down at the other end of the racetrack. Ricky Hughes. Kara Forbes. See, I do believe Matt's out. I do believe David's out. Kara trying to show the boys how to get it done. She's got to get around Ricky Hughes' machine now, the 8A transmission machine. Rala Competition Engines car. $8.93 beats an $8.96. Kara turned him loose down at the other end of the racetrack. She should have stayed with it. She had the better light. She had the better run. Let Hughes have the stripe. He looked over and he said, well, thank you. Thank you very much. All the way from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I told you we had cars here from all over the continent. Kitty Mostowich up in that big motored 68 Camaro. Full-bodied door car. Surrounded by a sea of dragsters. Taking on Jerry Sosby now. Mostowich trying to hang in there with Tim Millwood. His Dodge Daytona just picked up a round win. Let's see if Mostowich can do the same. $886.4 beats an $885.4. Mostowich makes it a two-door car race so far. Sosby too quick by a hun in relationship on their double breakout lap. Zach Papp, Skip Walls. Skip, Zach, Skip. Shake hands, go to neutral lanes, come out race. Skip out of low car. Coming out of Knoxville. Papp out of Illinois in the body shop. To see what the kid can do. Occupation listed as body shop owner. Not yet. Dad still got the big key. $889.8 beats an $887.4. So obviously the air conditions proving to be a little bit challenging for everybody to get a handle on so far. Luke Bogacki, Kim Profusting, nice to hear from our Canadian friends listening in. I think they just celebrated Ken Mostowich's win with the raising of a Molson. Well, the Australians be celebrating with the Fosters, so hey, it is what it is. Wonder if the Australians have woken up yet. Yeah, they're up and running. They better be up probably at work. Working hard, listening on the internet. Luke Bogacki and Kimbra Houston. Kimbra, already a couple of Lucas Oil Divisional races to her credit this year. Gets a round win here over at Cool Hand Luke, 894. Beats an 895. Kimbra 007 on the tree. 16 thou to the better down at the other end of the racetrack. It's Jeff Walls and Jimmy Stahl. Yep, the other half of the low-car team out of Knoxville, rolling up now. Stahl out of Boone, North Carolina. Structured operator, CNS Racing entry. It would be kind of bizarre. Go to bed, listening to a race, get up the next morning, the race still going on. That's what they've done down in Australia. Still here, guys. Crown winners yet. For those of you that are wondering, we were down for a while. We had some lightning in the area. We had to shut everything down and let the storm pass. Luckily it did. Walls goes 888 at 185. Jimmy Stahl goes 004 red. So for those of you that were wondering, where'd you go? Well, we didn't quit. We just took an electrical break. The old slogan, smoke them if you got them. Well, we didn't want to smoke them, so we unplugged them. And there was some lightning popping around the area, let me tell you. Dan Foley taking on Dave Dahlem. Foley out of Texas, left side. Dahlem out of Illinois here on the right-hand side. See what Dave and Judy and the gang can do. SRT Trans, Eastside Tire entry. Over here in the Jenks. TNT chassis car, Foley down the left-hand side. Trigger shot down in Texas, fabricating a new ride about a year ago. And getting the win here, 893. Look at the margin of victory. Wow, 893.1 beats an 893.6 by 1/10,000th of a second. Better down track was Foley by 5. Difference off the starting line was Dahlem by 5. 0, 0, 0, 1. The margin of victory for Foley. Here's the Pataskala Flash wheeling the Chevy Cavalier. Steve Eckert. First ever Super Gas national champ, taking on Steve Hoyt. Hoyt, a division Super Gas champion in his own right. Out of the gate they go. Win light's going to go on for Hoyt. 23 thousandths package, dead on 4 and 19 on the tree. Eckert was 12 on the tree, but too much stripe at the other end with an 886. Steve Collier and Brad Plord. Wheeling and dealing the Lucas Oil undercover chassis car. Charlotte Lucas picks up the phone and says, hey, Brad, I want to race this weekend. Brad's like, yes, ma'am. If Charlotte doesn't want to race this weekend, Brad's got the keys. And he goes racing a lot. Taking on Steve Collier now, the hard-charging runner out of D4. Coming up from Louisiana. Ooh, Bad Brad's got a whole lot of bad problems. 897, Collier gets the win, and Plord sitting inside the car going, Super Gas, Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas and Super Stock needs you to the staging lanes, please. Tony Brown should be taking on Greg Camplain, but Camplain's Spitzer chassis car not able to answer the bell. So Tony, who picked up a win down in Shreveport, Louisiana, coming up right on a year ago in this car, looking to see if he can come back around and do it again. Love to do it here in Bowling Green and then head back to Shreveport in about 3 weeks and play it up one more time at Thunder Road Raceway Park. $889.9 on a tune-up run. That ain't bad. Super Gas, Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas and Super Stock needs you to the staging lanes, please. Stocker's getting ready to come up next. Round number 4. $14 cars left as our first pair comes out. Ben Wenzel getting ready to take on Jason Clark. Wenzel's 67 Z28. 1057 the dial for Benny. Jason 1191 the dial for the I stock automatic. 327 Chevelle. Ooh, big round here for these two. 14 cars left this session. There'll be 7 in the next session. One of these runners gets a twofer with this round. As you win this round, you have the bye in the next round, and you'll automatically be a contestant in the semifinal. This is a twofer. 2 for 1. There goes the spell. Here comes Ben. Gravity gearbox in that 67 Z28. Won the U.S. Nationals in that car right at 50 years ago. Not going to win today. It's going to be Jason Clark going to the semifinals. 1192 on the 1191. 56.9 by Ben on a 57 dial. You say breaks out by 1,000? Thought you might be able to. How about Ryan Rudrick and Jeff Touton? Heads up E-Stock automatic battle. Ryan's going to have to really turn the work loose on that 340 Duster. See what he can do with the Southland Dodge Kingpin. Jeff Touton over there on the other side of the racetrack. Heads up, first one to the finish line is your winner. No breakout. No crying, no sobbing, just bragging. Winner gets to go to the quarterfinals. Red light by Rudrick. Took a shot at the tree. Missed it by 12 thousandths of a second. Knew he's going to have to push the number a little bit. Jeff's car definitely quicker. 1092, 1136 by Rudrick. So Touton gets to move on one more round. Super Gas, Super Stock needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas. Super Stock needs you to the lanes. We need our semifinalists and top sportsman and top dragster to the lanes now as well. Semifinalists and top sportsman and top dragster needs you back to the lanes, please. Chuck Bellinger, Chevy 2, taking on Wade Owen. He's still listening to D3 TV and surround sound. He should be in Indy. Wade Owens goes red. Chuck Bellinger gets the win. 1109 on the 1110 dial. Yeah, we did time to stop for chicken. So Bellinger gets the win. Owens goes red. Pretty good battle shaping up now between Andrew Hill and Adam Davis. Hill's D-Stock automatic machine dialed in 1075. Your defending champ Adam Davis, the Pontiac on the left side, dialed in 1120. Andrew goes 0-0-1 at the hit, runs 1076 on a 1075 for the W. 1117 by Adam Davis on his 1120 dial. Andrew Hill chasing a potential Division III stock eliminator crown. Continues to go rounds. Here's Houston Rakes. 16-year-old youngster at the wheel, that Chevelle in the left line. has now gone 10 rounds of NHRA stock eliminator competition here at Bowling Green without losing. Won the JEG Sports National. Stout order in front of him right now, taking on the 4-time world champ, stock eliminator kingpin, Kevin Helms, driving the Southland Dodge, Southland Truck Group. Challenge. Closing in, top end, double breakout. Helms your winner, 9 flat on a 903. 1050 by Houston on a 1058, and after 10 rounds in a row, Young Houston's run here at Bowling Green comes to an end. A couple more pair to go in this round. Blake Cummings taking on James Carter. Pair of boys out of Division 4. Slate wheeling the Mosier Engineering Corvette in the left line. C5 edition, dialed in 1038. Carter 1094 the dial. D-stock automatic, 67 big block Camaro. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman need you to the lanes, please. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman need you to the staging lanes, please. Looking for Snider, Albert, Wilkins, Bowman, and Top Sportsman. Looking for Prevo, Strassway, O'Brien, and Deacons in Top Dragster. Need those 8 cars to the lanes, please. Red light start by Carter. Slate gets the win. 10:39.9 on the 10:38. 21 too quick was Carter off the line. So it'll be Bellinger, Cummings, next round of elimination. Hill and Helms, well, that'll be a battle. Clark will get the bye, and Chip Touton's going to take on either David McGee's wagon. Gary Robillard driving Dipsy Pendarvis's challenge. It's going to be the Challengers. McGee goes there by 4 thousandths of a second. Robillard 1078 on his 1079. So it'll be the Mopar machines of Robillard and Touton meeting up in the next round of Stockers. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. Need you to lanes, please. Top Dragster. Top Sportsman needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas getting ready to come up next. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, come on down.
So once again, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, we need you back to the lanes, please. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. We need you back to the lanes. Super Comp. Fuel them, bring them back. Super Comp, back to the lanes. Super Gas at the ready line right now. The 990 cars getting set to pull around the bend. Quick touch up of the starting line, putting down a little rosin, a little sticky stuff on top of it. Help keep our starting line intact for the 990 cars. So once again, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman to the lanes. Super Comp, we need you back to the lanes as well. Super Comp, back to the lanes. Again, a reminder, if you've got money coming to you, you need to head to the tower, 3rd floor. Payouts done on the 3rd floor of the tower. Head over here and pick up your hard-earned winnings. Race cars coming to life as they get the signal to fire and pull them towards the water box. It's going to be Val Harmon, Division 4 runner out of Louisiana, taking on Kelly Keith out of Herndon, Kentucky. 69 Camaro left side. 34 Roadster right side. Both of them, big block Chevy Power out in front of them. Again, Pro Tree, 410s Pro. You'll see them leave to get a good launch. Throttle stops will kick in. Then they'll cut them loose and head for the finish line, trying to hit that magic 990. Green and green as they head down track. Harmon and Keith. Harmon for the win, 992 at 163. Keith took the stripe, too quick, 988 at 156, breaking out. Two more coming at you right now. It's John Taylor, the runner out of Naples, Florida. 99 Dakota pick-em-up truck, left side. Matt Tankersley alongside 1970 Pontiac GTO with Pontiac power under the hood. Top tracks with Top Sportsman and Super Comp to the lanes. Finish line's going to decide it. How about a 989 on the double breakout for John Taylor? Picks up the win. 159 for the speed. 988 at 146 for Tankersley. Ends his day right there. Al Walker comes up now. The 74 Trans Am left side. Triple nickel big block out in front of him. Alongside Clint Lindsay out of Montgomery, Alabama. Division II racers side by side. 97 Cutlass over here. Red light start for Clint Lindsay way early on the Pro Tree. Automatic win to Al Walker. 984 driving it out the back door at 143. Lindsay red light start 989 at 169. Two more are going to head down. One will be back for the next round. Will it be Troy Coughlin Jr. or Edmund Richardson? Really? Look at that pair. TJ left side, 57 Corvette. Edmund Richardson right side. And our starter jumps out in front of both cars, holds him at the pre-stage beam. Not sure what was going on there, but now he gave him the motion to move forward. Richardson's in. Pair of heavy hitters. One's going to go home. Is it going to be Edmund or TJ? It's Edmund. His weekend done 989 at 150. He's 989.3. TJ 989.4. Gets the win by 1/1000 of a second on the double breakout. Here's Miss Mia, left side. Pittsburgh, PA, the home base. This young lady in contention for a national championship in the category, alongside Mike Jerusik, the Elyria, Ohio runner, 63 Corvette Roadster right side. Tedesco wheeling the Cavalier. Saw her pick up the Wally and Joliet at the divisional level and the Wally and Joliet at the national meet. So will Bowling Green be just as kind? We'll find out. She's got a chance. She's got the win. 992 at 161. Double whomping him down there. Mike Jerusik 988. 2 quick right side. 166 for the speed. Jason Lynch, racing Jason, following his teammate right there, the Cars Protection Plus Cutlass. Alongside Pat Martin, the Armor Paving and Sealing 27T Roadster. Away they go, headed west. Who's going to see the bulb flash down there at the finish line? Pat Martin on the double breakout. 988 at 167. Jason Lynch, 987. He's 3 under. Martin 2 under. He gets the win on the double breakout. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes, please. And Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator. We need you back to the lanes as well. So Super Comp and Comp back to the lanes. Next up, Steve Collier, Janice Swan. Swan's day ends on a red light here. The D4 runner picks up the round win, 987 at 170. Janice Swan, red light start, 993 and out at 157. So with that, one of Bob Unkefer's favorite classes at the ready line right now, looks like Super Stockers coming at you right now.
Top dragster, top sportsman, Comp Eliminator, and Super Comp. You've all been called to the lanes. Come on down. Top dragster, top sportsman, Comp Eliminator, and Super Comp. You have all been called to the staging lanes. Super Stock getting ready to come at us as we go into round number 4. 12 cars here. We're going to whittle it down to 6 and then 3. Super Street needs you to the lanes now, please. Super Street needs you to the staging lane. Super Street, your turn to come on down. Bring your 8 cars left in competition and come on down for round number 4. Super Street needs you to the lanes, please. 12 cars here in Super Stock. Ollie Steffen, Matt Alvey going to lead us off. The GTD Automatic Sunfire on the 965 and the Jegs side of the racetrack. And Ollie Steffen, 903 the dial out of that big block 454 Corvette. Super Stock B Automatic, low 9 second, big block 71 Corvette. Right out of Scarborough, Ontario, Canada. You think he might have something figured out in that puppy? Phew. 903. That is quick. Flickering the bulb is Alvey. Waiting on Ollie to roll in with the Corvette. First pair off and up. Ooh. What do you do at night when you go to sleep? You turn out the lights, the party's over. Ollie goes 904 on his 903 and comes up short, 969 by Matt Alvey. At 131 miles an hour. Let's just say Matt was late. Brett Spear taking on Tommy Gordon now. Spear's Camaro left side. Coming out of Minnesota. Gordon coming out of Louisiana. The factory GT converted 68 Barracuda. 961 the dial for Thomas. 22 the dial for Brett. There goes Brett. Here comes Thomas. Factory GT Cuda going to make Spear work for it. Top end. Wind light comes on for Gordon. 962 on a 961. He was drip, zip, zero, perfect. Gordon down at the other end of the racetrack. Andy Cronenbitter taking on Mike Cotton now. The little 350 Cobalt taking on that 383 Cuda. Super high automatic, 996, 4/10 head start for for Cotton, 996. Andy's 9. Here comes Andy. Cronenberg at the stripe gets the W. 57 on a 56. 96 dead on 5 by Cotton. Andy, though, holding 400 as they went by the Christmas tree, and Mike couldn't make it up at the other end of the racetrack. So Mikey's day is done. He'll be on I-65 headed north here in a little bit with his lovely bride, Paul. Jeremy Duncan, Mr. Pest Control, taking on Aaron Dysinger. Singer driving. Mike and CJ, Super Stock Cavalier, their B Super entry. Over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Going to be a second handicap start. Jeremy, he's off and running. Here comes Dysinger. Aaron trying to reel him in. Top end, coming, got him. 878, 143. Had the better line was Aaron. Jeremy a little tardy off the line with that 984. He was dead on 2. Still comes up 26 thousandths of a second short down at the other end of the racetrack. So Dysinger gets to come back. He'll take on Gordon. That perfect light leaving. Mopar car out of Louisiana. Jeff Dona and Mike Bryant now getting ready to do battle as we're down to our final 2 pair this time around. Super Street. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street needs you. Staging lanes, please. Going on the left side, 972, 996 for Bryant over here on the right. Jenks lane. 3 lines of pair, and away we go. Donuts, Super H automatic. Pontiac Firebird reaching for the finish line now, gets it. 77 on a 72, he was 005. 10 flat for Bryant on his 996. He was 22 on the tree and 17 thou behind leaving. So Jeff Dona goes to the next round. He'll take on Cronenberg in the quarterfinals of super stock action. Matt Alvey's little Pontiac going to take on either Slate Cummings in the Hollingsworth and Latino Chevy Cobalt. He's going to take on Leonard Mattingly in that Olds Achieva. Womp, 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 womp. Sounds like going up the scales on the piano. 984, Cummings gets the win on the double breakout. 1023 by Leonard Mattingly on the 25. True margin of victory for Cummings, 15 thousandths of a second. Super Comp, Super Street. You should all be in the lanes ready to go. Heck, might as well put out the call for stock. Might as well. I mean, I'll be calling you next eventually, so hey, come on down. Stockers. Quarterfinals. Here we are, semifinals. Top dragster category. JB and Jim. Prevo on the left line. Straswig, the Lucas Oil, BP Fuel, K&N, Oakley Engine. Dragsters for sale.com. And JB been smacking on the tree. 1,000ths on the reaction timer, 3,000ths on the reaction timer. Last time down the racetrack. Prevo's been working his way through. It's pretty decent laps as well. An 18 thousandths package, a round to go. That's a 634 dial for Prevo and a 643 dial for JB. JB goes 005 and then runs 42.3 on a 43 dial. Prevost 35. He was 14 on the tree. And he'll get the win and into the final round. Prevost just by that much, thousandths of a second, able to eke out the win down at the other end of the racetrack. That was JB Strasweg, the dragstersforsale.com machine. Breaks out by just a thou. Allan O'Brien taking on John Deakins now. Deakins, who survived, if you remember, that wild and wacky first round confrontation earlier in the day when he should have lost. Shouldn't have been here at all. But here he is, semifinals. They say it takes a lucky round to win a race. Well, he's had one. Allan O'Brien, that twin turbocharged AMC powered dragster in the left lane. But I got to think there's a lot of people secretly hoping to see that AMC win. Not going to happen. 37-0, dead on the money by Deakins. 008 on the tree. Allan O'Brien goes 6:16 on a 6:19. He was 41 leaving the starting line, and he didn't know it, but that 8th thou package by John Deakins, he was already done. Deakins, like I said, shouldn't have survived round one. Now into the final round. What can you say? When it's your day, it's your day. Top Sportsman semifinals coming at us next. Jerry Albert and Mick Snider. And the two-time division champ. Take out the #1 qualifier at the majority of our events this year. Jerry Albert over on the left-hand side. He and Tracy. To see if they can take the Jegs. Abrui Trans, Holly Fuel System. Chevy Camaro. And put it into the final round. And Snider looking over at him going, don't count them chickens yet. They haven't hatched. Snider on the right-hand side. 470 cubic inches, blown Hemi power. 24 the dial for Mick, 695 the dial for Jerry. We're going to be looking at the right-hand side of the car. Trying to judge the closing rate of Mick Snider's Corvette. Wow, 624, dead on 5, 15 on the tree. How about a 20-pack for Mick Snider? 693.5 for Jerry Albert. 26 on the tree. Whew. Snider, Power Source Transportation, 20,000 package in the semifinals to put him into the finals. 15 on the tree, dead on 5. Ooh, baby. What you call putting the lap down. Now, who's he going to run? Is it going to be the Camaro of Sandy Wilkins? It's going to be the Camaro of Rick Bowman. Sandy's raising his hand over there inside the car going, me. Bowman here over here on the right-hand side going, hey, play 2. 693 the dial for Bowman into Jags lane. 64 the dial for Sandy Wilkins. Sandy carries that big number 6 on the side of the car. Sandy coming off of the win recently at the national event. Looking to see if he can pick up a Lucas Oil divisional race. And it's going to be Sandy, 663.0 on a 64. 684.0 on a 693. Wow. Way under the dial for Rick Bowman. Sandy Wilkins runs a Hun under his dial, and he was 008, so it's Wilkins. and Snider in the final rounds now of our top sportsman field. Stock Eliminator needs you back to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, come on down. Three cars left in competition eliminator. Troy Galbraith, Chad Vogus. And that gentleman is going to the final round, Mr. Kimbrough. Well, we know Jimmy Kimbrough is going to be in the final round with his Florida-based dragster. Question is it going to be an all-dragster final or is the Magician, as he lists his occupation this weekend? Chad Vogus out of St. Peter's Mo, that little 32 Bantam-bodied machine over here on the right-hand side. Inquiring minds want to know. Vogus, 8:15, really has hammered that K altered automatic index this weekend. Troy Galbraith down a dime. Chad's down 1,500. So both drivers in comp eliminator parlance. Damaged goods going into this semifinal pairing. Question is, who has the most left to deal with? Troy on the left side. Indianapolis-based runner. 32. Vogus out of the gate and running. 1,000-foot mark is still Chad out in front, but it's Troy at the stripe. 684 at 180 miles an hour. 765 by Chad. Gave it a good run. Troy had the better reaction time. Able to parlay it into the win lights. So it'll be the B Dragster automatic of Troy Galbraith in the finals. Taking on this machine. Jimmy Kimbrough, an 8C Dragster automatic. Kimbrough's going to pull in, stage it under his own power. Tree's going to flash green. Jimmy's win light's going to come on, and he says, thank you. Thank you very much. So our finals are now set in comp eliminator. An all dragster final round. All right, Super Comp, round number 4. 14 cars left. We'll whittle it down to our final 7. Tony Brown and Devin Eisenhower will be the first 2 to duke it out. The light's going to come on as our winner picker says Tony Brown. 001, dead on 1. How about a 2-foul pack for the runner out of Texas in the manpower car? Jaha. 001, dead on 1 for Tony Brown. The old expression, B-double-O, take 00. Parlays right there for Brown. Steve Collier rolls in now. Team player with Tony Brown's machine. Collier on the left-hand side. Just watch Tony go down track. B-double-O, take 00. Skip Walls thinking the exact same thing. The low car. They're on the right-hand side of the racetrack. I will tell you right now, the B-double-O portion of the racetrack didn't happen. The take 00 didn't happen. 895, 168 though. Collier gets the win, and that's the important part. 897 by Skip Walls. Comes up short at the other end of the racetrack. So Collier moves on. The round of 7. Steve Hoyt and Justin Mosier roll in next. Steve Hoyt rolling through the beams. Not going to get a time. Justin Mosier's going to go 9:01 and move on to the round of 7. So Mosier gets to come back and run Steve Collier in the next round of elimination. Tony Brown already in. Mosier now in. Jeff Walls and Kimbra Fusting playing in. How about Kimbra in that last round? She's pretty deadly in that last pair for the young lady out of the Parker Store Racing operation based out of Illinois. Okay. Taking that cool hand Luke. Pretty good tussle in that last round. Now she got the low car machine of Jeffrey. Mr. Walls there on the left-hand side, the Budweiser line. We're going to make the boys work for it. She's 003.92 with a 0. 888 by Jeffrey. Giving chase down at the other end of the racetrack. Kimbra. B-double-O, take 00. They had it handled both ends of the racetrack. No problem. Here's our Canadian runner. Everybody up in Canada, get ready to hoist your Molson. Or your Tim Hortons, whatever the case might be. Kenny Mostowich right side. Todd Cincinnati into dragster left lane. Well, neither driver 00. Cincinnati takes 00. 003 at the stripe. Gets the win, 891.1 to a quicker 8903. Todd was 25. Mostowich was 36. Dan Foley and Chase Murray, a couple of Texans, coming all the way to Bowling Green to battle it out. Chase over on the right-hand side. Blowed up the motor in his top dragster a couple of weeks ago. When I say blowed it up, I mean just that, blowed it up big time. Dan Foley, the electrician, the TNT chassis car there on the left side out of McKinney, Texas. Red light, Chase. Way too quick out of the gate. Sheila May standing there and they're going, why? Foley goes 889, 160 miles an hour. So Murray goes red, Foley goes green. Foley moves on. He comes back to take on Todd Cincinnati. Next round of eliminations. One pair to go. This is one of them two-fur rounds. We will have 7 cars left. Next round of eliminations. And the winner of this pair, either Rick Hughes in the dragster or Tim Millwood in the Daytona. We'll have that bye run. And we'll be one of our 4 semifinalists. That's pretty cool. That means your check will grow a little bit bigger. Speaking of checks, if you have a check coming, 3rd floor of the tower, come and get them. Millwood out of Columbus, Indiana. Executive up at Cummins Diesel. Hughes out of Fishers, Indiana. A&A transmission. Walla competition engine. Green lights apparent. Well, unfortunately, I can't tell you how ugly this is for one driver, but it's like really ugly. 889 by Millwood at 153. He breaks out 9 flat by Rick Hughes at 154. Yep. If you follow all the numbers, Tim Millwood runs quicker by a 10th and still finished 2nd in that pair going across the finish line. So Hughes goes to the round of 7 and automatically we'll move to the semifinals. I'm going to go ahead and pencil him in on my ladder. You can too if you're playing fantasy drag racing. Terry Tarrant's going to roll in alongside Doug Wood as we roll into the 1090 Super Street category. And here's Warren.
Thank you, Bob. Bob moves into the executive producer chair. I move over to the running at the mouth chair. How's that? Terry Tarrant, Round Hill, Kentucky, 1090 the number. Off they go, Doug Wood alongside. $10.92 for Terry Terrence. 005 on the tree helped him a bunch. $10.90 and out of here for Doug Wood. Bitsy Sadderly, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. 68 Camaro left side alongside Jason Sadderly out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. The skillet tester in the 99 Firebird. So I think that's mom along the guardrail. Does she root for her husband or her son? Well, she's standing in Dad's lane. Watches the boy. Jace Satterley, 10,900. Down at the big end, 022 on the tree. They were too close off the starting line. 10,900 getting it done for Jason Satterley. Gary Whitefoot, Hebron, Kentucky, comes up now. 69 Camaro alongside Marshall Glass. Glass from Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Mechanic over here right side. Whitefoot, a truck driver by trade. they go into the sunset. Wind line's going to flash down there for Marshall Glass. He's safe, 1094 at 125. Whitefoot took 3, needed 2, 1088, 2-2 quick. Left side of the track. Marshall Glass moves on. Matt Ball up next. The Chevy S10 out of Troy, Ohio. He's in the Budweiser lane left side. Right side, the Jegs.com lane. That is Rob Cropfeld out of Hamilton, Ohio. 71 Vega Wagon. This is your final pair. Super Street. Both of them looking for a 1090. How about a 1092 for Rob Cropfeld? He'll advance to the next round. 2 under. 1088 for Matt Ball. And his night is done. 4 cars left in Super Street. How about that? Coming up next, stock. Super gas, super stock, back to the lanes. We need super gas and super stock back to the lanes. And coming around the bend, headed for the water box, stock eliminator. And Bob Unkefer. Love stock. When you got your Wally, was it in stock or super stock? Stock. This is your class.
I like it like that.
Kevin Helms and Andrew Hill going to lead us off. First pair, Andrew off and running, wheels up, wheels down. Here comes the reigning national champ, giving chase. Wind light's going to go to Andrew, 1071 on a 70. 9 flat with a 7 on a 901 by Helms. So Hill goes to the semifinals. We have Todd getting ready to take on Gary Robillard. Battle of the Drag Pack Challengers. Gary Robillard gets the win, 1084 over Jeff Todd's breakout, 1089. Slade Cummins and Chuck Bellinger, and it's going to be Slade getting the win, 1036 on a double breakout over Chucky's 1103. right, Mr. Clark gets the win in stock eliminator. So our semifinals are set in that category. It'll be Clark and Hill, Cummins, and Robillard as the Louisiana boys going to do battle. The semifinals. About to hand out a couple of trophies. First up, going to be our alcohol funny car final round. I got to tell you, right now there's a pretty big deal going on with Andrew Bowl and Dan Pamponio, excuse me. Andrew and Scott McVeigh duking it out for the North Central Regional Championship. McVeigh not here this weekend. I got word that he is attending a wedding. He's not here to defend his rights. If Andrew Bowl wins this, it will effectively put Scott and Andrew into a tie, with both drivers getting ready to head to Earlville, Iowa the weekend after the U.S. Nationals. Hopefully to lock it up there. If not, we may see one of them down in Noble, Oklahoma. You can never tell where these guys will travel to claim a championship. And Pamponio. Right-hand side. Andy right-hand lane. Ball a little bit better out of the gate. Pamponio, little puff of smoke down there right at the stripe. 574. Andrew Bowl does what he needs to do, though. 559 at 263 to get the win. Yet another win on the division trail this year. And now he and Scott McVeigh virtually tied for the North Central region of the Division III Alcohol Funny Car Championship for 2016. Wow. Looks like both the gentlemen going to have to head off to Earlville. 574, 252 by Dan. The boys out of New Jersey gave it a pretty good ride, but it just wasn't to be. Andrew over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack, he qualified at a 565 over here on Saturday. Comes back to step up the program with a 559 this evening. 263 miles an hour to take home the Wally. Congratulations to the gang out of Racine, Wisconsin, the headers, Total Flow, and Competition Products, Chevrolet Camaro bodied entry. Alcohol Dragster getting ready to come up next. Right behind him, Josh Hart and Robin Samsel going to do battle. Saw a little puff of smoke out of Pamponio's car there on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Checking out that left-hand lane here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. Make sure we're good and clean and safe before we send Josh Hart and Robin Samsel down in the finals of Top Alcohol Dragster. Should be a pretty good battle shaping up. Samsel 541 in the last round. Hart 540 in that last round. So based on the last round numbers, looks to be pretty interesting. Robin's been 538. Josh been, of course, down in that 530 range this weekend. So this state of the game, it's, well, let's see who can do it. Should be interesting. Final round of Alcohol Dragster. Understand Nitro Joe just rolled into the Nitro Lounge back home and got us tuned in on D3 TV. Where you been all day, Joe? We've been missing. Josh Hart, Robin Sampson now. Final pair in Alcohol Dragster. Josh in his third Lucas Oil Divisional or Regional Alcohol Dragster final round in a row. Runner-up up in Epping, New Hampshire. Took the win at Atco, New Jersey. He's either going to be a winner or runner-up here in Bowling Green. Robin Sampson. Been a while for the kids out of Indiana. They have struggled. They have fought. They have clawed their way with the NGK, Justice Brothers, Lucas Oil. Car here on the right-hand side, the Jag Sleigh. As we said, 540s in the last round for both of them. 541.9 by Sampson. 540 by Josh Hart, the Advanced Auto Parts machine. Right now, lights are lit, and away we go. Battle to the stripe, 531.9. Josh Hart, your winner. 272. 537.6 by Sampson at 263. Josh was better out of the gate, quicker to 60 feet, and never stopped to look back and see where Sampson was. Sampson actually a little bit faster at half track, but it was the top in charge of that Advanced Auto Parts machine. Gene Gallant tuned the car, working its way down the Budweiser side, so congratulations. Josh Hart and crew. Josh out of Ocala, Florida. Runner-up in Epping and now back-to-back wins at Atco, New Jersey and here in Bowling Green. Robin, nice runs this weekend, though. I got to tell you. Qualified third with a 5:38. Had a pedaling contest with Miss Mia in the opening round today. And then came back to run a 5:41 to put the Iceman on the trailer in the semifinals. So 5:41, 5:38, 5:37. Good runs for the gang out of Indiana. And Phil Ez going to roll in now, see if he can get one more licensing lap in this weekend. Super Comp and Super Street need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp and Super Street need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp and Super Street need you back to the staging lanes, please. Again, things taken care of down at the far end of the racetrack. Again, like we talked about earlier today, you can go past the last turnout if you don't get slowed down enough. And it appears one of our cars in that session, may have been Josh, didn't get slowed down enough down at the other end of the racetrack and literally goes running right on by that last turnout. And we have to send the down track crew out to give a little assist to get the car turned back around and headed back up to the return road. It's kind of a unique irregularity here, if you will, at Beach Bend. It's not the only track we see that at. There are numerous others. And it's not always a big deal. Just every once in a while, it'll raise its head. And it looks like now they flashing the green lights at us from that end of the racetrack. That's generally the indication that, hey, we got everything on this end under control. Of course, they'll also tell us via the radio, but when we're seeing flashing red, it means nope. When we see flashing greens, it means yep. So Phil has one more lap for his alcohol funny car license. Some of the drivers stepping up to keep an eye on things. Yowza, hello, 589, 235. That might get him a license. He ran 6 flat in the last lap down the racetrack, so definitely picking up the pace and making the laps that he needs to make. Going down the racetrack. Looks like the crew's pretty happy with that one. 589.5 at 235. Understand from Nitro Joe that Phil's ride is a XJ Payne machine.
Getting down to the short rows here in Super Gas. Looks like 2, 4, 6, 8 of them left in competition. First pair, it's TJ left side, Troy Coughlin Jr. The Ohio runner alongside Pat Martin, also from Ohio. For Armor Paving and Sealing right side, TJ over at down track they go. Will it be the third generation racer? It is. 992 for your winner, Troy Coughlin Jr. 3 under 987 at 164. 020 on the tree helped young TJ. Steve Collier, Mia Tedesco coming up next. Steve Collier, the D4 runner out of Louisiana. Miss Mia right side. She's chasing the championship. Green light starts for both. Collier, Tedesco. Collier for the win. 992.3 at 162 for Miss Mia. She was dead late out of the gate. 992.8 at 159. So Steve Collier makes it count. And I'm looking at the computer screen, and our safety crew is rolling down there at the finish line. Attention racers in the staging lanes. Please pull up. Please pull up to the ready line so we can get you down the track. So as soon as we get word from the finish line area or the shutdown area, we will let you know. In the meantime, racers, we would appreciate your assistance if you would pull up to the ready line so we can pull you around and send you down the track. So our safety safari tending to an issue down there at the finish line. Once we've got a report from them and get the all clear, we'll be back to action in just a couple of minutes. Again, racers, we need you to pull up in the staging lanes. So when we're ready to go, you'll be ready to go as well.
Yeah, I understand one of our drivers down there having a slight issue with the car in the shutdown area, so we'll had to pause for the cause for a moment, get that issue taken care of and checked out. Now we're back at it. Al Harmon taking on Al Walker. Trans Am out of Georgia over here on the right-hand side. Start to finish landscaping. If he makes house calls to Kansas City. I need a little help. Let me rephrase that. I need a lot of help. Val Harmon into a new house down in Louisiana. I hope it was spared by all the floodwaters down there. Just finishing construction on it. He's going to make his way into the semifinals, running dead on 5 at 154. 999 by Al Walker, so it'll be Mr. Harmon coming back to take on the truck. As we're down to 4 cars left. 4 vehicles left. Super gas action. The big motored Chevrolet and the 99 Dakota. For John Taylor. Retired from Taylor Elevator Corporation. So John Taylor and Taylor Elevator. He could have been the chief cook and bottle washer over there. John Taylor, 7 vehicles left in super gas competition, gets his run down the quarter mile. Lights it up with a 991 at 164 miles an hour, and that'll put super gas semifinal pairings into the history book. We'll see who could come back and work their way into the final rounds. It's Jeff Dona and Andy Cronenbitter. Get ready to do battle now. Super stock quarterfinals, 6 cars left. If you follow along well enough, you know that with 6 cars left, it means there's going to be 3 in the semifinal. So one of these pairs, a twofer. Not this one. Dona and Andy going to duke it out here, and one of them is going to have to come back and do battle again to get their way into the final round. Dona on a 970, Cronenbitter on a 954. Again, racers, a reminder, if you have a check coming, 3rd floor of the tower is where you need to go to pick them up. I'll tell you what, the storms in the area are certainly making life interesting. Seen some tailwinds kick up, and some winds blow, and then fall right back down again. 952 at 134. Cronenbitter gets the win. 966 as both drivers run under. Cronenbitter into the semifinal. Thomas Gordon taking on Aaron Dysinger. Winner here gets to come back and take on Cronenbitter. 959 for Thomas. Remember, he was perfect on the tree in that last round. 0, 0, 0. Whoop, and he goes red here. Dysinger says, hey, I'll take a green light any day of the week. And down track he goes, 878 at 141 miles an hour. So Dysinger driving the machine of Mike and C.J. Farrell. Going to the semifinals now. He'll be one of the final 3 cars left. Thomas Gordon's machine, we're going to have to go down and check out and bring back. right, final pair and a twofer. Coming at you now, a heads-up GTD automatic battle. Ain't this interesting? Matt Alvey's GTD automatic Sunfire out of Kentucky, taking on the Hollingsworth and the Latino GTD automatic Cobalt out of Louisiana with Slate Cummings manning the cockpit this weekend. On paper, Alvey was the quicker qualifier, but if you follow along in the annals of stock and super stock qualifying, we all know that the Cummings clan are some of the drivers that like to qualify down at the bottom of the qualifying sheet. So the question is, whom has the better car? Whom has the quicker ride? Who going to get the better light? It's going to be an interesting pair. And the neat thing about it is whoever wins this automatically goes to the final round with the bye run at 3 cars. So a big heads up here in the late stages of super stock racing. Checking the track down at the far end, making sure that the incident we had a little bit earlier didn't leave anything out there up next to the wall. So we're checking that real quick. And just bear with us a moment. We'll get Slate and Matt fired up and finish off this round of super stock action. All right, looks like the top end's clear, and we are ready to go. Our final pair, quarterfinals of super stock competition, heads up GTD automatic. According to Nitro Joe and the Nitro Joe drag racing stats, now that the engines have come to life, the quicker of the 2 cars, seasonally, been the Sunfire of Matt Alvey. Question is, what have the boys from Louisiana done to get ready for this pair? And we all know Slate can really hammer down the tree. So let's keep an eye. Starting line reaction time going to be a potential big player in this pair. This will set our 3 semifinals in super stock. Slate did what he needed to do. Grabbed a little bit of an advantage off the line. Top end winner picker. Yep, it's going to be Alvy, the quicker of the two. Just like Nitro Joe said, 946, 133, 969 by Slate. Slate grabbed a little bit of an advantage out of the gate. Weren't enough. Matt Alvy's going to the final round. He'll have the bye at 3 cars. Need all of our remaining finalists back to the staging lanes, please. All remaining finalists back to the lanes. Nitro Joe's just sent me a note. Says you never know what Slate can pull out. Boy, I'm telling you. Seen them boys race a long, long time, and they are always, always tough. If you're still in, come on back to the lanes, boys and girls. The night is getting short. The rounds are getting shorter. As we roll now into Super Street semifinal. Jason Sadderly and Marshall Glass. Sadderly on the right-hand side, the Firebird. Glass, the left-hand side, the Nova. 2 Bluegrass State runners, one out of Lawrenceburg, one out of Hopkinsville. Oh, baby, this will be fun. Dead even out of the gate, and a 79.7 beats a 79.1. I think the air temperature may have dropped a little bit for that pair. 79.7 on the 90. But it'll be Sadderly. Going to the finals with that lap. Now, is he going to take on Rob Cropfeld's Little Vega? Or Terry Terrence in the Nova? Take on another Nova in the final. Oh. I'd say look at that, except you can't see it. Well, now you can. 002-92-0 beats a 006-83-2. So Cropfeld a little bit better able to dial for the changing weather conditions. Do want to let everybody know that there has been a change in super gas as we get to the late rounds. It was determined that Steve Collier's Vega hit the wall down at the other end of the racetrack due to excessive braking. And with that action, the car and the round win have been disqualified, and Mia Tedesco has been reinstated for that round win in super gas. So Mia, and not Collier, will come back to race TJ Coughlin. Haven't they done that already this year? Didn't they do that at Columbus? I think they did. That's right, they did do it in the shootout. Tony Brown taking on Kimbra Houston. Now into Super Comp. Kimbra, who has been smacking the tree, gets the round win here. Look at that, identical 886 5s. Kimbra better on the tree. Kimbra better at the stripe. Brown was 001 and dead on 1 in that last round. Kimbra was 003, dead on 3 in that last round. She parlays it, that momentum, into a semi-final berth now in Super Comp. Todd Cincinnati and Dan Foley. One of these two drivers got to come back and run Miss Kimbra. That may be a tall order the way that car's running, the way she's driving. Cincinnati out of Tennessee. Looking for that last train to Clarksville. And Dan Foley out of Texas. The TNT Foley electrical service car over here on the right-hand side. Either driver in a hurry to stage. Cincinnati finally goes in. Only on the timer, rolls in. Green lights apparent, away we go. Pretty good reaction timers on both sides. One light's going to go to Cincinnati. 87.8 beats an 86.6. So Todd comes back to run Kimbrough in the semifinals. Cincinnati and Houston. Steve Collier going to take on Justin Mosier now. Mosier at the wheel of the American chassis. Mosier engineering car on the right-hand side. And Collier just lost in the Vega after tapping the brakes down at the top end, and the Vega coming in contact with the wall. Back to try and redeem himself. Got to focus on the tree, cut a light, and run the number. He goes trip, zip, 0. Runs 8.92 to take out Mosier. So Collier, after going through all of that at the other end of the racetrack, comes back, focuses on the tree, goes perfect off the starting line. He'll come back to take on this player. Rick Hughes out of Fishers, Indiana, the next round of eliminations, the semifinal. Hughes got a motor through 885 at 172 miles an hour as the wind once again kicking up, providing a bit of a tailwind for those going down the racetrack. And I do believe our comp eliminator final round getting ready to come at us now as we prepare to pass out another Wally this weekend here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. The all dragster comp eliminator bat Jimmy Kimbrough down a 10th on the C Dragster Automatic Index after competition today. Troy Galbraith, B Dragster Automatic, down 11 hundredths of a second. For the second more than Kimbrough. So should be a pretty good matchup. Galbraith qualified at number 4. Kimbrough qualified at number 7. A little bit of a handicap start, going to go to the car on the Jegs side of the racetrack. Runner out of Florida. The boys duking it out now, working their way down the racetrack. Troy, Jim, Troy. It's Troy. 683, 191 miles an hour, 694 at 191. 39 thousandths of a second. Difference down at the other end of the racetrack. Jimmy was giving chase. Troy was 20 on the tree and going for the W. Troy Galbraith picks up the win. Comp Eliminator continues to have a very nice season. Go along with his showing with the Jegs All-Stars and the Joliet event. Troy Galbraith, your Comp Eliminator champion here this weekend. Wow. Cool. He joins Josh Hart, an alcohol dragster. Andrew Bowl, an alcohol funny car in the winner's circle. We're working our way toward crowning all the rest of them. Racers, if you're still in competition, need you back to the lanes, please. If you are still in competition, need you back to the staging lanes, please. Semifinals, finals. Pretty much all that's left now in all of our categories. Top sportsman, top dragster final rounds. Set to come, Snider and Wilkins. Top sportsman. Prevost and Deacons. In that top dragster field. Super Gas, we're down to Harmon and Taylor. Miss Mia and TJ. Stock Eliminator, it'll be Hill and Clark and Robillard and Cummings. Super Stock, Dysinger, Cronenbetter. Matt Alvey getting the bye to the final round as we're down to 3 there. Super Comp with 4 cars left, Hughes and Collier, Cincinnati and Fusting, and 4 cars left in finals now in Super Street. Cropfeld and Sadderly getting ready to do battle. And again, boys and girls, if you're still alive, need you to the lanes, please. Come on down. right, semifinals now. Stock Eliminator. Chevrolet, Mopar, and Chevrolet. Andrew Hill's D-Stock automatic Camaro right side. Andrew looking for a divisional championship this year. Wants to keep going rounds. Wants to make it to the finals. Look out Jason Clark's high-stock automatic Chanel, high on the priority list right now. Camaro off and running. Runner out of Royal Oak, Michigan. Working his way down track in the Camaro at the finish line stripe. Andrew Hill headed for the finals. Dead on 2. 17 on the tree, 19 thou package for Andrew. Jason, 1180 on an 1184. Jason a little tardy off the line in relationship to Andrew's 17 light. So Andrew Hill into the final round once again here in 2016 Stock Eliminator competition. All right, who's going to run Andrew Hill in the final? Is it going to be all Chevrolet, or is Gary Robillard going to make it a Mopar Chevy final round? Robillard driving the Dodge Challenger, the Hemi car of Dempsey Pendarvis. Louisiana boys going to see what they can do. 1073 the dial over here on the right-hand side. And for Mosier Engineering and the Cummins Racing Clan. Hammond, Louisiana, Baby Gap, Slate Cummings. Wheeling that C5 Corvette. He'll be on a 1034. Watch the car going down the racetrack. Pans out according to Slate's plan. Should start seeing the brake lights tap down there right about now. Nope, no brakes. Dead on. Oh, look at that. Slate Cummings goes perfect. 0, 0, 0, dead on 0. Did you guys plan it that way? Oh, man. Perfect light, dead on with a 0 by Slate. Andrew Hill throws down a 19 thou package, and we think that's pretty good. Slate goes perfect and earns his place in the final round. Yowza. Holy guacamole. Ooh, speaking of guacamole, that sounds good. Need a little chip and dip up here. So our finals now in Stock Eliminator set. And again, racers, if you're still in the program, need you back to the lanes, please. Semifinals and finals, need you back to the staging lanes, please. Two of the young guns in the sport, Miss Mia, out of Pittsburgh, the CarsProtectionPlus.com Cavalier. Actually lost in the last round to Steve Collier's Vega. Steve Collier on the brakes in the shutdown area. Car got a little out of control, glazed up against the wall. And that is a disqualification for excessive braking, so Miss Mia gets reinstated. Now she gets to take on TC, Troy Jr. Faced off against each other yesterday. The Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Facing off against each other here in the semifinals of Super Gas. Pretty close reaction time numbers. Troy gets the win. 989 beats a 988. 8 thousandths of a second difference down at the other end of the racetrack. So TJ goes to the final rounds in Super Gas, and he'll come back to run either Val Harmon or JT, John Taylor, at the wheel of that big 632 cubic inch ex-pro stock truck Dodge Dakota. Harmon, another Louisiana-based runner, making a tow up to Bowling Green. Getting a little short stop in before heading on up to Indianapolis for the big go. Going to try and put the Camaro Roach into the final round. Struggled with the car when it came out early in the year. Looks like he's getting everything dialed in now. Harmon on the tree goes 004, 91.8 for the win. Taylor goes 985, trying to chase him down at the other end of the racetrack. So it'll be Val Harmon and Troy Coughlin Jr. Our finalists now set in Super Gas. So our finals are set in stock. Finals set in Super Gas. Our top dragster finals getting ready to come up next. Quick Fuel Technologies machine of John Dinkins over here on the right-hand side, who, in all honesty, should not have survived the opening round of eliminations earlier today. I'll tell you what, he did, and he has made it work since. Been living on dang near, and if not perfect, lights through all the rounds of elimination. Jimmy Prevost, though, saying, hey, don't forget about me, this VRN chassis car over here on the left-hand side. We've been running on kill most of the day, too. 632 to 630. .632 to 635 the dials for Prevost and Dinkins respectively. Great final round. Shape it up now. Race car. Top dragster. Who's going to take home the Wally? It is going to be Jim Prevost. 32 dead on 3, 16 on the tree, a 19 thousandths package. Dinkins runs 36.3 on his 35. Had a good light. Not as good as he's been running, but I'm telling you what, today John Dinkins has. Making it to the final round, he'll take it. Jimmy Prevost, though, gets to take home the Wally. 632. 16 on the tree on a 632 dial. Looks like our 890 car is going to be next out. Semifinals in the category. Todd Cincinnati, Kimbra Fusting, Rick Hughes, and Steve Collier are 4 cars left in competition. Nitro Joe sitting at home lets me know that since he's got time to be dealing with all the stat book numbers, And we're trying to keep up with everything that's going on here in the tower. Ooh, a little flash of lightning off there to the west. But Nitro Joe lets me know that perfect run by Slade Cummings a moment ago, the first perfect run in stock eliminator all year long. And I got to tell you, number of stockers has increased dramatically in the last year and a half with all the new Copos, Cobra Jets, drag packs coming out. And for that to be the first perfect run of the year in stock eliminator tells you just how tough the category is. But Slate, trip, zip, zero, dead on with an egg. And he did it. Thank you, Joe. Todd Cincinnati and Kimber Fusting now as we roll into the semifinals. The Super Comp 890 category. Todd left lane, Kimber right side. Kimber two divisional wins already under her belt this year. See if she can make another final round appearance here this evening. Step away from going to the final. Not going to make the finals this time. 894-1 loses to an identical 894-1. The difference off the line was 11,000th of a second, and that's the margin. Down at the other end of the racetrack as both drivers run through identical elapsed times. Cincinnati had the better light. Cincinnati gets the win. So he's in the final round. Come back to take on either Rick Hughes or Steve Collier. Collier, remember in that last round, was perfect on the tree. They're on the Budweiser side. See what he can do over here on the Jegs.com side of the racetrack. Here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. Hughes wheeling that Rolla Competition Engines car. Well, let's just say nobody's trip, zip, zero perfect this time. But on a double breakout, Rick Hughes goes 889.9 to take out Collier's 888.0. So it will be Hughes. And the Rolla Competition Engines, A&A transmission car, taking on Todd Cincinnati in the finals now in Super Comp. So our finals are set there. Finals are set in Super Gas with Val Harmon and TJ. Stock Eliminator with Andrew Hill and Slate. Super Street with Cropfeld and Sadderly. Super Stock semifinals yet to come at us. Top Sportsman final round getting ready to rumble right about now. Sandy Wilkins and Mick Snider. Finals in Arbrite. Steve Schmidt, top sportsman category. Your number one qualifier, Mick Snider. Absolutely hammering each round of eliminations today. This car all day long. Sandy Wilkins dialed in at a 660 though, and Sandy has been consistent. Going to make this final round in top sportsman a very interesting final round pair. Wilkins is green. Here comes the Power Source Transportation Corvette and Mick. From number one to the winner's circle, dead on 4. How about a 17 thousandths package in the final round for Mick Snider? 61.8 on a 60 by Sandy. 33 on the tree, a great run. But Mick Snider, 13 thousandths on the reaction timers. Dead on the dial with a 4, a 17 thousandths package. Congratulations to Mick Snider, our top sportsman champ today. Semifinals now in Super Stock, and this will put us to the final round in every category. Andy Cronenbenders, GTC Automatic. Aaron Dysinger, Mike for CJ Farrell's Super Stock B Super old Chevy Cavalier. 874, now giving chase. Cronenbender in the left lane, the Budweiser side. Andy goes 0-0-4. Taps the brakes, gets the win, 51 on a 50. Dysinger goes 73.5 on a 74. Takes the stripe by 3 thou, breaks out by 5 thou, and it was the reaction time for Cronenbender that got him the win down at the other end of the racetrack. So it'll be Cronenbender getting ready to come back and take on Matt Alvey in what appears to be our final run of the evening. It'll be Super Stock. Three cars left in the Super Stock class. We talked about it earlier in that heads-up run that Matt Alvey had. So he just kind of eases on down, runs a 9:68 lap. 108 miles an hour. He'll be back around to run Cronenbender. The final round of Super Stock. Here comes the final round of Super Street, I do believe. Rob Cropfeld and Jason Sadderly going to do battle. 1090's up on the scoreboard. We'll see who can cut a light and run the number. B-double-O, take double-O. Sadderly wheeling the Firebird. Cropfeld wheeling that little small block. Bank. Making a race out of it as they go down the racetrack. Cropfeld the better light. Cropfeld the win on a double breakout. Wow, look at the numbers. Cropfeld 1086 at 120. He breaks out the least because Jason Sadderly goes 1079 at 124 miles an hour. And I'm looking at the flag in the tree going, man, I don't think the tailwind hurt on that one. Whew. That was just real quick down the racetrack for Jason. So Rob Cropfeld gets the win in Super Street. He'll be back in the winner's circle here in just a bit. Pick up his Wally here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. Four final rounds to go. Stock Eliminator, Super Gas, Super Comp, and Super Stock. All the rest of our champs been crowned. Winter Circle photos, I'm sure, gone on. Rob Cropfeld just getting the win in Super Street. How about Mick Snider from number one to the Winter Circle in Arbrite? Steve Schmidt, top sportsman category. Top dragster, Jimmy Prevost, getting the win over Johnny Deacon's machine. They're in the final round. Comp Eliminator Troy Galbraith continues to have a stellar 2016 season. Top alcohol dragster. Hey, what can you say? Josh Hart, number one to the winner's circle, just like Mick Snider. Tremendous 5:31.9 in the final round at 272 miles an hour. Andrew Bowl gets the win over Dan Pomponio in the finals of alcohol funny car. Force what will effectively be a tie in alcohol funny car here in the north central region. Looks like everybody will be headed off to Earlville, Iowa the weekend after next, as they will head to Earlville for the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event, final race of the year in Division 5 competition. They can't settle it there. Hey, they may be heading down to Noble, Oklahoma for the final race of the year in Division 4 competition. That'll be coming up the second weekend in October. Got to tell you, got some interesting races coming up across the country. It's getting now to the serious portion of the year. The drivers start looking at the NHRA website and tabulating their points, saying, well, if we go here and we do this, we can do we can we can top 10 it. We can win it. Not only divisionally, but also nationally. They become players. So, well, it's a serious study on the NHRA website under the points tabulations. Again, we need all of our final round contestants back to the lanes. Andrew Hill, Slate Cummings in stock. Val Harmon and Troy Coughlin Jr. in Super Gas. Super Comp looking for Todd Cincinnati and Rick Hughes to make their way back. And, of course, Super Stock with Cronenbitter and Alvey. So we've got four final rounds yet to go. Well, I see Andrew Hill in the lanes for the finals of stock. See Troy Jr. in the finals of super gas. Just looking for their contestants to make their way to the staging lanes. 4 final rounds to go. 8 cars left to send down the racetrack before we finalize the last race of the year here in Division 3 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series competition. Getting started out the weekend, over 600 race cars on the ground here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. Tip of the cap to Dallas and the family. Everybody involved here at Beach Bend. Well, except maybe everybody but Ellison. She just waved at me again. She loves me, I can tell. Yeah, I think that was sign language. Kind of like trying to read the boss's sign language up here in the tower some days. Andrew Hill. Slate coming. Slate with the first perfect lap of the year in that last round. Andrew was no slouch, though. He was 17 on the tree and dead on 2. Andrew looking to see if he can claim a D3 Stock Eliminator Championship. Came in number 2 in the points. Throwing away a first-round loss here this weekend. Brian Merkel was a little bit out in front of him, but Brian went out relatively early today. I think Brian played. Green light for Andrew. Green light for Slate. The one I'm going perfect this time around, but it's going to be a good race at the top end. Andrew Hill gets the win, 64.8 on a 68. 25.4 on a 30 by Slate, 14 thousandths. True margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack. And unofficially, by my contabulations, I do believe that just moved Andrew Hill into the division points lead over Brian Merkel and Eric Capolito. So Andrew Hill gets the W, moves on, gets the Wally, and we're down to 3 final rounds. All right, final round now in Super Gas. Getting ready to come at us. Troy Jr. taking on Valdacious Val Harmon. Another Division III, Division IV final round confrontation, just like it was in Stock Eliminator. Looking for Cronenbitter and Alvey to make their way back for our Super Stock final round pairing. As Val rolls in out of Louisiana and Troy rolls in out of Ohio. The Jegs Corvette over in the right-hand side. 990's up on the scoreboard. Let's see whom can manhandle whom in the finals. Corvette Roadster, Camaro Roadster. Division 4 left side, Division 3 right side. 10 years difference between the two drivers. Now looking to see if he can take a little Wally with him as he heads north to Indy. Well, looking to see if he can do the exact same thing. .993 Val Harmon, Troy Coughlin's Corvette. Brakes on the starting line and coast. I was getting ready to say neither one of those drivers wanted it. Troy's car, though, something obviously going askew in the final round. Troy slows up to a 29.16 elapsed time. Val Harmon goes 993 at 168 miles an hour, and Val gets the Wally, gets the trophy, and he will head off to Chevrolet Performance U.S. Nationals on a high note. Todd Cincinnati and Ricky Hughes getting ready to come up as we will go to our Super Comp final round of eliminations. Cincinnati on the left side. I told you earlier today he wanted to be on the last train to Clarksville. Guess what? He's in the final round. He's going to be on that last train to Clarksville. Former division champ, former top 10er in the country, taking on the A&A transmission. Raleigh Competition Engines machine. Ricky Hughes here on the right side. 890's up on the scoreboard. One more final round to go. Andy Cronenbitter and Matt Alvey getting ready to roll out of the staging lanes for our Super Stock final, and we will put a wrap on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series season chase here in Division 3. Wow. Well, at least in the Super Comp final, both drivers seemed like they wanted it. Wop, 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 wop. Todd Cincinnati gets the win, 91-0 at $1.69 for speed, 89.8. Hughes takes the stripe by 1/10,000 and breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. Whew. That's pretty close. So Todd Cincinnati is your Super Comp champ, and we are down to one final round. Yeah, looking for our two final round contestants, Andy Cronenbitter and Matt Alvey. Gentlemen, if you would, need you to the staging lanes, please. We'll put a wrap on the 2016 season with your final run going down the racetrack. All right, our final race. The 2016 Lucas Oil drag racing season here in Division III competition. And it's going to be in Superstock. Andy Cronenbetter and Matt Alvey getting ready to do battle. And we will put a wrap on the 2016 season. And I'm telling you, it seems like we were just at Indy a couple of weeks ago. Wow. All right, kids. Here we go. Final race of the year, 2016. Matt Alvey. GTD automatic, Andy in a GTC automatic, so it's not a heads up. They're dialed pretty close. Andy on a 948. Alvey on a 953. Cut a light and run the number. Cronenbetter looking to see if he can take the Wally home with him to Millersport, Ohio. Alvey trying to keep it right here in the Bluegrass State out of Mount Washington. 350 Chevrolets a pair, Pontiac Sunfire powered by one of them. Chevy Cobalt powered by the other for Cronenbetter. 500 difference in the dial. Handicap start. Just a blink of an eye going to go to Matt Alvey. Wowza. Final race of the 2016 season. Division III competition. Off they go. Front end up, front end down. Cronenbetter sticking the nose of that GTC automatic out in front. Taps the brakes. Goes 950 for the win at 131 miles an hour. 957 by Alvey. 37 thousandths of a second, the difference down at the other end of the racetrack. And Andy Cronenbetter takes home the Super Stock Wally this weekend. He joins the list of other winners. Todd Cincinnati getting it in Super Comp. Val Harmon taking it in Super Gas. Andrew Hill getting the win in Stock Eliminator. Andrew Bowl getting the win at Alcohol Funny Car. And what can you say about the kid from Florida? Josh Hart from number 1 to the winner's circle in Top Alcohol Dragster. Comp Eliminator, Troy Galbraith locks into a hopefully another Division III championship run. Jimmy Prevost pulling off the win in Top Dragster competition. And just like Top Alcohol Dragster from number 1 to the winner's circle, Mick Snider in the Power Source Transportation Corvette, your winner in Top Sportsman action. Super Street, Rob Cropfeld's Little Vega mashes the ball in the 1090 category to take the win. And Andy Cronenbetter, had we said, in Super Stock, your winner. Boys and girls, guys and gals, those of you that are left with us, on behalf of Dallas Jones and the family here at Beach Bend Raceway Park, we want to say thank you for coming, for enjoying our final race of the season for the 2016 campaign. And on behalf of Dallas and the family and everybody here at Beach Bend Raceway Park, tip of the cap to them for a great facility, giving us some great runs all weekend long. Thanks from them to everybody that came, those of you that are still here. Safe travels up to Indy for those of you going to Indy. Safe travels going home for those of you headed home. On behalf of everybody with the National Hot Rod Association, the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, Warren Evans with D3 TV, I'm Bob Unkefer. For the final time in 2016, going to sign off on D3 TV to everybody listening in. I understand we had, over 20,000 individual listeners over the 3-day weekend? About 30 total. Excuse me, I can't calculate. I had needed to take my shoes off to count the 30,000. Anyway, over 30,000 listeners this weekend on D3 TV, not only across the country and Canada, but down in Australia and all around the world. We want to thank everybody. Good night from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Beach Bend Raceway Park. We'll see some of you in a couple of weeks down in Memphis for the big All-American shootout. See some of you down in Shreveport. Couple of weeks for the Division IV race. To everybody as you continue on in the 2016 season, best wishes, safe travels, and we'll see you down the road. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. Be safe. Be secure.